Step right in. Through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief. Mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune. Call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line. Hum what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every score, every sigh, hold it up, let it fly. We question the question, try under the wings of wine. Truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. See what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, bright in the night, we question answer, try under the wings of wine.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Are your beliefs feeling a little unexamined? You may be experiencing certainty without inspection. Common symptoms include avoiding questions, skipping curiosity, and sudden discomfort when ideas are turned around. Ask your inner thinker if questioning your beliefs might be right for you. The Batcolyte is a playful late-night gathering designed to help participants gently examine what they believe and whether those beliefs can withstand a few friendly questions. Side effects may include increased curiosity, thoughtful pauses, unexpected perspectives, and occasional, that's interesting. This is not a debate arena, and no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore. If you think you might be able to question your own beliefs, request on up.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen, sharing the live. We are just getting started. And we're already at 4.5 4,000 likes. Hell yeah. Appreciate all those taps. And it looks like we've already started sharing out the live. 42. Hell yeah. 52. That was quick. I think I missed one. Hell yeah. And we've already hit the goal. So thank you to Thrayle Bear. You're amazing. Appreciate you. What a wonderful start. And I'm hoping it's a wonderful night. That's what I'm looking forward to, is a night full of curiosity and exploration and real, genuine introspection. Seeing if anyone really is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. There's a lot of lives on TikTok, and some of them, I don't know, I don't see them all, but some of them have to be trying to do something like this, right? Something less aggressive, less angry. Something where we can really just explore what it is that you believe, or your thoughts, and see if you can question it. Oh, Martha, I appreciate that. I really do. Well, we're not looking for contention here. We're not looking for fights. I don't like it when people refer to me as, well, I mean, I don't mind you referring to me as spicy if I get that way, but I don't like to be that way. Fair enough to call me out, but I just don't want to be spicy, Thrayle. I want to be calm. I want to be really engaged in questioning and exploring whatever it is you believe. If you think you can question it, though, not just to tear it down, not just to make it look foolish, but really just to see if you question it. What does it mean to you to question your beliefs? Do you think it's just interviewing you to see if you know what it is? You think it's just declaring it out loud, proud? Or do you recognize it as an examination, a test? Hello, Phoenix. Phoenix rising. Oh, I guess you didn't mean to rise up here. Fell back down. Make a phoenix falling. Touch screens really don't like bone fingers. I made that difficult. Well, if anybody's got a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, and you were curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request that. I won't be burgling any gods intentionally. There's a comfy sack for them to sit in, and I'll take them to a warm shed. But only if that's where they want to go. But if you can question your belief, it doesn't have to be a burgling. It's really just an examination. A verification for you. Not for me. I'm not here to be convinced or to convince you of anything. Oh, that seemed to work. Thank you, Martha. Appreciate you. I'm tempted to move into a musical interlude, see if that entices people along, but I don't know. I'm more curious to see if anyone scrolling through right now has a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and might be curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. Scarwolf, you have no idea what you're asking for. See if this is the right song. some new music, some new dance moves. That'll get them in. Yeah, see. I mean, there is new music. I don't know about new dance moves. There's not a lot of room in the shed for dancing, flailing of bones. But maybe there's somebody with a belief who's curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief before I get a song loaded up. If so, just hit that request button. I'm not here for a debate. And I'm not here to burgle any gods. I think we've got a request. Nope. Oh, wait, there they are. Hello, Michael. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Michael, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess you're not there.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Oh, now I hear you.
Okay, I had my AirPods in and they were, I'm an old man, so.
Can I get your age?
Oh, sure, I'm 44.
So ancient, so old.
I feel old.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I've listened to your show a few times. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus, the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Do you follow a particular denomination?
No, not really. I'm not a denominational kind of guy. The word denomination kind of comes from division, and I'd prefer to see people as my brothers as much as possible.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah.
And do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
To be true, yeah, I do. I try to take them at face value as much as possible. Understanding there's allegory and symbolism and hyperbole and poetry. It's not all prescriptive but I do believe like Jonah and the whale. I believe that was literal. I do believe miracles are possible.
You believe the 6-day creation?
I mean, I suppose, yeah. But unfortunately, the Bible itself makes it clear that to the Lord a day is 10,000 years, and a year is like that's tough. So with time, God's not so linear. But if he wanted to do it in 24 hours, I don't suppose that would be a problem, since time is his invention.
Do you believe the order is correct, that is accurate and true?
Of the two accounts in Genesis, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So my father's a police officer. He was an investigator, and he always taught me what I learned in, of course, in some apologetics books, that when you have a bunch of people giving identical stories, it's most likely a made-up story. So in the Gospels, they're not identical, but they're close enough to where it seems more
believable. We're talking
believable.
about Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2. Is that a bunch of different stories of different people?
I mean, so yeah, again, that doesn't really shake my faith or bother me. I don't think there's anything functional there that's a problem.
I'm not asking if it shakes your faith.
Oh, sure.
I'm asking you if Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 are written by different people.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, they're oral histories that were compiled by Moses. That's what we believe. Beyond that, that's a tough question. It's a good question. Possibly.
If they were written by different people, or told from different, or by different people, and they contradict, then how would you know which is true? Are you saying that?
Well, yeah, Genesis 2, God creates man first. So it does hint at different authors. I think that's possible, like using the terms differently. Even the Hebrew is slightly different. I guess for me, the question comes down to like functional differences where, I mean, there's about 40 different authors, modern scholarship suggesting
throughout
more.
the whole text, but specifically we're focused on just this book for the moment, just these 2 chapters.
I mean, yeah, these are ancient papyruses found in clay jars. It's going to be really tough to get, scientific proof the way we would want it.
Ancient papyruses found in clay jars.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
You're talking about the Dead
Scrolls.
Sea Scrolls, but
Yeah, well, I'm using that as one example. There's a lot of old copies, but
do you think those are the originals?
no, there's no originals. I think we're pretty confident about that. Just the
Do you
shelf
believe?
life.
Do you believe Moses existed?
Moses? Yeah, absolutely. Do
Why?
you? Do you mind if I ask? Do you believe Moses existed? Would that be a problem for?
What I believe won't make a difference.
Oh no, it does to me. I care about you as a person, so I'm just curious if you do believe that or not.
I don't
I've
know
never.
why caring about me as a person is relevant to the conversation either. Not to imply that I don't, want to show you compassion or empathy, but I'm just saying I don't know what that has to do with me asking if you believe Moses is a person and why.
So part of just a basic human interaction with empathy is that I care about you as a person. That changes the function of the conversation. So me naturally caring about you and being interested in your perspective helps me.
Just to be clear, this is a Socratic exercise to see if you can question your beliefs.
Oh, sure. But Socrates was a man too that cared about people.
But
he didn't just do
right. But I don't need a
Socrates wasn't
sermon.
computer
Please
program.
stop. Please be respectful to the conversation. This is not us meeting on the street for coffee. This is us seeing if you can question your beliefs. That's the format of the show. So if you can question your beliefs, then that's what we're doing. My beliefs won't make a difference to the conversation and will lead likely to some kind of argument or you trying to convert or sermonize.
Oh no! Well, your fears can be relieved.
Those aren't fears. I'm just letting you know.
Concerns.
I'm not answering your question. So can we move forward? Will you answer?
Sure. Yeah.
why
If you can.
believe
Yeah.
Moses
Absolutely.
is a person?
Yeah. If you can only handle a one-way conversation, that's fine with me.
It's not about what I can handle. It's the format of the show, and if you're going to be disrespectful, we'll just move on. How very boring. 1 Peter 3:15, where was your gentleness? I could have been more patient if you could have respected it all instead of trying to goad me into a debate, debasing yourself to that childish behavior. Shame on you. 44. Grow up.
Hey,
Hello, Goldie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
hey, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007.
I can barely hear you. You're quite muffled.
2007.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
So I grew up Orthodox Jewish, but I kind of believe in a different sort of God, and
I'm
it's
sorry,
more of
it's
a.
still very hard to hear you.
Okay, give me 1 second. Is that better?
Seems like it might be.
Okay, so I grew up Orthodox Jewish, but now I kind of believe more in a God in a spiritual way, as like a Mother Nature kind of. Every single person can believe in it, not organized religion.
So, Mother Nature.
Yeah, I believe God is female, or at least feminine qualities.
Why would it have human qualities at all?
I believe that we're sort of at least in my personal view of people and God, that we're kind of a reflection of what God is. We should try to aspire to be what God is in a way where we're trying to be the best versions of ourselves. So I believe God could have human qualities that we can try to reflect.
You think that we should reflect God's qualities, so therefore God should have our qualities?
I believe God has qualities that human beings can and should reflect. Therefore, they are human-like.
When you say God has qualities that humans could reflect, give me an example of what you mean by one of those qualities.
Compassion, care, the ability to give life and create life.
So, I said one of those qualities. Compassion and care are those. What's the difference between those two?
Care is the act of giving actual things to those who need, and compassion is more of an emotion-based quality.
And your God, Mother Nature, you think that it provides or embodies those qualities?
At least to the best of its ability. I don't believe God is fully all powerful. I don't believe anything is fully all
What is
powerful.
it that makes this Mother Nature even one singular thing, let alone
Oh, I don't know if I believe it's one singular
anthropomorphic?
thing. I don't know. I have no idea. I know that I try to believe in something more singular to help me at
Why?
least believe. I don't believe everyone has to believe this way, honestly, because it's easier for me to understand it. I don't believe it necessarily has
Does
to
it
be that
matter to
way.
you if it's true?
No, it doesn't. It makes me feel cared, and it makes me feel comforted in a way that I believe there's something out there bigger than me that's taking care of me and others. And I don't necessarily need it to be true. I don't need other people to believe it either.
You don't need it to be true. You don't need other people to believe it. I'm not worried about the other people part, but why does it not matter if it's true or not?
Honestly, because at the end of the day, having something to believe in and something that you believe is out there that's higher than you and kind of looking down and caring for you is comforting when you feel very lonely and alone. And it kind of gives me a little bit more of a sense of direction.
So just feeling like some imaginary friend is out there makes you feel comforted.
I mean, it's not even necessarily an imaginary friend. And like what person said in the chat, nature does take care of us. Like we are granted food from the earth, and it could be just a physical byproduct of the world, but it could also be a spiritual byproduct. Like I'm not saying it has to be out there. I'm saying I believe it could be, and the belief that it could be does get a lot of people through life, and that's what it's doing for me.
So the belief that one singular thing that controls all is feminine, has qualities that you like about humans, that that thought is comforting enough for you,
I
whether
don't
it's
believe
true
it's
or not.
all powerful or all controlling either.
I
I don't
didn't
believe
say all
God
powerful, did
tried.
I?
You said controlling. I don't believe God
Controls
controls at all.
nature.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe nature is controlled by something.
That's what I just asked. I don't know why. So you incorrected me.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were trying to say because you generalized my words in a way that was a little bit unclear. But yes, I do believe that, and I think it doesn't hurt me or others to believe that in a way. And yeah, I don't know. I think that sure, the ability of like atheism could be that actually true. It could be that it is just the world is just science and knowledge based. But the thought that there could be something more is, I think, interesting for everyone to explore in a way because at the end of the day, we don't get anywhere unless we're thinking and exploring.
Goldie, I have a question for you, if it's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because you spoke of this belief being more of a comfort based, or focused. Um, so would you prefer a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth, if given the option?
If my lie isn't hurting me or others, and it's keeping me okay and safe and sane. I prefer, at the end of the day, people have delusions, and as long as those delusions aren't hurting them or others, it's not, I don't believe it to be harmful necessarily. I think it depends on to the extent to which one takes it, I would say.
It's okay to prefer the comfort over the truth. I'm just curious what you would prefer, because
Yeah,
one is
depends on the
comfort,
scenario.
like
Comfort most of the time depends on the scenario.
say
I
like
live the
someone
life
had
that kind of made it seem that I really do need as much comfort as I can get. So,
but say a partner or a friend came up to you and said, I have something to tell you, but first I want to ask you something. Would you prefer I tell you something that you want to hear, or something that's true that you might not want to hear?
I think it depends on what it was, honestly, because sometimes I've said I don't want to hear it, as if it's not going to negatively impact me. I don't need to hear it. I don't actually, that's why I try not to listen to gossip about other people or like slander or things like that, because true, like, well, or slander they've said about me, right? Like, if somebody says something behind my back, if it's not going to impact me so much, and if I'm not really close to them, I don't need to hear it. I prefer to live in a way that keeps me as like I to take care of myself and my mental health and my brain, like even if it's not necessarily like exposed to everything out there. Like, you know what I mean? Sorry, I don't know if I'm being clear.
Yeah, I think I'm understanding more of where you're coming from. Your belief system seems to be based almost primarily on comfort, and not at the expense of others, but definitely maybe at the expense of truth. Because I'm wondering if faced with the truth, like and a comfortable thing, you seem to want to choose the comfortable thing, and I'm wondering if truth ever does matter when you're formulating your beliefs.
Oh, absolutely, truth does matter. And I'll say the thing about my beliefs is that there's no way to prove me wrong nor right. So I've talked to
When you
everyone,
say there's
most
no way to prove you wrong, how can you be certain of that?
because I've talked to people who've tried to prove me wrong both on the aspect of atheism and
So
on the
people
aspect
have.
of extreme religion. No,
So
I'm
because.
talking like
I'm sorry,
experts.
I just want to clarify. So, a limited sample set of people you have spoken to haven't been able to prove you wrong, so therefore it is not able to be proven wrong at all.
I didn't say that's not able to be proven wrong. I've never said
Yes,
that once. I said
fascinating.
I don't need to be proven wrong nor right. It's not about wrong or right. The world isn't a polarized place based on
Fascinating.
one
That's not what you
reality
said
or
at all.
another. What do you mean fascinating? That's not what I said at all. I'm genuinely trying to
I think
clarify that the world is multifaceted. People and everything is complex.
I think I'm
So
done being gaslit. Looney, did you have any questions left for this guest?
I had no more further questions for Goldie.
okay. I'm not trying to gaslight or
I feel like you were trying to be argumentative, Goldie. I feel like you were trying to prove something and insist upon something without question, and you weren't really hearing the questions. I feel like every time I tried to understand something, you'd say, no, that's not right, and then restate it back exactly as I did. It seemed defensive, and perhaps another time we could explore without the defensiveness coming up. Yeah.
Either way, there didn't seem to be a willingness to question their beliefs, more or less. I don't think they care whether their beliefs are true or not. It just brings them comfort. So until they can get beyond the comfort aspect and get to the truth, they may not be willing to question.
The questions were disregarding and unfairly worded. Fascinating. What an interesting. We have. Am I doing this? Can I get your age? Oh, you're just gonna do
Maybe not.
this.
Maybe not.
Nope, you can leave. Yeah, you will leave right away, and you will never come back in this live again.
Isn't it kids' bedtime? Maturity level. There's school tomorrow. Go to bed.
I think we lost the music.
Oh, that's what was missing. Gonna take us to some tavern.
Disconnected somehow.
Oops. While Thrayle manages that technical difficulty, I'm wondering if any of you in the comments have the ability to question your beliefs. Can you question? Do you know what it is you believe? Why you believe what you believe? If you can answer, if you have a belief in God or higher powers or anything like that, please request that. We're not here to take away your beliefs, merely to question them and examine and to see if you truly do know what it is you believe. Oh, yeah, we got it back.
Yeah. Does that sometimes.
Almost like we're all set for someone to tap one of those boxes, hit the request button, and join on up to question their beliefs.
Almost like that.
Random question, Thrayle. Do you know if Winco has blueberry coffee? I couldn't find it at Walmart.
I do not know.
Okay, I'll just have to check tomorrow. How's yours holding out?
I've still got a box. I'm looking into a new brand soon.
I recommend Unalive Wish coffee. I've heard that's good.
I'll have to look into that.
They have a blueberry brand. I checked it. I just have to save up to get the fancy coffee. Maybe I'll make it a birthday present to myself or something. Ooh, Fibonacci says they got theirs from Amazon. I'll have to try that. Thank you.
And whether you like blueberry coffee or not, if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm really just here to see if you can question your belief. And if you can, then I've got a few questions for you. And if you don't like blueberry coffee, well, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Songs about it and everything, so you better like it. that
Sponsored, not selling any.
no, just some more of a community congratulatory songs, I guess. But if anyone out there does own a blueberry coffee brand and does want to be sponsored, please contact Thrayle.
We'll see.
That'd be nice, though. One day getting to a point where blueberry coffee was like an actual sponsor.
It would be interesting.
You'd have to try all the different kinds of blueberry coffee to pick your favorite.
There was a song I was going to play earlier, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. Though I do enjoy the song a lot. I don't think I'm in that mood.
Near slip of the finger.
It's a good song, and it'll probably have its use later. But
Oh, we've hit the 20K taps.
Hell yeah. Appreciate all those taps, everybody. Thank you guys for tapping the screen, for sharing the live out 104 times already. Those shares, we should be crawling in believers curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I wonder where they all are.
Maybe everybody's sleeping early from enjoying the holiday yesterday. No, I wouldn't think very many Christians celebrate that holiday. Jesus might have, though.
Good morning, Glam Scum. Hope you're doing good. Really surprised there aren't any believers in Q yet. No believers in the live. No one here curious enough or courageous enough to question whatever it is that they believe. I feel like if we don't get a believer soon, the AI is going to think that the conversation is entirely about berries and juices and coffees, and that's not what we're talking about. We are here to see if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that. A community community discussion on questioning beliefs. Close. It's close. Is it really a community discussion? Or are we just here waiting as a community for someone who might be curious enough, or am I going to say courageous? Bold enough to question their beliefs.
Well, if someone is courageous enough or does have the capability of contemplating their curiosities, please request up. We would appreciate your time to question your beliefs. Not to take them away, but merely to examine them and see if you truly do believe what you say you believe. They better be out there. I'm hoping for them. I'll have to make more moon pickles.
Moon pickles? Can moon pickles manifest believers?
If I think really hard that they will, and I believe really hard that they will it not manifest believers if I do it? Don't see how it can hurt. Plus, I love pickles.
I'm not sure what that means. Will it not manifest? It might not. If a believer finds your moon pickles while they're mooning, is that the pickles working, or is that just somebody found pickles outside?
I'm not too sure how I feel about manifestation, but on the odds that it does work, I say doing it causes no harm. So, that brings me great joy, which releases serotonin, which can be scientifically analyzed. So, I don't know. Like Brash said, God, results may vary. Yeah, I guess I'm not the only person who heard the word mooning. Thanks, Mika. But whether anyone in the comments believes in manifestation or moon pickles or gods, higher powers, mermaids, devils, Santa, Sasquatch, or anything mystical and supernatural, if they have a belief, please request up. We would appreciate to examine your beliefs and through questioning. Not to take them away, but to learn more about them. I, for one, am very curious to learn about people's beliefs. And I think everyone else in the comments who is right now tapping and gifting and sharing the live stream out also wants to hear your beliefs. Oh, the hand hearts are so pretty.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why I'm reading Fibonacci's comment like this, but Moon Pickles, don't be absurd. Pickling anywhere but Narnia is unheard of.
Wow. Thank you, Grandpa No Pivot, for the gifts. And thank you, Martha. You guys are awesome.
It truly is the best audience on TikTok.
Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for knocking out that gift goal. Thank you always, Mustard, Might Be, Ketchup. Thank you, Davina DeVillain, Everlasting God Stopper, Grandpa No Pivot, and Looney Bats. Thank you guys. Really appreciate all of you. And I think we've got somebody in queue.
Hey, good evening. How are you doing?
Doing all right, Neo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 38 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I actually do believe in God. Okay, not exactly in the Father of Jesus, but as a creator of the world we live in.
You say, as a creator of the world we live in.
Yes.
When you say that you believe in God as a creator of the world, what does that mean? Does he create just the planet or the universe?
The universe, the planet, all the planets around, the sun, the earth, we within the earth.
So a creator of everything.
Yes.
What does that mean to create in that sense?
He's the beginning of everything. I say it as a way to portray it because I'm not sure if it's a male or a female. It's more all of us and everything around us.
You say it's a bigger energy.
Yes. Much, much bigger.
What is energy?
Energy.
Yeah, what is energy?
It's like asking what do you mean by what is energy?
You're saying God is a big energy. What is energy?
Energy is a field of, how could I explain to you? I mean, if you want a scientifically term, energy is the condensed, I don't know, how could I say it? In English, sorry, English is not my first language. I could say it to you in Spanish. But energy is what makes the materia to be created. Energy is the reason why it's behind everything.
Isn't that kind of you deciding that energy is the thing behind everything?
Could you give me any concept of energy for you?
Well, what I think energy is doesn't really make too much difference to the conversation. I'm just trying to understand what you mean.
We are all energy. We're a field of energy. We're a compound of neutrons, electrons, protons. We're a bunch of
Are
really
neutrons,
little
protons,
atoms.
electrons, energy? Is that
Yes, we're a
is
bunch
little
of
atoms, energy.
yes, we're a bunch of atoms. We're a field of
Are you
energy.
just saying energy is everything?
Yes, everything is made of atoms, really little atoms.
Right, but are atoms energy? Is it equivalent? Is it the same thing?
That energy, those atoms, yes, actually, yes. That was created by God.
When you say it was created by God, isn't that you just kind of deciding that and saying it?
For my belief system, this energy field that we are and the energy field that we
I'm
are.
sorry, now energies do fields, but we still haven't really understood what energy is, except to say that it's everything, it's atoms, it's protons, electrons. I'm not really understanding quite clearly what you're saying energy is, unless you're just saying energy equals everything. And if everything is energy, then what's the distinction here? What is energy, that word, actually doing? Are you saying my toenails are energy?
Yes.
The carpet is energy?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because everything is made of energy. What is
there
energy?
Anything that is not energy?
Not. Everything is made of energy.
You're saying everything is made of energy.
Yeah.
That seems to be different than saying everything is energy.
Everything is energy and everything is made of energy.
But energy is just so far a word. You're deciding is a thing that everything is made of.
No, I am not deciding that. It's decided by science and also some religions.
Are you sure that's what science says?
Yes, according to the science, if you divide la materia, if you divide everything around you, you get to the point that you are only going to reach atoms.
Are you saying atoms, but then you're saying atoms equal energy? That's the exact. Stop speaking over me. Can you stop doing that? It's really obnoxious. You're saying that atoms equal energy, and that if you have an atom, it is exactly the same thing as energy. But I'm trying to understand, at the same time, you're saying everything was made of energy. The atoms are made of energy. Doesn't that mean that there's something else that is energy, and that the energy is then becoming everything? And if that's the case, then why are you deciding that's a God doing that?
Can I speak? I'm just naming it God. You can name it just energy.
Right, but you're saying science says this, so then you can say science says God is everything.
Well,
that's not
science
quite accurate. So why don't you be more accurate and say what energy is in science? And if it's anywhere near what you define as God, then I have questions for you.
I already told you, my friend. Energy, according to science, is atoms. Atoms, neutrons.
So if I look it up right now and I type into Google, what is energy according to science, it's going to say atoms, neutrons, electrons. That's the definition it's going to give.
Yeah, sort of. Not with exact words.
What if it was something entirely different?
Read it if you want.
The ability to do work.
Well, that's one of its definitions. If you're using it in the physics field, in the physics realm,
Isn't that what you're talking about? Are you not talking about physics when you say atoms?
I am talking to you about the essence of creation. What are things made of? Things are made of atoms.
Is science going to
are energy.
Stop. Is science going to talk about the essence of creation? And it says in science, there's a field of science where they say the essence of creation is energy.
Yeah.
Wow, which
Exactly.
field of science is that?
Thermodynamics, physics.
Thermodynamics.
Physics.
I thought the physics definition of energy was the ability to do work.
No, my friend. Science, in all its different classifications, different materials, courses, you can search the definition according to the field you're applying it.
And so when I search the definition of energy, according to the field of thermodynamics, it's going to say energy is God.
No. Energy
Then
are
what the fuck are you talking about?
Atoms are energy, and energy is God.
So according to thermodynamics, when I look it up, it's going to say that the definition of energy, when they work on things in science and they say energy, they just mean atoms. That's all?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Let's look that up.
Yeah. Sorry, my accent for the other people.
The capacity of a system to do work and causes change to its surroundings through work. Oops, that's the definition according to thermodynamics. Oh, he ran. Big surprise.
That's too bad, because I wanted to ask him if my sandwich was sentient or not. My sandwich is energy.
Yeah, his sandwich is loose. Hello, James. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34.
You're how old?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
You're very quiet. It's hard to hear you.
I said yes.
So you got quieter. I see. How drunk are you, James?
I'm not drunk. I just don't want to yell right now.
Okay. That's not yelling if you speak loud enough for us to hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you?
I'm not here for your bid. What I am here for is to see if you can question your beliefs. If you've got some kind of belief in God or God, some godly thing, some higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I am here to see if you can question that belief. And if you can, then I've got some questions for you. But James, now that you're Are you calling me a liar? There was difficulty hearing you. You were speaking softly. Spoke softer when I commented on it. If you want to try again, without the poor attempt at, I don't know, I guess it was a comedy bit. If you can be serious, then we've got questions. Oh no, James, we heard you right at the very end. Almost talk normally. Almost use your, communicating voice instead of your whispering in someone's ear voice. If it's a matter of just not wanting to wake people up, I suggest go to another room. So I can leave and not be rude. I mean, you can if you like. No one's telling you to leave. Good evening, Philly. How are you?
Hi, Billy. Hi, Thrayle. Hi, Bats. I'm doing well.
How did your gratitude live go?
It was fun. It was a turtle that had its shell filled with things that people were grateful for. But the shell's not quite full, so I might do it again tomorrow or the next day. Batitude came through, but Batitude has a something-itude, not a gratitude.
I mean, I imagine he's got that batitude,
Mm-hmm.
like the song said. Have you heard the Batitude song?
I don't think I have.
There are two of them.
Maybe I have heard one of them.
One of them's a lullaby. The other one very much is not a lullaby.
Did you play one of them already today?
I have not. I could play one of them. It's a little early for the lullaby.
I see that the believers are coming out in droves tonight.
Droves. Just look at all of them. They're all lining up to question all of their questionable beliefs. We had one earlier who was Christian, didn't believe in denominations because it meant divisions, and didn't think it should be divided. And then believed in a six-day creation, though hinted that it could have been God days, but, didn't matter. God was powerful enough to manipulate time. And then, as I began to ask further questions, he became belligerent. First preachy, then talking over, insisting that I answer his questions about Moses, and that, if I couldn't handle a one-way conversation, so condescension eventually just dropped because I was bored with him. He didn't have the attitude. He had the, asshole tooth.
No. Was arsitude?
Arsitude.
Well, if you're in the comments and you don't have arsitude and you can have the ability to question your beliefs and the ability to be respectful, please request up. We have several boxes available and a pink and blue person who can escort you to one of the boxes down below. We're not here to take away your beliefs or to say your beliefs are wrong. We're really here to question them and see if you understand what it is you believe. And plus it's fun. Come on, guys.
It is fun. I questioned Philly yesterday. And Hazel questioned Looney yesterday.
Yep, I'm always up for questions. I think the one way to get to the truth, whatever that is.
Is it Saturday, Philly?
I am not convinced that there's a God. I'm not convinced that there's not a God.
Interesting. What would convince you that there is a God?
You asked me that yesterday.
I did. It's a different day.
It is a different day. I guess if I could have reliable communication with a God that is backed up by other people having reliable communication with a God, that would certainly go a long way to help convincing me.
Reliable communication.
Yeah, like consistent, verifiable, clearly unique from communication with non-gods. Are you leaving the silence hanging there to get me to continue talking, or should I just let the silence sit there?
I'm not here to answer your questions.
Fair enough.
I have a question, Billy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think would help you, like, remove the doubt, so to speak, of there not being a god? So, like, right now, maybe not absolute proof, but be just enough to give you some, like, oh, there actually might be a god.
Mm-hmm. I had a list of, I can never remember if it was like 14 or 17 things that I thought were supernatural in my life or in the lives of people that I know and trust. And when I started really doubting, I went through those things one by one to see if there was any other plausible explanation to help me with understanding why those stories could be told the way they are. If it was framing or a different explanation that could help to really examine whether they were truly supernatural or not. And after several months, I had talked to enough people and learned enough that not a single one of those stories remained as like a shining example of, yes, I know this is supernatural and there's no other explanation, or at least the best. I think if something could happen where I came to the conclusion that the supernatural is the best explanation, that would definitely change the needle. That's a long way to say, if something supernatural happened, I would believe in the supernatural. Oh.
Quote, previously supernatural things that can now be explained, are explained. What makes you hold any doubt that there's not? Like, why not just, like, after all that list was finally gone, just say, oh, there's no God? What makes you linger?
Oh, I don't like this answer.
but it's honest. At least part of it is fear. Fear of the Christian God?
Mm-hmm. Or one like it.
Do you think believing in a God like that will save you from it?
I think it's not even believing, it's not rejecting, not blaspheming, not rejecting's the right word there, I think. If I remain unsure, then I'm at least not rejecting the possibility.
Could anything cause you to worship a God like that?
It depends on the definition of worship. If I was told worship me or sing praise songs to me, or you will suffer eternal torment, yeah, I would sing praise songs. I don't think I can necessarily control my attitude towards a person or a being completely, at least. I can outwardly say, you're so great, but inwardly think you're a monster. If the definition of worship is to love wholeheartedly, I don't think I can force myself to do that. But yeah, I would do things that many would consider worship for self-preservation.
To me, that's fascinating because, well, maybe it's the goth rebel inside of me, but I'd rather, if that God does exist, I'd rather be its enemy, its adversary. I've blasphemed the Holy Spirit multiple times just in case. Because we all know that's an unforgivable sin, and according to the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to be on his side. I'd rather burn forever.
Mm.
But that's just my rebel side. Many people who've done such things haven't survived. Preservation might be the smarter approach. I don't know.
Do you fear hell?
Not really. I fear a God that isn't loving.
Did you ever fear hell?
Mm-hmm. When I was young. Child.
Is that fear gone, similar to the fear of the boogeyman's lair under your bed is gone?
I could see how similarities could be drawn.
If you're no longer scared of hell, what would a god like the God in the Bible have to hold over you?
Fickleness, jealousy, wrathfulness, annihilation, separation from those I love.
And do you think a godlike creature would have the ability to do those things? Like the omni properties and so forth?
Yesterday I was piecing apart some of my thoughts on that when Thrayle was questioning. I don't think that there is an all-good God, or there can be an all-good God who also is all-powerful. Does that answer your question?
So maybe not all good, but do you think God could be all powerful? And maybe just a balance of good and bad?
All good and all-powerful? No, I don't think so.
So therefore God would have to be bad.
If God is all-powerful, then with reality being what it is, I don't see how God could be all good.
What would convince you that there's no God?
don't know. I don't know if there's anything that could convince me that there's no God. For sure. With 100% certainty. I think I can I think there would be ways to rule out named gods, gods that are considered to be known by humanity. But it's the unknown God. It's the deistic God that I don't know how I could eliminate as a possibility for certain.
You don't know that you could eliminate a deistic God as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Christian God?
I think that the Christian God, as presented with the belief that the canonical Bible is to be trusted as the word of that God, is nonsensical. It's illogical. It's too contradictory. The only way that I could consider a God like the Christian God to be possible is to not take the Bible as inerrant, but as the closest representation of that God that we have access to. Without being reliable.
Billy, how many Santas have you found to be, not the real one? Like, just like you met a few or so forth, like, you know, the ones at the mall, the ones at the corners, you ring the bell. Like, you've seen them around?
Mm-hmm.
Is the fact that we can prove that the majority of these, or all of them actually, all of these Santas are not real, does that disprove that there might be a real Santa? I was just because that it sounds the equivalent in my mind, where if all we had before was a bunch of stories and a bunch of guys in red suits at the mall, and we find all these to not be the real Santa, then we have to by that assume that there's no reason or to believe there was a Santa ever to begin with. It's all just a story and a legend. So can't we do that the same with Christianity or the belief in gods? if we can eliminate gods as being real, all presented gods as being real, then we can conclude that there is no God? Is that what you're suggesting, Bats?
Yeah, because all the evidence that people said could have been used to prove God is it's not verifiable. It's not anything we can look at and say, "Oh, that's could be true." We don't know. It's all can be proved as we go through time. It's all being proved by other scientific reasons. Like people used to think tupius were magic, call them fire sticks and stuff. They thought they were magic sticks or something, or like. Then they because didn't have the access to information. Now that we do have access to information, why do we still hold on to the old stories that were only ever just that, old stories?
A God with verifiable or falsifiable attributes can be determined to be illogical, false. But a God that is unknown, a deistic God that has never claimed to interact with humanity, how can we rule that out as a possibility?
Because this only ever come from the old stories, the religions. It's never come from science. There's never been scientists out there without a predisposition for God that's been like, oh, I found this mysterious factor in nature that we can't explain, and we're going to call it God. There's been names for things, and over time people have discovered, and they've named them things like gravity or energy or whatever. But there hasn't been any proof to say, oh, there's this factor we can't explain or anything. Like eventually, I feel like there'll be a time where we'll be able to explain everything that we experience. I don't know if that's just me on my hopeful thinking, or if we've come somewhat close to that.
Hello.
Hello, cat.
Hey, cat.
Billy.
Mm-hmm.
What purpose would this deistic God serve for like us to entertain the idea of?
Creation, I think.
The question isn't what purpose does creation serve, but it's something close to that. Does that make sense? Like, why creation? Why is that a purpose that this God serves? Like, why?
Because it seems to me that either the universe is eternal or it once began. And I don't know. And I don't know how we would ever know which is the case. But my human experience, I grant that it is very limited, makes it hard for me to comprehend the possibility of infinite regress.
I don't think you were there, but me and Joe had a very similar conversation in Discord a couple days ago. So because it's hard to grasp infinite regress, you lean towards a beginning, which leans towards a deistic God. Am I hearing you?
I don't lean towards it.
It's an if there was one.
Yeah. I don't think that I can 100% rule it out as a possibility.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. Are you inclined one way or another?
Can you be more specific? Inclined toward...
I am inclined to believe that the universe has always existed, that it's eternal. That sits very well with me.
I see how it logically makes sense. At least when the idea of God being like, how did God begin, gets brought up. It does feel bad attitude. It does feel
that silly little bat.
I like seeing bad attitude. It does feel like the God answer adds this extra step. And so for that reason, I see why people would land more firmly with the idea of infinite regress. I forget what your question was. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I asked if you were more inclined one way or another, and I want to clarify, I'm not asking to push back at if it's not the same as mine. This is a genuine curiosity.
I think I'm inclined towards infinite regress because it is one less step.
Very logically brained, Billy. I have another question, but I don't have all the way have it yet. Give me a second. Do you want to think that, do you like the idea of the deistic God? It gives a God at all?
I think there is an emotional appeal to the idea of a God that is deistic because of a loss in power.
Like creating the universe destroyed it or just sucked all of its power away? That theory, that deistic God theory?
Mm-hmm. Yes. As opposed to a God who could interact with.
But is apathetic too?
Yes.
Yeah. Because then all the deity, none of the emotional baggage of it doesn't care about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes complete sense for that is a very reasonable, especially I haven't been here through the whole journey for you, but a decent bit of it, and I think that is very reasonable So like and entertain the idea of. Also, the jungle's about to eat my Wi-Fi. I just came up here to ask Philly a few questions about that. I love you guys. I'll see you later.
Later, Kat.
Yes, Kat.
Appreciate you. And really quickly, I'm going to thank Thrayle and Holy Guacamole for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. Interesting timing. Hello, love animals. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess you didn't mean to request up by all that background noise. If you did, go ahead and try again.
It is about getting that time, though, Thrayle. I have to get ready for bed and get ready for the next day. We have reached 45k taps, and that's wonderful. Of 134 shares, 57 people in here. Surely there has to be a believer. Sorry.
You're ready to go to bed.
I'll believe it.
Appreciate you, Looney.
I'll believe in my dreams.
Well, I hope you question that.
Yeah, always. All right, bye, everybody. Good night, Philly. Good night, Thrayle. Good night, Ketchup. Good night, everybody. Good night, Gleb's Composure. Mr.
Good night, Looney Bats. I hope you sleep well. Then there was one. Philly, what are you grateful for?
I'm grateful for the color teal and my little hand-sewn bunny rabbit from my childhood. And passion fruit. That's what I'm feeling grateful for in this moment. How about you, Thrayle? What are you grateful for?
Community. And blueberry coffee. And my teal lights don't work very well. This is blue.
Looks kind of purple.
Yeah. It's got to have a little red balanced in it or it won't pick my face up.
I am also thankful for Theodore Teddy Sheldon J. Turtle III.
That's a lot of names for a turtle.
I know.
Wow, the names.
That's what the chat determined.
So rather than pick one or have a vote, you just took every name they suggested. I like it.
I think it might have been Heretical that came up with the full name. I think KD suggested Theodore.
What did you miss, Martha? I don't know. We questioned Philly a little bit about potential gods and deistic ideations. The non-interactive god of maybe. Thank you, Martha. Yep. And now we're just waiting to see if any believers out there have a belief in some godlike thing. And if they do, well then, what is that belief and why do you believe it? I'm wondering if I should follow up on Kat's line of questioning, but I think what questions do you ask yourself, Philly? What would be your biggest question in relation to God or your former faith?
That doesn't feel fair at all.
You're a questioner. Questions their own belief all the time.
Yes, I do. I do most of my questioning. Yeah, I don't know if I want to finish that sentence. I might need a few seconds just to ponder this.
You can take your time if you want. I could even play a song.
I can give an answer. I don't know if it's the biggest question, but it certainly has been a long-lasting question, a question that I keep coming back to. Is there a way for me to have some sort of religious or spiritual faith? And if so, what would that look like? It's the opposite of the question that I asked myself when I was a believer. What would it take for me not to believe? It is a habit of mine, a cultivated habit of mine, to try to take an opposite position. Try to consider things from all angles. Try it on, so to speak, before coming to a conclusion. Or if I do come to a conclusion, stress test it. Stress test my conclusion in that way. So it's because of the position that I'm at now, that is the question that I keep coming back to is, how could I have faith?
And if it's forced, is it really even faith?
If it's forced. What do you mean?
If your question is, how can you have faith now, or what can you have faith in? Is finding that going to be something that you are forced, or is it something that you actually came to have faith in through some natural? I mean, what causes you to have faith in anything, Philly? Philly in good faith.
I don't exactly know. Maybe that's the biggest question, is why? Why do I believe or not believe? Why have I believed or not believed? I don't actually know what causes me to have faith. I am convinced or I am not convinced.
Do you think that faith is something you can choose?
I'm not convinced that I can choose anything. It certainly does not feel like it was my choice to leave my faith. I've often described it as
losing my faith, kicking and screaming, clinging to it as much as I could.
I'm not sure what kind of scenario this paints. But given what you know now, if you could go back and keep that faith, would you?
Probably not.
Why not?
I think that I have gained a better understanding of who I am through the deconstruction journey, because I lived for decades with the core of my identity being who I was in relation to God. I was God's creation. I was the daughter of the King. I was a sinner, but I was saved by grace. I was being sanctified, indwelled by the Holy Spirit. Like, there was just so much of my identity was in relation to God and not independent. And while I may, I don't even know if I can say this with certainty, but I suspect that I may have had an overall more hopeful outlook within my Christian belief. I feel like I have less confusion outside of my Christian belief. And aside from my personal psychology, I think about my child's psychology and what I would have been perpetuating had I stayed in the faith. Unwittingly, not seeing the harm, but I think ultimately it's better for my child not to have a parent who is so deep in the faith the way I was. I don't think that I am a less productive
that I was a less productive member of society when I was in the faith. I think that when I think of kindness, goodness, gentleness, support for the marginalized and the vulnerable, I don't think that I have become better in those areas outside of the faith than I was inside of the faith. And I just say that because I know that I'll leave it at that.
So you think there are some aspects of being in faith that were better?
Yeah, I do.
But that there was confusion. And
I had my list of questions for God. When I would see God, I'm like, God, these things do not make sense. Why was it like this way? And I don't have that same confusion, that same list, because there's not an assumption that there is a grand reason.
do you have answers to any of those questions since?
All those questions. The most pressing questions were ones that were why? Why, God? How did this fit within your plan? How did this fit within your loving, merciful, justice nature? Why did this bizarre thing happen? Why did this horrific thing happen? When there's not an assumption that there's someone with the grand design controlling things, it becomes those questions, while not being answered, they're not actually pressing to be asked anymore because there's nobody to ask why to. And then there's other questions that they were more they might not have been why questions, but they were certainly questions directed at God and who I thought God was. So without that figure, it's not even a valid question to be asked anymore.
Does that apply to all of the questions?
I don't know.
Have you gone back and looked at the list since your deconstruction?
My list of questions for God was always a mental list. And I have not delineated it out to assess that. Thank you for the gifts. I've had my eyes closed while I was answering the questions, just trying to focus so I didn't see.
Well, Martha, it's amazing. And Claire.
Appreciate it.
And also Mika and Everlasting and Bratch and Katie. You've got a whole list.
I can't seem to open the list. That's why I
That's okay.
get a blanket. Thank you. Some of the questions that I had for God were around striking serendipity. Such coincidences that.
Sorry, I was going to ask what you meant by serendipities, but I think you meant coincidences of positive nature.
Not even always a positive nature. But okay, so like, if you will indulge me, I'll give an example.
Well, I mean, we have such a long line.
If you don't want to hear me give an example, you don't like the testimonies, share the live, like the live. Maybe a believer will come that we can have good faith questioning with. Otherwise, you're stuck with me for a little while longer. I was looking for a job. I was applying for jobs. I was going to interviews. I had an interview at a place that I really wanted to work at, in a role that I was very interested in. In the morning one day, and in the afternoon, I was on the other side of the city, thrift store shopping with my sister. And I just realized how this is gonna sound like I'm...
Do it anyway.
Why?
I'll question it. Because I will question it. And you'll probably demonstrate how you are now.
I'll probably demonstrate. What was that?
you've questioned it too.
Hmm. It's not the questioning nature. It's if I tell this story, it'll sound like I'm
ascribing a coincidence to God.
no. Well, yes. The concern I have is that it's not a humble story.
Oh, I see.
I mean, in some ways it is. No.
You consider you're welcome to. You need a distraction so you don't have to continue.
Sorry, we have a distraction.
I can provide one.
I can tell the story. Oh.
Queen of the sea, sharp, set the mind free. Heads up, we ride the wave. Philly got the questions that we crave.
Rather tell the story.
Half in the light, laugh like thunder in the dead of night. Smart and funny, quick with the spark. She lights up the room like a flare in the dark. Queen of the sea, asking sharp, set the mind free. Bad heads up, we ride the wave. Philly got the questions that we crave. Lift it up, lift it up. Lift it up, lift it up. Philly speaks, we listen close. That's the moment we love the most. Philly, Philly, deep dive, no fear. Philly, Philly, say what we need to hear. Philly, Philly, queen of the sea. Voice so sharp, wild and free. Heads rise, let it be known. Philly got a mind of her own. Philly, 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 Philly. Head stage.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power? And you can question that belief. Request on up.
Let's get ready to question
Now you get to guess who made that one.
Joe.
No.
No. Ketchup.
No.
Who made it?
I don't know if ketchup worked on it at all, but I'm pretty sure it was just one person.
Mustard? Don't make me guess anymore. Brash. Okay.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that was a bratch. It was good. That was, are we awake? Is everybody awake? Are we ready to question beliefs? I think the song was getting us ready to question beliefs. Hell yeah.
I can tell my story. Just
okay. I gave you distraction.
I know. You're gonna pick it apart, and then I'm gonna be so sad. I just said I would tell my story. So after going to a job interview, I was spending time with my sister in the other side of the city, and we were leaving a little strip mall area, and as we were driving away, there was a woman pacing the sidewalk, and she looked like she was in distress, and she was stopping bystanders, and it looked like she needed help. So my sister and I stopped, and we spoke to her, and it turned out that she had a job interview and she couldn't figure out how to get from the bus station to where she needed to go from the bus stop. And there was like this little terminal, and we're like, well, we can, me and my sister, we looked at each other and like sisters do, we both knew like that we're comfortable offering her a ride. So said, hey, we can take you. And she was extremely grateful. She got in our car and I was making small talk with her, and it turned out that she was interviewing at the same place that I had interviewed at. And she was meeting the same person that I had met. And she was interviewing for the exact same job that I had interviewed for the morning of this day. And then I looked at my sister with the thought of, we don't have to drive her to the place that she needs to go. And I certainly faced that possibility and temptation, and quickly decided that was not the kind of person that I wanted to be. And we actually drove her all the way to the place where she had the interview, and I didn't say a word that I had that interview that morning, and I did not get the job. And so it had been on my list to ask God, why would God make it even harder for me when I was so desperately wanted that job? And then I had a chance to sabotage the competition. Just thought it was kind of cruel.
I don't have the urge to pick it apart. I hear in the story how you as a Christian could have attributed some of those coincidences to God, a test of sorts. Is that how you saw it then?
I think so. I have never stopped at a bus stop to pick up a stranger ever before or ever since. It's not like this was something that was normal in my town, or that this was well in character for me. It was like, yeah.
Do you think about it if you see people standing around waiting or hoping for a ride?
Say that again, please.
Do you think back to this incident, and does it weigh on you in any way if you see someone hoping for a ride?
She wasn't even hoping for a ride. She was just hoping to figure out which bus to take and to at the right time. And no, I don't feel a greater responsibility to people at bus stops. I don't feel that weight.
Did you ever find out if she got the job?
No. Years later, like probably a decade later, at a conference, because I was in the same industry, I met a woman who worked in the department that I had interviewed for at that company. And I told her this story because I thought it was serendipitous to run into her. And she looked at me like I was not quite. And I thought, well, okay, God, why did you put this woman across my path? And now it's still an unresolved storyline in my life. But you see why I hesitated to tell the story, right, Thrayle?
I mean, because you thought for a moment that you might not take her, or you might take her somewhere else.
No, that part's that's just real. That's just, that part doesn't really embarrass me. The part that,
Highlight it, put a spotlight on it for all of us to see. You don't have to, Philly. This is when it would be most serendipitous for a guest to request out someone with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
prove that your God exists by saving me from my embarrassment.
Oh.
Hi, Martha.
Good morning, sweetheart. That was a lovely story. Can I do you one better?
Good morning, Martha. How are you?
Good morning, Thrayle. I'm fine. You guys, I love listening to your discussion. It's just wonderful. But I thought I would tell you, I was within a half a block of where I live. I have a Love's Country Store and a liquor store. And I was leaving the Love's Country Store, and an individual walked up, knocked on my window, and I put the window down, and I was like, "Can I help you?" He's like, "I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Would you have any change?" And I thought, I just looked at him. I said, "No, sorry, not today." Well, then as I put it in reverse, all I could think of was, what an ass. What if he really is hungry? So I was like, "Come here." Gave him $10. Literally, in the time it took to back out of the parking lot, drive 4 houses, and I don't even know how he got there. I didn't see him. Drive 4 houses down the street, pull into the liquor store. I walked in, and this same individual had not only picked out what he wanted, he was in line ready to pay for his item at the liquor store. So being nice is a wonderful thing, even if it doesn't always work out the way we planned. He went to speak to me, like to explain it, and I just put my hand up and I was like, "No explanation needed, dude. Have a great day." But I mean, this guy was on foot and he beat me to the liquor store.
Wow.
But I love you guys. I'm going to enjoy listening to some more conversation. Good night.
Thank you, Martha. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Martha.
Big W is for Martha. Yeah, that was, did that prove a God existed for you?
Surprisingly, no.
Oh, well, it definitely gave you a moment's reprieve. You don't have to continue. I think barfing toaster just turned my segue into a pizza recipe. I was just about to say a segue, and then I read that, and I'm like, wait a minute. Now I'm hungry.
Mm.
But whether or not you like pizza, if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. Yeah, if we don't get a believer up here soon, I'm pretty sure Philly's gonna end up refusing to embarrass herself for their freedom. And then I'll be left up here to question myself. So if maybe a believer with a belief in a God or gods, if that is you, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate. Oh, I don't have my no debate sign on. We're really just here to see if you can question. There, I can throw that one on. Now it's simple. Oh, I think we actually do have a guest.
Mm.
Hello, Schmeat Puppet. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh. Schmeat, are you with us? Okay, well, I'm gonna guess you're not really here.
Burping toaster. With the segues for everyday life.
If you have a check, a bill, or an invoice, and I'm done eating, then charge my debit card on up.
Okay, what do I need to question from that story?
I mean, I don't know that. Do you hold on to any belief? Does it still illustrate some intervention of a deity?
I don't attribute it to a deity, but I'm annoyed by it still.
What most annoys you about it?
Hmm?
What most annoys you about it?
Um, it it feels it feels ridiculous to have my competition served up to me on a silver platter like that.
It feels ridiculous to have them served up to you.
I know that implies that it was intentional, that there was a puppet master.
Mm. Do you have regrets about your interaction with her?
No. Doesn't it feel like a cruel joke, though?
I wonder if you had taken advantage of the opportunity to sabotage her or in some way engender doubt in her about the position, or if you had done anything, how much more annoyed by the situation would you have been if you didn't get the job still?
Hmm? I don't know. W's I don't know in the chat.
Exactly. Tech Omega. Did you mean to request up? Possibly not. Most likely not. Definitely not. Appreciate you anyways. We know what the algorithm is doing to us tonight. We're at 52,000 likes already, which is, so. We could do better, but that's pretty good. And somehow it's only gotten 50 of us in I think the 50 of us in the room are, the best audience on TikTok. But how is it not coming across the FYP of more people?
Maybe you gotta drop me angrily and then the algorithm won't pick up on it.
Angrily?
Mm-hmm.
Angrily? When do I get angry, Philly? What the fuck are you even talking about? Are you ready to leave? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, that's not what I... Sometimes, though, when people get dropped, the drama.
Oh, the drama of dropping something.
Seems to...
Well, I mean, like, especially if they're in the middle of saying something like, what the fuck are you talking?
Oh. You did not just do that. Oh my goodness. Okay, Skeleton Man. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Looks like there is someone in queue, so maybe it worked.
We'll see. I think they're a phantom. I mean, damn. I was really hoping it would have worked. Maybe it'll work if I do it to you.
Again? Oh dear. Welcome to Philly's Live, everyone. Oh, darn it. Nope, nothing happened.
Nothing at all. Hello, Beef.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
I believe in myself, and I believe in what the world has presented to me. You know, it's so weird to me that like people would think that the world is like God is like
Is that
kind
why you
of
don't
telling you
believe
things.
in a God? Did you hear Philly's question?
No, I don't believe in God. No.
No, did you hear Philly's question?
Oh, sorry. I forget what it was. Could you repeat it? Sorry.
Why not?
Forget.
Why don't I believe in a God?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no evidence to assume that's true. I mean, evidence is kind of the most concrete way of determining things are true. You know, like that's how we have
Okay,
put
we
people on the
didn't ask
moon.
you what evidence. Actually, you wouldn't even have been describing what evidence is. But so you're saying because there isn't evidence. Can you think of what evidence might convince you?
Like some scientific evidence of like a miracle or anything like that. Yeah, something.
Scientific evidence of a miracle. What does that even mean?
What does it mean? I mean, you know, so like science, the beauty of science is that it has, compared to like belief and faith, is that it has a real world application to it. So
That's
like,
not what I asked you.
okay, well, I'm elaborating,
Are
but
you just trying to give a TED talk up here about like
okay.
science and evidence?
Well, you asked me a very vague question, so I'm
That
like
wasn't
trying to
really
fill the
that vague a
void.
question. You don't have to just
You
speak
said, what
to
does that
fill the
mean?
void. What do you mean fill the void?
Well, you said, what does that mean to a very vague question? So I'm trying to come up with
Do you remember what you said before I asked that?
Yes, I do. Do you?
What did you say right before I asked that?
Why don't you tell me what I said right before
I
you?
see.
Right.
So you're gonna do this.
Oh goodness,
Oh,
what
so you don't actually know.
I'm not
You're asking me a question, but you don't actually.
Why
So
is this?
Betho, why are you doing this? Like what is the matter with you right now?
What's
Are
the
you
matter?
capable of behaving like an adult in public, or are you just up here to kind of do some kind of, I don't know, condescending cockwalk?
It seems like you would have the answer as to what my question was. So, or my answer was. Could you just tell me?
Did you read
Like,
the screen before you came up? Who keeps doing that?
I mean,
He's doing it
you
to
keep
himself.
muting me. I'm willing to engage in a good faith argument,
didn't
but
mute
you keep
you.
muting me,
I didn't
and
mute you.
you're not answering the question you asked.
Fascinating. I don't think you're willing to engage in good faith conversation. I'm not the one muting you, but you should probably stay muted for a moment instead of trying to speak over me at this moment. So, did you come up here
I
to
wasn't
question?
muted.
Did you come up here to question your beliefs? Or did you come up here to act like an arrogant, pompous ass?
The only person who's an arrogant, pompous ass is.
Fascinating. What a condescending, arrogant. Let's continue. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of behaving like an adult, go ahead and request up.
How's it going?
Hello, city. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Absolutely, 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in a higher power, yes.
What does higher power mean to you?
A higher power to me means that instead of just being by chance and everything being existing in our universe, that there is some form of creator. Do you believe in a higher
See, for
power?
you, what I believe doesn't make a difference to the exercise.
Okay.
So you're saying that you believe that there is a creator.
Exactly.
And what does that mean, creator?
Well, if you want my honest opinion, I kind of lean heavily towards possibly a machine at this point, like a simulation.
Okay, what I'm asking is, what do you mean by creation? Like, what is this act? And you're saying now that there's a machine simulating.
Right. So if you look at the cosmos, right, and we use math in just about everything, when you try to explain all the planet programming. So I find it highly probable that just like a video game is simulated, different parts of a video game, you can get the same result on a higher scale, which would lead me to believe the creator would have to be machine or some advanced computer.
What scale?
What's that?
He said,
You just said like higher on the scale, but in how does cosmology lead us to like mathematics of ones and zeros, or
Yeah,
does
so
it
if
lead
you
us to relativity and quantum, which are like probability and relativity?
So when you take equations, right, you use equations to try to describe a lot of things, okay? When you look at physicists and they try to describe an equation, like you have pi, you have all these different things, right? When you come up with equations, when they're trying to do it to describe the universe, planets, spacing, things like that, they get a bunch of ones and zeros, which is
You
consistent
mean
to
a
what we know
bunch
is
of ones and zeros?
exactly
Like
as I said. If you look at
the
go ahead.
answer, if they tried to look at the orbit of a planet around a sun, you say they get a bunch of ones and zeros. What equation?
No. When they look at how they try to describe the cosmos as a whole, when they try to,
And they
yes,
get so when you say they get a bunch of ones and zeros, are you saying that there's an equation that leads to an answer that is just ones and zeros with no other
yes, sir. If you
integers
look at
used?
Tyson Neil deGrasse,
Would you have let me? Sorry, would you like to let me finish the question before you jump in and misidentify a physicist whose name is well known?
absolutely, go ahead.
Do you remember the question I was asking?
You were in the middle of asking it when I jumped in, so if you could please
Yeah, why
repeat
did you
it.
do that?
Well, I thought it was pretty funny. That's what we're doing here, right?
No, this is what we're doing. What the fuck is wrong with people? What the fuck is wrong with you?
People are on a tear lately of just saying something and then declaring that means that a probability is likely.
That was really pathetic. If you're not capable of behaving like an adult, if you're not capable of engaging, then why would you request up? To just give a TED talk full of your nonsense drivel that you clearly know nothing about.
Speaking of nonsense to drivel on about, which would never get me dropped from the panel because the nonsense that I drivel on about is about mermaids and how they have great fins and they never sleep because they never get tired, unlike humans. And the mermaids swim around the ocean.
sleep well, because, I mean, clearly you're not a mermaid. Or is she? Well, good evening, Blake. Nobody even said consciousness yet. How are you doing?
Oh,
I just got some fun Russian curse words playing chess.
Really?
Not that I have the ability to repeat them. I can not say a Russian word to save my life.
Well, I'm not sure if I would understand them anyways. I haven't practiced my Russian in months. Я не понимаешь по-русски. Well, maybe I do more than I understand.
How's it been going so far this evening?
Oh, it's been going all right. We've got simulation guy in the queue again. He's decided to request up. I wonder if he can behave like an adult this time, or if he's gonna talk over people and act like an ass. Welcome back, City. Can I get your
Thank you,
age
sir.
for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do believe in God.
And which god is that?
I believe in the Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've not read my Bible from beginning to end. I've just studied different parts that I found very intriguing.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
That's something I've honestly struggled with my whole life. Some of them, yes, and some of them, no.
When you say that some of them are not literal, does that mean that they are not true?
Well, I don't know if it's literal per se. It's just like some things that I find hard to agree with, and other things I do agree with. If you want an
So
example,
it's about moral objections to things.
exactly. On my end, yes.
Whether or not you agree events occurred as described.
Yes, sir.
That was my question. So there are no events described that you disagree with?
There are events described that I disagree with.
That you think did not occur?
No, they did occur. Sorry. I just don't agree with them.
Right. So there are things that your God is given credit for that you don't like, but not things that it says happened that you don't think happened.
Right. And it's kind of a tough spot to be in, to be honest.
So before we get to your moral objections to your own God, you believe things like the 6-day creation occurred, literally.
Yes.
Why?
Well, because if there was an almighty being of God, as described in the New Testament and Old Testament, that God created the earth in 6 days, and on the seventh day he rested, he would have the power to do so.
I'm sorry, were you not just up here speaking about simulation theory?
That was me trolling.
I see.
This is me being 100% open-hearted with you.
This is you being open-hearted.
So why, if there is a deity, you you basically said that if there is a deity, then why can't this story be true? But what makes you think that it's this story and not some other story?
It's not that I said that I disagree with what the Bible says. I don't agree with what was going on in the Bible and how it's said, right? Like, my moral objection, one of them is girls being impregnated and married at 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, pretty much as soon as they have a period.
Wait, I don't think you understood my question either.
That's definitely...
Where's that written in the Bible? Which verse?
If you'd like to give me a second, I'll pull it up for you.
Great.
Just give me 1 second.
And while he pulls that up, I'm going to thank everybody for tapping the screen 53,000 times. That's really awesome. Appreciate all those taps, all the 137 shares. The more we tap, the more we share, the more likely we do get someone who is curious enough or courageous enough to actually question their beliefs instead of acting like a troll one moment and then whatever the hell's happening now. I don't see how anybody can trust a word this guest says, believe anything they say, or take this as a genuine conversation.
Well, this is genuine, so if that's something that's not what you're looking for, I'm sorry.
So, I'm sorry I was still speaking, but did you find what you were looking for? Your genuine verse about what you described in exact detail. It says some horrendous things about the treatment of women.
If you'd like to look at Genesis 24:16, Numbers 33 through 5. That's
Why
another
don't you
one.
stop at one of those for a moment? So, what is the Genesis one that you?
Where it specifically talks about Rebecca. It's hard for... I'm swapping back and through between two apps, so it's hard for me to give you the full...
Are you familiar with the verse that you're sending me to?
Not that specific verse. There's a couple of them. One of them which
So
I am
why are
familiar
you
with.
citing it if you're not familiar?
Because you asked for where it is in the Bible.
What did I ask for specifically?
You said, where is it in the Bible that women, or were considered women, girls who hit puberty, were getting married and having children?
That is not what I asked.
I stated that girls were having kids and getting married at 9 through 13, and you said, where is that in the Bible?
That is not what you had stated.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, you didn't state that.
What was the statement? Can you please, since everyone here knows, what did I say?
We were talking about grape. Like, you were talking about where you would be okay with, shmishmorshin. And then you said 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. And then he asked, where was it in the Bible? And so you said, I'll get it for you.
I said that was a moral objection that I had with the Bible, first off.
Going off of that, I do have one question really quick, though.
Wait, why did you just twist my words? I said that's something that I struggled with.
That's what it sounded like, sir. That's how I perceived it. I'm sorry that you feel like
that's
your
wild.
words were twisted. But, so my question is can a minor consent?
No.
Okay, so do you think that a 17-year-old should be, if they get pregnant, that
it's up to that woman?
So you're pro-choice?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, one thing that was stated, he was stating moral objections to the Bible, and objections was that it said that women should get married at puberty as soon as they'd had their
That's wild.
I don't remember the exact wording, but
It is
wasn't
really
it that they
wild.
should?
It's not necessarily that
Wasn't it that?
should. It was common.
Well,
Okay,
it's
I
no
could have
the
sworn you said that it was that they should, and you were going to
yeah.
find that verse where the Bible said they should get married at puberty. That was what I was waiting for, was the verse that said they should, and now you're just saying it says they did. And
Yeah.
people did get married.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but yeah, based on not a specific verse, but just the Bible scholars who study that time period, that's what was happening.
So it was what was happening at the time. And that's
Right.
what your moral objection to the Bible is that,
Well, that and God flooding the earth, I don't agree with that either.
but you believe it happened.
I do believe that happened, yes.
But in your Bible, it says that if a woman or a girl, because let's be real, they were children. They were
Yes.
if she doesn't bleed on her first time, and that's to unalive her. And less than 43% of women actually bleed on their first time.
That would be another thing that I would have a moral objection to.
So
What
you have
about David?
Moral objection.
A moral objection of thinking that that's wrong. I don't agree that that's terrible.
Right. Understandable. So my questions originally, City, were not about your moral objections. We did get to this point, but I was asking about your literal interpretations of the Bible. So you believe all these events actually occurred?
I mean, I believe that Jesus Christ existed. I believe that he was sent
Right,
to death.
but back to the Old Testament, the questions were about creation, about Genesis, and then you went and said that you objected to these things, and I asked for a verse. But you do believe that the creation occurred, as written. Adam and Eve are the first humans.
I definitely, I can't prove it. Do I believe it? It's like I said, it's a toss up. That's honestly why I came in, is because at first when I heard you talk to the other guy, I was like, oh, this guy's just trolling everybody. But now that I can see there is actually deep conversation here.
Okay. So you believe, or you don't know if you believe?
Yeah, it's hard. It's something I struggled with my whole life.
So you're saying you don't know if you believe?
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a clearer understanding. You don't know if you believe in the Bible being literal.
Yeah, like, I mean, a guy being swallowed by a whale and living for a few days and then being spat out.
Like I'm getting contradictory answers.
Oh, sorry, I was just giving you another example of what I found hard to believe.
Right, but you believe it or not?
I believe in a creator, yes, and I would like to think that that is God.
You'd like to think?
I believe that that is God. I don't know how else to say it.
So you believe in... I guess I'm trying to understand. You believe that there's a God, and then I guess everything in the Bible is difficult for you, questionable morally, and you still accept it because you accept what, Jesus? Is it because you believe Jesus that you have to swallow the big pill of the Bible, and that's
right? And that's what I find difficult, very difficult. Yeah.
Why do you believe Jesus?
I believe in Jesus because biblical scholars, even ones who did not agree with Christianity, do have documents of his crucifixion.
And what document of his crucifixion exists?
So when you talk about, what is it, Pontius, I believe his name was?
Pontius Pilate.
Yes. So when you look at his letters, he talks about Christus being sentenced to crucifixion. And
I'm sorry, which letters?
Roman, I believe it was to the, I have to look it up. I'm not a huge...
Why don't you do that? I would really recommend that you
look up
give
me 1 second, please.
And see if it's a credible thing. and not just some, medieval propaganda.
Sorry, I misunderstood him. He wasn't quite clear.
It's all right. That's all right. It's okay. I was curious to see how he'd react to the misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I should have clarified sooner.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. It's interesting though that he says that he believes, but then he's questioning his belief, and he's only focusing like on creation, the flood, and stuff like that. But there's so many missing pieces.
Well, I'm focusing him on creation.
Yeah.
He's trying to talk more about his moral objections, and I'm more curious about what he actually accepts.
So I apologize. I was actually thinking of Tacitus.
Does he believe
Tacitus? I think he means Tacitus.
Yes, Tacitus.
What about Tacitus? What does that have to do?
A scholar who was not Christian, who did suffer.
So not the Pontius Pilate letters that are forged.
That was inaccurate. Yep, that's not well, it's not considered credible. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So then instead you looked for another source, and you
Yes,
found
sir. Yep.
Tacitus. And what do you know about Tacitus now?
I just know that he was another scholar, and he was non-Christian that did write about.
Scholar.
I believe so. He was a scholar that.
Sure. So now we're just kind of interviewing Google. Well, in Google AI, probably at that.
It says it's one of the strongest historical confirmations of Christ being sent to be crucified.
One of the strongest. So you're using Google AI, and you're looking for the strongest evidence because the Pontius Pilate letters were fake. That's what you were telling me about before. AI's overview that's telling you that Tacitus is one of scholars' most cited evidence.
Well, yes, and this stems from me watching a gentleman named Wesley Huff who talks about.
Let's stop for a moment, because this entire conversation has become just a large display of your dishonesty. I'm going to move on to a guest who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs instead of just trying to perform for the audience. What a strange display that was.
Very, very.
It's just, how can I stay on stage, I think, is his game tonight. He came up as a troll at first, talking about simulation theory.
Oh, he needed attention.
Mm-hmm. And in true 1 Peter 3:15 fashion, of course, became condescending and arrogant.
The thing that led him into the spiel about like mistreatment of young girls was me asking him what.
Right, because I was trying to ask, as I often do with Christians, about how literally they take the beginning of Genesis. It gauges a lot.
It does. I actually like how literal, just really quick story on how people take it. I have a niece who is 21 who was raised in the faith, and she, up until about 6 months ago, literally thought men had one less rib than women. Is that not diabolical?
Yeah, I hear people touting that as medical evidence of the Bible, and I'm like, that's just not even true. Like, we can count your ribs right now. Like, what are you talking about?
I like to kick back with, I was like, what's really weird is babies aren't born with kneecaps.
Yeah, I don't understand the rib thing. How did we even get to the point where any portion of the population thinks that we're currently short one rib?
I feel like sometimes I'm living in the movie Idiocracy. But yeah, it's what I have no idea. Well, actually I do. because my parents, as I think I've told you, my parents are very, very devout, non-denominational Christian. And my brother was the same way. And he basically, anytime they misbehaved, would pull them from public school and do homeschool on them. But they never really did the homeschool. So she finally got her GED, but there was just no education. And my own mother said that too much education will make you mad. That's wild, I know. So that's probably where that came from, which is wild.
Make you mad, like
Insane.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah. Yeah.
It just sounds like a way to scare people away from trying to learn.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
How can that? I just don't understand getting in that mindset. It sounds.
Yeah. Well, well, I don't have a relationship with her anymore, but I did get a college education. And so when I did have a relationship, when she introduced me to people, she'd be like, this is my middle one. She's the I mean.
Oh my. Can we share the live tour? No, I'm just. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods and actually can question it, which does not sound like a case, family member could. If you can question your belief, then go ahead and request a. I apologize if I struck a nerve there. You said that your relationship isn't good anymore. That you don't speak.
With my parents, yeah. No, yeah. I actually, not just my parents, my entire family, including cousins, aunts, uncles. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's because of, I think I've told you, but I am really sick. I have, and one of them is anaphylaxis. I have a dog allergy that is basically like a peanut allergy. Have been intubated and I've been in the ICU 13 times. And it kind of came out of nowhere. And my family does not believe that I'm sick. They say I have demons and that I am using my fake illness to not have a relationship with them.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. So I cut ties. Yeah. And it was the best thing I ever did.
Yeah, I feel you. I've also had an autoimmune disorder. I follow your story, and I don't have to be as hospitalized near as much as you or anything, but yeah, I feel you. It's a rough journey.
Yes. I mean, anaphylaxis could sound demonic when it's happening.
Very true. Very true.
I wonder what leads people to not be capable of questioning their assumption that it's some folklorish demons instead of an actual medical condition.
I asked her about that actually, and I'm like, how can with like you don't even question, like you automatically think that it's spiritual. I'm like, how can you do that? Like, how can you not question? She's like, it's easy. I just don't have to think, and it's easier that way. And that to me was like the most mind-blowing statement. Like, what? That it just, yeah.
Like she just lets Jesus do the thinking.
Yep. Like she's excited for the end times. I think I told you that we were gathered for the rapture for Y2K, but I forgot until I was because I've been writing a book. We were also gathered for the rapture in 1992. Because that was like, Yeah, because that was supposedly the 2,000-year mark from when Jesus, the whole thing went down. And so in 1992, there was this little cultish thing saying that the rapture was going to happen. So we were literally gathered for the rapture to happen and going into 1993 and from 1999 to 2000.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
What was that like to have no rapture occur?
Well, so in 1992, because I was, or no, I was 11, I laughed because I was like, what happened? Like, why are we still here? And then I got punished. So I got my butt beat for laughing that we didn't get raptured. And then the second rapture, I was pretty sure it wasn't going to happen. So I just didn't say anything. But they let me drink wine. So that was cool.
I
know.
Yeah, my family didn't believe in any rapture, so I don't know how to relate to that. Like,
it's
expecting the world is about to end and that you're about to get sucked up into the sky. And
yeah, and they're excited about it. Like, they're excited for apocalyptic end times, and it shows that people are going to be unaliving and all these different things in Revelation, and they're excited for that. They're like, I just can't wait till Jesus comes back. I just can't wait. And it's literally the most mind-numbing, after you hear it so many times, it's not diabolical anymore, but it's just wild, like the anticipation, and you're excited for people suffering. That is wild to me.
I remember once as a very young child seeing on the news somebody expecting that God was going to come in a spaceship, but that, of course, he was going to broadcast a message on a TV channel that wasn't in service. And so people were supposed to tune into that channel at a certain time. And I remember turning my little black and white TV to it, not expecting to see anything, and wondering what it would be like then to believe happen and see what I knew we were all going to see, the static.
And then afterwards where you're like, well, that was uneventful.
Yeah, I plugged my Nintendo back in.
Facts. Yes. Oh. Well, it's a pleasure to talk. It is midnight 30 here, and I think I'm going to go to bed. And so thanks for letting me up. I appreciate you guys.
It was good to see you, AK. Thank you for coming up with your questions. It was great. I hope we see you again soon.
Yes. Toodles.
Take
Later.
W's for AK Borealis.
And tell all the wildebeests that we said hi.
Hello.
Good evening.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't have the time.
That's unfortunate. So does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yeah.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
From what I've read, yeah.
Is there a reason you're shouting into the microphone?
I'm not shouting.
Okay.
But from what I've read, yeah.
And how much have you read?
Here and there, I hear say.
Here and there, what?
Yes, sir.
How much have you read was my question. Like, if you had to put it on a percentage of the Bible.
Like 30%.
30%. Okay. Have you read the beginning?
Yes, Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis. Do you believe the stories in Genesis to be true?
Yeah,
So
because it
6-day
talks about
creation.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah, 6-day creation and Adam and Eve. You think that is true?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that's true?
Because I can't think of any other way that the universe could have started. The Big Bang is just as unrealistic.
I didn't ask about the start of the universe.
That's why I believe in
talking
it.
about
You
Adam
said,
and
why
Eve.
is that true? That's why I think it's true. Because
Right,
I
we were
think that's
talking
the
about
start of
Adam
the
and Eve.
universe.
And the 6-day creation.
Yes.
You believe that's the correct order of things.
Yes.
When was the last time you read Genesis 1?
Or like 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Interesting. Do you have a Bible handy?
Do I have a Bible next to me? Yeah, I do.
And so you believe what is written in that Bible?
Yes, I do.
For Genesis 1.
Yes. In the beginning.
Do you remember the order that things were created in Genesis 1?
No.
You don't?
I mean, like, yeah, no, not really. Well, he said, "Let there be light."
Was that all he did?
No, then he made like humans and stars and the moon.
No, I meant on the first day.
Oh no. On the first day, he said, "Let there be light."
And that's all he did on the first day?
Well, that I know of.
That you know of. And then what happened on the second day?
And then he created the moon and like the stars. He created night.
On the second day?
All that I know of.
So in your Bible that you remember, he created light on the first day and then moon and night on the second day?
Oh, that I remember, yeah.
What did he do on the third day?
You lost me there.
Wow. So you don't remember that?
Wait, so yeah, no, I don't remember that.
What if I told you that he didn't create the moon until the fourth day?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised because it's a foggy memory I have about the Bible.
So you don't remember what he did on the second day then?
No, sir.
Which translation of the Bible do you have there?
The Roman says Roman Catholic.
Your Bible just says Roman Catholic.
Well, no, it says Holy Bible at the front.
And when you open the book up, does it say which translation it is?
Let me see. Okay, it says in the King James Version.
So it's a King James version.
I guess.
Well, you said it says in the King James. So is it a foreword or preface?
Well, yeah, it says containing the Old and New Testaments in the King James Version. And then it's the Bible.
I see. So if you opened it to Genesis 1:1, then it would tell you on the second day that he created a firmament.
Yeah, it says he created the heavens and the earth on the first day.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
I thought you said he just created light.
Well, no, I didn't know it said that. See, remember my I didn't remember. So now that I have the Bible in front of me, says he created the heaven and earth.
Is that what it said?
Yeah, that's what it says right here.
So it says he created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, it says in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
I see. So in your Bible, that's the first day.
Yeah.
And then he makes light.
Yes.
And then he separates the light from the dark.
Yes.
And he gives them names.
Yes.
Right. And then what happens on the second day? Was my question.
Let's see. It says, well, what's the second day?
It'll say the first day, and then it'll be the next.
Well, it doesn't even say, it says in the beginning.
The words, the first day, are in there. And then right after that is the second day.
But it says in the beginning. And then it just goes, and then it says the stuff about darkness.
Yeah. And then what is it? He calls them something.
Calls it day and night.
Right. And then what does it say?
Then he said,
evening and morning.
Yeah, evening and morning were the
And then what
first
does it
day.
say? The first day, there's the words I said. So you're just up here to be a disingenuous troll, right?
Well, I'm on the Bible right now.
Yeah, on the Bible. Fascinating. Blake, do you have any questions for this troll?
I mean, it's not trolling if I'm on the Bible.
If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. Did I give him too much time? Probably too much. I mean, we knew that was going to happen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey there, Joshua. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. Could I ask you a quick question?
Possibly.
So, I'm a Christian, and I really just can't reconcile with the fact that I feel like most Christians just kind of genuinely suck. And I'm just wondering if that is your experience, because I have to imagine that you speak to a lot of Christians.
I don't know that I've spoken to enough to say that, but
I mean,
of the ones
when I
I
say
speak
suck-
to, yeah, I
Sorry.
would have to say of the ones I speak to, there is a general, is what I would say.
I don't understand it, to be honest with you. Like, I guess I understand, like, if somebody is judgmental or something of the sort. But I mean, the name itself says that you're going to be like Christ, and he was none of those things. But
Can I
doesn't seem
give
like
you
people.
my
I would
honest
have to
opinion?
say, yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Blake, because, yeah.
I think
I'm sorry.
that that any belief system where you believe that you have the one singular truth and that bad things are going to happen to people that don't believe the way that you do is going to lend to a sense of superiority that you probably connect with.
Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. In fact, what you just said resonated with me pretty well, because I was just talking to somebody who claims to be a Christian, and he literally was speaking about regular people that just don't believe in the Bible as if they were demons or demon possessed. I was like, dude, you can't tell me that you think that people that aren't Christians are like demon possessed. Like, do you actually think that? And he genuinely thinks people that do not believe in God are possessed by demons. Like, it blows my mind, man. I don't understand how things got so far away from because the Bible doesn't even actually say that there's hell. At best, the Bible teaches annihilation, which is you don't go anywhere, you just go to nothingness.
It does give some mixed messages towards the end.
Yeah, I agree. So my belief system is I believe in fulfilled eschatology. So I believe that the book of Revelation is just like the dragon in the book of Revelation is the Levitical system of law. And basically, yeah, I don't believe, and the lake of fire they're talking about is the city of Jerusalem being burnt down. I think fulfilled eschatology.
Are you a preterist?
Yeah.
I see.
I think that if you actually read the Bible, like the whole Bible, the only thing that makes sense is preterism, because things just don't make sense. There's a prophecy in Daniel that leads you directly up to 34 AD when the church began. Like, it's pretty obvious. Jesus says that he's going to come back within a generation at the destruction of the temple. The temple was destroyed in 70, it says himself. So whether you believe the text to be true or not, reading it as a complete, I guess, library of books, the conclusion that it's fulfilled and completed, and there's a conclusion that it's fulfilled and completed, and there's nothing coming, But I'm pretty disheartened by people that claim to be like kind and loving, and they're just awful people. I mean, I resonate better with people that don't have the same beliefs as me, which honestly is completely fine with me. I don't think people have to think the same way I think to part of my life or influence my life or anything of the sort. But it would be cool to find like-minded people. Didn't suck.
Well, Josh, I think that you've stumbled into the right place. And if you follow the Thrayle's profile or Batcolyte's profile, you're more than welcome to join the Discord there. And
I've questioned Joshua before, but I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, if you like to.
I have, or he's been in the live before. I recognize the name. Joshua, how much of your Bible before the Gospels, before the New Testament, do you believe is true?
I think a vast portion. I used to think differently than this, but from what I'm coming to learn, like, Genesis is allegorical. A significant portion of the Bible is allegorical, and it's speaking of like Babylonian exile, like before the Babylonian exile and after the Babylonian exile. I do think that because there's books that are pretty much considered like history books, so like Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, books like that. I think that they do have some history that's probably pretty accurate in them. The prophets, I mean, the things that they say are going to happen do happen. People can debate on when they were written. That's fine. They could have been written after the fact. They tell a story. That's really what matters. And the story is that there's a group of people that, kind of are consistently not really doing what their God wants them to do. And I think at the beginning, God tries to make it easy, like just essentially be a good individual, like just do the right things, and that doesn't work.
You see, eventually he tries to make it easy.
Before the before the like Levitical law system is put in place, he didn't really have any like rules, so to speak. The only thing he really did was mark Cain. I don't believe Adam and Eve were the first two people. I believe that's all allegorical. I believe that that's just talking about God separating his covenant man from the rest of the people. When it says the Spirit is hovering over the waters of the deep, I think that's talking about people, not water. And
just to clarify, Adam and Eve isn't a true story, right? Or do you believe that it is?
No, not a true story.
There's no individual Adam and Eve. So what is the truth?
I guess it's possible, but yeah, that story is literally just allegory for God having a covenant. Adam would be like representative of like, you know, the grouping of people that he has a covenant with, and Eve is a representation of, well, Adam is a representation, of the original like messianic figure, the leader, and then Eve is representation, and Eve would be a representation of the actual body of the people. So like you could think of it as the nation of Israel, but it's before
the
Israel.
body of the people before Israel was the rib of the leader.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
I think that what it's trying to simplify is that there was a sacrifice in being like a leader. It required sacrifice. The same way that Jesus in the New Testament gets like stabbed in his side and he bleeds out. I think it's just a symbol that as a leader, you know, it's going to require individual sacrifice from the leader.
So in what way is that a sacrifice, though? Does it, like, is that willing? Does it describe Adam as sacrificing a rib in order for Eve to be? Is that what
it doesn't really? Yeah, it doesn't necessarily say that directly.
So there's no emphasis on sacrifice. Why would you add to the Bible?
Just looking at like taking the whole text into account. It's just a system that God seems to work with throughout the text. So like, you know, Adam,
God seems to work with.
Yeah.
What indicates God at all? How do you see anything other than humans writing their assumptions?
Sure. Well, you know, there's not anything other than that, right? Like, so like realistically, when you're reading the Bible, you're reading something that people wrote down, right? There's no, anybody that would argue against that is just being dishonest with themselves. Now, these people that were writing this down, I personally believe that they were completely sold out on what they were writing. I think that they totally believed what they were writing. I think that they had a carnal understanding of it, and I think they had a limited understanding of it because of the time that they lived in. My personal belief is that like an uncaused creator that is withholding intention is necessary for the origin of the universe.
Okay, before you
that's
go
a whole
into
different conversation.
Yeah.
I probably won't go into that. But that's what brings me to believing in God.
So before we even go into that, because you're still somehow in saying that this God is in the book, this uncaused creator, but you see that these are men making their best efforts to explain things they don't understand.
Yeah.
And making assumptions and even getting it wrong.
Certainly.
So, what is it that indicates a God in this book?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, honestly, when you read through the Old Testament, it feels void of God, honestly, truthfully. I think part of the reason for that, though, is because the Jewish people were void of God. They're very lost if you actually read through it, you know. And when you get into the New Testament and then you actually see like Jesus, because I appreciate Jesus for just the plainness of like what he was representing, like genuinely, like
Okay,
I believe
we've
that.
got to back up there. You said the Jewish people were void of God.
Yeah. Yeah.
How can
So
you make a statement like that?
okay, so I guess that sounds really anti-Semitic. Let me clarify.
Extremely.
Sorry, I apologize. I don't mean like current people anyway. I mean like the people in the biblical
Right,
text.
you meant
Like
them
who knows if this is
at
even
the time, the
yes,
Hebrews of the Old
yes,
Testament, the ones,
yes.
the
Who
ones
even
written.
knows?
Well, hang on. Let me ask my question.
Okay,
Is
sorry.
it the ones written about, or is it the ones doing the writing that were devoid of God?
Yeah, it could be both, right? I mean, they're
What
kind of
about
both the
ones
same, aren't
it
they?
was written for?
Yeah, so I think it's possible they were covering things up maybe in some instances, right? Like for
What do you
instance,
mean
like
covering things up?
so for instance, let's talk about the annihilation of the Amalekites, for instance, bringing God into the text in different areas, if that makes any sense.
What makes you think that these events even occurred?
It seems like most of the time when people are trying to disprove the historicity of the Bible, um, it you know they'll believe that, for instance, they didn't believe David existed for a pretty long time, and then they found a stone that was from a neighboring kingdom, and it said that they defeated the house of David in battle, and people argued for a while that it wasn't the David of the Bible, but then they finally conceded. So
you're not answering my question.
okay,
David existed.
okay,
My question about the
okay, I apologize.
in this case the slaughter of the Amalekites.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that's documented in history?
I would definitely have to look into that. I would assume not, but I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm not certain. I have not ever looked into that. It's kind of interesting. I might do that.
I don't know, or I'm not certain is a good answer. I'm not asking as from a place of knowing either. I don't know either. But I would
That's a
wonder
good question.
if it is documented or if there are other evidences for it, then are you saying that that would be God or these people using God as a scapegoat for their actions? And if there isn't evidence for it, as the other Joshua and Chatham suggests, then could it just be part of a larger narrative with another meaning that you have missed?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I would be disingenuous if I did not say that it's possible that, I mean, it's a huge text. So if I didn't admit that it's possible that there's something that I'm missing, then I'm just being dishonest, right? So absolutely. Yeah. I could definitely be missing something. You know, that's why for me, I feel like it's impossible not only to study, but to also like try to keep an open mind to things and make sure that I'm being honest with myself, checking myself, you know, with, you know, what it is that I'm believing. I mean, my beliefs have changed significantly, like ridiculously. Like, I mean, I talked to you probably like a year ago or something. And the first time I talked to you, I was like in a completely different place, but I was still open-minded, you know. One of the biggest things that's turning me off right now, though, is literally just the people in the church. I just think they're awful people.
I'm hearing you about that. I would wonder if doesn't the Bible say something about fruit and good trees
Absolutely.
and bad trees?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, in Galatians chapter 5, it says, if you're, essentially, if you're living by the way Christ lived, then you're going to express love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control.
That's not what I meant. Those are the fruits of the Spirit, yeah. I'm
Oh,
talking
you mean
about good fruit.
like the fig tree?
A good tree, what
Yeah.
is it? A good tree will not bear bad fruit. A bad
Yes,
tree will not
yes.
bear good fruit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying. And the question, though, is like, is this bad fruit that I'm seeing actually from people that are practicing the actual proper principles within the text? Or are they being judgmental and wrathful?
I'm sorry, so is it the principles within the text aren't the tree?
Well,
Could
I
the
guess
text, or taking the text as a whole, as a literal thing, be the bad tree?
yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. 100%. Like people that are. Go ahead.
Could the God be the bad tree?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like, I personally.
What to you indicates that this God of the Bible exists?
I mean, are you interested in hearing a tidbit of someone's story or not? If you're not, it's okay. But
I'm curious, before you, so you indicated earlier that you have some philosophical reason to believe it, or at least some reason to believe that there's a God creator.
Sure.
And I do want to question.
Okay.
I am curious, what indicates to you that whatever God, if a God, is the God of the Bible?
So I'm just going to be very brief because I know like people don't really like hearing these, but I used to suffer with substance abuse, and I was at a very low moment. I wanted to unalive myself. You know how the story typically goes for people. I know you've probably heard it a million times. Anyway, I hadn't read my Bible in quite some time, and I decided that I was going to read it. I opened it up, and I randomly opened it up to Zechariah chapter 3. I'm sure you see that my name is Joshua, and it just so happened that it said that Joshua was standing in front of the Lord, and his accuser Satan was standing there at his right hand, and that basically the angel of the Lord is telling Satan that he can no longer accuse Joshua, and he removes Joshua's filthy garments and his iniquities, and he replaces them with new clean garments. And obviously because of the fact that like I was thinking about unaliving, and I was at this really like low point in my life. I hadn't read my Bible in like 6 years, and I really like probably more than that. I walked away from the church and from my beliefs in God for almost like 8 or 9 years. And so, and then I called my mom, and she. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Before you go further, so just to clarify, you were at a low point, and you hadn't been faithful.
Yes.
But you opened your Bible randomly at your low point and saw your name.
Yes.
And your name being used in a story. And that led you to. Now you're going to say you called your mother, but this is indicating to you that the God of the Bible exists, because this passage has your name in it.
Well, it made my ears perk, right? So this was just kind of the start. Like it got my attention, so to speak. My mom, when I called her, then she told me that that was actually the scripture that she circled when she chose my name. And my dad told me about this recovery program. So, like 3 months later, I ended up going through recovery. And while I did that, I spent a lot of time like reading the Bible and stuff like that. And then, I ended up, I'm not going to give you all the experiences. It's just
right. Well, you're kind of going on along.
Yeah, I apologize.
Ways, but basically to say that you had your low point in addiction, opened your book randomly, found the passage your mother named you after, and you believe that that indicates to you, because you were somehow given this sign that the God of the Bible is real.
Like I said, it got my attention. I'm not gonna, like, there's a bunch of other things, but I'm not gonna even talk about it because
Right,
it'd take
you
way too
used
long.
your recovery, which I understand, if I'm understanding correctly, was a religious-based recovery.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
To read your Bible, and further indoctrinate your belief. So I'm not understanding what indicates that the God exists, just that you coincidentally found this verse that you happen to be named after.
Yeah. I mean, it can just be like a hell of a coincidence.
Like Christian indoctrination.
Sure. I mean, I don't disagree with that, right? Like I hear people tell stories that I think are insane, like all the time. So I understand. That's not the only experience.
I'm not saying that your story sounds in any way insane. It sounds, again, like you had a coincidence of finding a verse that you were named after. And other than that, you went through a Christian recovery program where you were further indoctrinated to believe. What about that indicates that the God exists?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say nothing from the program gave me any incentive that God existed. The way that I met my wife, it did, that felt, I don't know. I could just be being, whatever, but meeting my wife did feel like supernatural to me in a way. Like I really feel like my wife is the woman that was like made for me, and I never even believed in marriage. I thought marriage was stupid. But that could be a totally different thing, right? But to be honest with you, I don't, I need something to fill me up with love. Because I have really
Does
like
it have
not
to be
loved
the
myself.
biblical God?
I mean, that's what works for me. I've tried a lot of things, and I usually ended up the bottom of a bottle or something else.
Why does it have to be the biblical God, though? This particular structured deity.
I think just because I like resonate closely with who I believe like Christ actually was.
Christ.
Yeah, like.
So for you, it's that. Well, I guess. Why does it have to do with Christ? What about your? It's still the God of the Bible. So what indicates to you that Christ is real or God?
I think that the evidence that he was real is pretty solid. Obviously, the evidence that he resurrected and things, that's obviously not solid. You can't prove something like that.
Which evidence
well, you have
solid.
Like you have 1 Clement of Rome. It's written in 95 to 96 AD. Mentions Peter and Paul. Jesus, the resurrection, and the disciples. It's an outside source from the Bible.
So First Clement.
Yeah. And then Tacitus.
First Clement of Rome. So let's back up.
Yeah.
Was when? I'm not asking for you to give me a list of evidences. You said there's. So the first one you said was what?
95 to 96 AD.
And what is the evidence given there?
It's like, it reads pretty similar to like a letter that Paul would write to the churches. It's basically just talking about persecutions. It's probably underneath domination, I think, the Caesar. And then it talks about Paul and Peter being executed in the Jewish-Roman War. And it just kind of talks about the early church. But it reads a lot like an epistle would read.
Okay, so what about it indicates the truth of Jesus?
So in my opinion, the greatest overall evidence is from the Bible, but it's a prophecy from Daniel. It's a prophecy.
I'm sorry, I was asking about First Clement. What you brought up First Clement. What is it about that indicates Jesus was real?
Well, it mentions Jesus, and it mentions, it mentions Peter and Paul, who are, the leaders of the, the way. I'm not going to say the church, because the church was not really founded by them, but they were the leaders of they were sharing the gospel, I guess, so to speak, with people.
I guess I'm not understanding. You're saying it's written like a letter, but it mentions them and their execution, right? Peter and Paul. But what is it that actually indicates that this is evidence of Jesus?
I mean, it's written in the 1st century and it mentions Jesus.
It's written in the 1st century and it mentions Jesus.
Yeah.
It's written in 90, right? Or at least that's the date you said it was somewhere around 90.
Yeah. There's like potential for an earlier date, but
so
it's
like
disputed.
60 years after his death, and it has his name in it.
Yeah.
How does that indicate? I'm sorry, I don't understand how this one is evidence for Jesus existing.
Well, I don't think thinking realistically, right? Like if Jesus was genuinely just some dude from Nazareth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even understand why many people would even be writing about him. So the random ways that like Tacitus and Josephus barely mention him, it makes perfect sense to me, because they just thought that he was just some crazy dude.
Well, but it's not that they just barely mention him. It's that they're not writing about him, are they? Well, except Josephus, which is possibly a forgery there.
Well, yeah, you're right. So the book 18 of Josephus is like pretty much just consensus that it's like a forgery.
So
in book 20,
and then the thing from Tacitus is really just about the followers, right?
Yeah,
not
kind
even
of.
really indicating evidence of his existence, just that there are followers of this Christos, or Christus even, not even Christ. It's spelled in a way that indicates that it might be about someone else.
Yeah. Understand like the context of the story.
What was it that was rock solid evidence? You said at the beginning that there was rock solid evidence that Jesus existed, and I was just curious which that was. Because so far it's been first Clement, Josephus, and Tacitus, but what was rock solid?
Well, real quick, Josephus Book 20 does directly mention Jesus. It says, King Agrippa stoned James, brother of the one they called Jesus. And that's not argued to be an interpolation. Yeah.
Brother of the one they called.
Yeah.
So
and
that
Josephus
indicates that there might have been a person named Jesus, but not...
I mean, sure.
I mean, does it say that it's that Jesus, that it's the Jesus of Nazareth, the Jesus written in the Bible? How many people might have been called Jesus at the time?
With context clues, Agrippa was... Oh, hold on. I dropped my Bluetooth. Sorry. Agrippa was the one persecuting Paul a lot of the time. And then James, Jesus has a brother named James. So contextually, it would make a lot of sense that it's talking about the Jesus
said Jesus
from the
has a brother named James. Where do you
get that? The book of James in the Bible is written by Jesus' brother James.
How do you know that?
I mean, I guess I don't 100% know it, but there's not really reason to doubt it.
What indicates to you that it is?
I mean, I think I could go either direction, right? I could be super speculative and be very doubtful, or I could kind of see like what's laying itself out in front of me, what makes the most sense. And I don't see any logic behind completely creating the character of Jesus. I see logic behind creating the religion of Christianity, but I don't see any logic behind creating the character of Jesus. I would think that he would have been much more interesting than what he was if people were creating a story.
Do you remember the question that I just asked you? You just gave that very impassioned answer, but doesn't say anything about my question.
I apologize, man. Go ahead.
Well, you're saying that James is written by the brother of Jesus.
Oh, okay.
What indicates to you of that? Like, is there anything that indicates to you that that's his brother writing that?
Well, I mean, I guess it's just the consensus, I suppose, of scholars, historians, and the early church fathers. If I found good evidence against it, I wouldn't be opposed.
So it's just what you think the church has determined.
Yeah, but not just the church. Like,
which
it's
church
like
fathers?
I'm not even sure. I could look it up, but I'm not really sure. Like off the top of my head, I'm not gonna lie about it. I haven't really looked much into the Book of James. There'd be a lot of coincidences, though, you know? I guess one possibility would be James could have been written, like, way later after somebody read Josephus, but that would still not necessarily seem to make a bunch of sense. But
why not?
Well, so, like, when you read through Acts and the epistles, the gospels, none of them speak about executions of main characters, so to speak, like Peter and Paul, which we know they were executed during the Jewish-Roman War. And then on top of that, none of them mention the Jewish-Roman War, which is pretty odd, especially considering in Matthew and in Luke, Jesus delivers an Olivet Discourse where he basically says that the temple is going to be destroyed in 70 AD in Jerusalem. So you'd think...
So it indicates that he was... I'm sorry, what about any of this indicates that it was written before 70?
Well, I would think that if somebody was telling the story about Peter and Paul, the other apostles, like in the book of Acts specifically, um, that they would include the Jewish and Roman War and the executions of Peter and Paul. It seems that it stopped abruptly, potentially maybe right before the war, or something of the sort. My opinion is that they pushed the Gospels out quickly around 66 AD because they saw the war
who's they?
coming. Whoever was leading the church at the time, the apostles, the writers of the Gospels, I think
What if
they.
it was the Roman government?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought of that, right? Like, I just.
If you, so let's clarify. Why is it that you believe that Jesus was this Christ? Like, what does Christ mean?
Well, so I guess that means anointed one.
And
like I have a completely different opinion on his purpose than a lot of other Christians do.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I don't think that he like necessarily died for the sins of the world. Like most Christians think I'm a heretic when I say that. But he says it himself. He says that he came for the lost sheep of Israel. If any nation had a covenant with God, it was only the nation of Israel. It wasn't any other nation.
So then,
no other nation could sin. I guess sin's supposed to be a transgression of the law, right? So how could any other nation sin if they didn't have a law? It doesn't make any sense.
So then, he didn't die for the sins of the world. He just died for the sins of the nation of Israel.
Yeah. Yep.
So he didn't die for your sins. He doesn't absolve you.
Well, I'm not in a covenant. I didn't agree to abide by any law, right? So I can't sin.
What does that mean?
It means I just look at it as its literal translation. A sin is a transgression of the law. So if you didn't agree to any covenant.
What I'm getting here is that, you don't think that you're bound to the laws of God in the Bible not because Jesus absolves you, but because you just aren't from the nation of Israel who made the covenant.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't really answer my question at all about what Christos means, or Christ.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You said anointed. What does it mean to be anointed?
Set apart, holy, I guess.
Set apart. Are you sure?
Yeah, I believe so. I can look it up.
That's what anointing means. Is there a process of anointing that is setting something apart?
Oh, yeah, oil. Yeah, they use anointing oil.
Okay, so there's an oil that set something apart.
Yeah.
Did they use the oil on Jesus?
Yeah. He was.
When did they do that?
He was covered in alabaster oil.
Alabaster oil, is that anointing oil?
Oh, yeah, it was like the most
Where is that
expensive oil
written?
back then.
Sorry, when is it written that he was anointed?
see. I know most people think he wasn't, but yeah, he was definitely. It's Matthew 26, Mark 14, and John 12.
And that's when he's anointed with the anointing oil.
Yeah, so in Matthew 26, Mark 14, and John 12, a woman named Mary of Bethany.
If it's written.
Okay.
Right, so let's pick one so we can read one of them.
Yeah.
And check on it.
Okay, I like
As you're reading, just Google AI results.
Absolutely,
So Matthew 26. Yeah, you are. You're just reading Google AI results.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. I'm not trying to hide that. Sorry, I'm not. I just knew it happened, so. Which one did you decide on?
That he's anointed with oil. So you said Matthew 26 was the first one you mentioned. So which chapter? I'm sorry, which verse in 26?
Alright,
where's the oil?
It doesn't say the verse. I'll find it. It's Matthew 26.
Oh. But he's definitely anointed with oil here. With the anointing oil by a priest.
Yeah, looks like it's starting in verse 7. You want me to read it, or do you want to read it, or?
So you're saying in verse 7 where there came a woman with an alabaster box of precious ointment and poured it on his head. Is she a priest?
Well, I mean,
isn't I'm sorry, I thought the anointing was supposed to be done at a certain process. Like by it.
There is, but I don't know if I mentioned this earlier or not, but I didn't have an opportunity to even talk about this earlier, but the accuser of the brethren that people always think is Satan or the devil is the accuser of the brethren that's appointed and called the accuser of the brethren by Moses. It's the Levitical line.
The accuser of the brethren doesn't answer my question.
I guess what I'm saying is Jesus was anointed. Jesus was anointed separate from the Levitical line because the Levitical line was.
So he's not anointed according to the law.
Well, no, he is, because the requirement of the law is to have oil on your head. That's the thing. Like all of the things were.
That's the whole requirement. Sorry, what is the requirement of anointing?
Oh, I can look it up, I guess. Do you mind if I use Google AI to look it up? Thrayle?
I mean, that seems to be your. I prefer that you mute though. Compared to the keyboard sound. And while he does that, thank you guys for the 88,000 times you've tapped the screen. Really appreciate that. Also appreciate the 138 shares. Of course, the more of those shares we get out, and the more taps, the more likely that someone with a belief in a God or God who can question it will come along and actually question it instead of just Google AIing everything. It's sounding like, Josh, you're kind of stuck in your beliefs. I mean, I do hear there are questions there, but I'm not hearing how you're, like you have a certainty on this, even though you're having to Google AI your answers that seem to be, of course, geared to only feeding your interpretation. Are you capable of looking at contradicting scholarship?
Yeah, I do,
Or are you
actually.
just looking at what the Google AI says
No,
to
no,
support this conclusion?
I do
So,
appreciate the criticism, but I I the reason, like what I believe, the reason that Jesus was not anointed by the Levitical line was because the Levitical line was no longer following what he believed God wanted them to do. When they split at the Maccabees, yeah. But I do like understand.
So you're saying
what
there
you're saying.
was. You understand which part of what I'm saying?
Well, you're basically saying that it seems as though the information that I've sourced could potentially be pretty biased, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to look at opposing viewpoints. Is that what you're saying or no?
Yes. Especially when you have this, well, what you've already called a heretical position, that seems to, well, contradict scholarship on many sides. And I wonder why.
Well, what's interesting is when you start to actually dig deep into it, it doesn't. It's actually like exactly what the Bible is saying. And obviously, it's taken me probably around 8 months to kind of put a lot of this together. I'm still learning a lot, so there's no way I could explain it right now. But the reason that I've adopted it
Sorry,
as
in 8
kind of
months, you've come to know that this is exactly what the Bible is saying.
No. Like I said, I still have a lot to learn. But
in 8 months,
I guess what I'm saying is, I should clarify. Let me clarify. The way that I'm reading it is for A, what it says, right? Not adding or taking anything away. And then B, in the context of the way that the individuals that were writing the text would have read it.
You've been adding and taking away from nearly every part of the Bible that we've talked about.
How so?
Well, if we go all the way back to your interpretations of Genesis, you add and take away Adam. You added in his. You added in. I'm trying to remember the exact part.
Yeah. I told you that the waters. I believe that was people.
You added in his sacrifice of a rib for Eve, which would have been him being a first Hebrew leader that then sacrificed some part of himself for his people, which was Eve. You're adding in a whole lot here, so how is it that you're not adding and taking away? If Adam and Eve aren't actual people, and now Adam's making a sacrifice of a rib instead of just having a surgery performed on him without his say-so.
Well, so the rib part that you asked me specifically, I actually have not even thought about that part yet. So what I've been doing is in Jeremiah chapter 4, he's talking about the exile, and he says that in the words of God that he looked upon the earth, and it's the same word used in Hebrew, eretz, and it was formless and void in Jeremiah 4 when it's talking about the exile. So
why would it do that?
Exactly, right? Why does it say that? It doesn't seem to make any sense if it's talking about the earth.
Wait. You're saying it doesn't make any sense?
Well, yeah, if you're just thinking
that it would call back.
Yes, right? It doesn't seem like if he's talking about them going to exile, Why is God saying, I looked at the earth, and behold, it was without form and void, and the heavens had no light? Why would he say that? It doesn't make any sense. Like, does that mean the sun's not in the sky, the stars? Doesn't make any sense. Well,
You're,
go ahead.
so you're choosing, after all of the figurative language in the Bible, to take that moment to say it's literal.
No, you're
That
right.
God's
It is
saying there's no
figurative. You're right. You're right. That's what I was realizing. It is figurative. It's the same exact language. Like almost every line of it is the same as the first 4 lines in Genesis.
So,
and then in
I'm
Revelation.
sorry, but what is
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
journey that, can you get to the conclusion of this journey that you're leading us on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to talk too long.
You're just basically giving me a TED talk that kind of veers away
Yeah, I
from
know,
whatever
I know.
question I had asked you.
You're right. I do that a lot. I'm so sorry. It's not
big
intentional. Sorry. It's not intentional. I'm sorry, man. What specific question do you want me to answer?
You're telling me now that there's repeated themes where they call back to certain phrases used in Genesis.
Yeah.
But this is you responding to you adding and taking away to the Bible.
Okay. Okay.
How is it not
So-
you adding and taking away when you're getting rid of Adam and Eve as actual people and inserting Adam's sacrifice of a rib for his
good question. Good question.
for his people that are called Eve somehow?
So there are a lot of people, a lot of scholarship that believe that Genesis is meant to be allegorical. I started reading literature about that. There's one specific book that I read that's called Beyond Creation Science, but I've also, talked to a lot of people that have been studying it. I don't know. You guys maybe even had like I Am Time on here. Roger, has he ever come on here?
I don't know. Is the allegory in Genesis, is it complete throughout? Is there no literal story in there? When does it become literal?
I would say the line of Seth and the line of Cain are real lineages. The ages of the people are because later on in the text, like in Numbers 24, there's a reference to Seth, like to people from the line of Seth, and then you have the Canaanites and things like that later in the text that are like the whole group of people that come from Cain. The Gentiles technically, according to the text, are coming from Cain. So
Why would it not have been? Why could this not have all been written later and used the story to signify the political rifts between people at the time?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. There's a lot of evidence that.
So then, what indicates that there was a real person named Cain that was, in any way, the character from the Bible?
Sure. I would be okay with like if I found out that he wasn't named Cain. That wouldn't I would imagine if he was spoken of in like Mesopotamian or Sumerian texts that he would have a different name. That would be not surprising to me.
What makes you think there's a he, like there's a singular individual?
Yeah. Well, okay. So, yeah, that's a valid point. I mean, the Bible has a single individual. He's got a story pretty similar to the god Osiris, to be honest with you.
My question was, when does Genesis become literal?
Okay.
Or does it? Or does it not?
I believe that the creation story is talking about the creation like of the first covenant with man, and then
You've
after
already
the
said
creation
that.
story. Yeah, and then after the creation story, I believe that it's talking about lineages, the ages.
You think the lineages are real?
Not the ages, no. but I do think that it's possible that the names of the individuals, on the same note, the names of the individuals conveniently mean, like, I'm going to be messing this up a little bit, but they basically tell the whole story of the Bible.
Yeah, you're probably
Well, I
misinterpreting.
could tell you, but
gonna bet you're using a mistranslation of a few words already. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, hold on.
All heard it. So you don't remember. So you're gonna tell me with the loud keyboard that it's very loud. So you're gonna tell me, it's almost like you take your microphone and set it next to the keyboard to type.
I'm sorry.
Is that what you do?
No.
Okay. So you're going to tell me that certain words, certain names in this lineage mean something, and that it's going to tell the story of Jesus.
Well, I mean, I think that it is evidence that it was probably like written later. That's what I'm saying. It seems like it was written at least after the Babylonian exile, probably. But I mean,
so then the names might not even be like a real lineage.
Yeah. Yeah. Because when you read the names,
you remember the question that I asked you that keeps leading to all of this whole your dumping of supposed knowledge.
Sure.
When
it
does
seems like I'm adding
Genesis
things and taking things away.
become real, or does it?
I mean, I feel like that's a difficult question.
Is any of Genesis true?
I can't even remember really what the end of it is. I believe Genesis tells the story. I think that it's possible that the story of Joseph could be somewhat true. But it's also got a lot of allegory in it. And then like Noah's Ark, I mean, obviously, I don't think that the whole earth got flooded and every animal went onto the ark. I think there's a lot of evidence for localized floods. So it could be a story that's just been, exacerbated or whatever. So saying,
couldn't the whole book be that?
Yeah, definitely. That's why it's such a hard question. I'm not necessarily certain on it, It does kind of seem like it was written after the exile and could be allegory for them kind of to tell their kids stories of like what it was like before the exile and then God's promise of what would happen to them again after the exile. I see that as well.
So then, if it's that, then would any of it be true? Would any of it even really be a story of God?
Again, no, like not necessarily. This is really just going to be a story about a nation that believed, most likely, that they made a covenant with God. At a time when pretty much every surrounding nation, had other gods. So it's not super surprising.
let's shift focus. You said that you believe there is some creator of all.
Mm-hmm.
And that is partially why you even believe that this biblical God could exist.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? A creator?
So my idea of what I believe the universe like necessitates is not necessarily the God of the Bible. Just to clarify. But I believe that something this coming from nothing, it's obviously illogical, right? I think we could probably all agree on that.
I don't know.
I think that, well, I guess that's my opinion.
What does it mean when you say that something created? What does that mean?
So, I mean, I can't really conceptualize it completely, but the best way that I could put it, something would be, outside of time, a mind of sorts, outside of time.
What does that mean, outside of time?
So it's an existence outside of the space-time that we currently are in. And time is not happening.
You say it's an existence outside of the space-time we are currently in. So
yes.
Outside of this space-time, do you think there is another space-time?
So no. As soon as it becomes
time there.
Not yet.
So
now, obviously, sorry, go ahead.
Well, you're saying that something exists there.
Yes.
What indicates to you that there's anything outside of time?
The idea that time needs a beginning.
Where did you get that idea?
So you can't traverse an infinite timeline and come to a finite point in time.
What do you mean traverse?
So if an infinite amount of time is passing in the past, the present, and the future, you can't get to a completed finite point.
What do you mean?
No one can. It's not possible.
So how do you traverse time?
So think of it like this. So mathematics has
how do
potential
you,
infinity.
Joshua, traverse time?
Oh. I just exist, right? I just age over time.
Okay. So when you're talking about infinite time, right? You're saying you can't traverse infinite time.
Yeah.
What's traversing infinite? Stop. What's traversing infinite time?
Getting to any finite point in time.
Getting to from where?
So the point we're at right now, that's the point.
But from where?
You can't get there from anywhere.
You're not hearing me.
There's no beginning.
So that's just it. There's no beginning, but you're not hearing me. From where?
So
if you're saying that you can't traverse it, then you're indicating a beginning and an end. You're traversing.
So
but stop.
Let me give you an example.
But stop.
Okay.
I don't need you to talk over me to give me an example. You're clearly not even hearing this.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I apologize.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So, traversing time indicates that you're going from a point to a point. When you say you can't traverse infinite time because there's no beginning, that doesn't even follow. What is your beginning point that you're talking about?
So I try to kind of keep things grounded with origins of the universe, when I'm thinking of this.
You try to keep things grounded by assuming. I don't know what you mean.
Well, whatever evidence we do have, right? So we're fairly certain about the Big Bang, like that it happened, that it was a thing. So the time that it takes from that point to get to where we're at right now.
Okay. From that point, the point of what? When you say that point, what are you talking about?
The Big Bang, for instance.
What is the Big Bang? What point is that?
I mean, nobody really says it's the beginning, because I think that right now people are afraid to say the beginning of time.
Why would they say, I'm sorry, but you think that science is afraid of saying the Big Bang is a beginning?
I do, yeah.
You think they have enough evidence to indicate that it's a beginning, but that they're just afraid?
No.
Okay, then
No. I think
why would you think
let me
fear is a
reword that.
factor when science doesn't make declarations without evidence?
Misconceptions. That's what I meant by that. Like, I think that they think if they say it's the beginning of time, people will think that they're stating that, like.
You just completely ignored my question. Yet again.
Okay.
You're just
I'm sorry.
trying to state what you think, what you assume, without hearing the questions that challenge the assumptions you're making, because you're not interested in questioning, Joshua. You're interested in telling us your unique view and how you think it's a really nuanced, awesome thing, but you're not actually questioning anything that you've assumed. You hear my questions, and then you jump to say your next assumption.
That's fair. I do that a lot. I respect it.
I think Blake had a question.
Yeah, I was kind of going to follow along was thinking along the same lines as Thrayle, is that, but, well, you asked most of the infinite questions, but so, like, with the Big Bang, do you know why we can't, like, assume anything beyond, like, the Big Bang? Why people aren't drawing a conclusion about, like, before that?
My belief was that we can't see past the Planck field. So what we have observed, we've formulated.
We can't see past the Planck field. We can't see past the cosmic microwave background.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a signal obscuring before that, correct?
Yeah, that was my understanding of it.
Yeah. So would it be, since we can't see past that, would it be inappropriate to assume that we know what's going on past that?
Absolutely. I agree.
Does science make assumptions as proclamations?
No.
Wait, did you say we should make assumptions or that we shouldn't?
I don't think we should make assumptions.
Okay, my bad. I misheard you. I was like, wait, what?
It's all right.
So then it's not like a fear thing, or they don't want to get their hands dirty by making it sound like God or the beginning, because it's not that they have or that they're hiding from it. It's that they don't have a reason to declare it, right?
Yeah.
So then what about the Big Bang to you indicates a beginning?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's certainly a beginning. I would say that it's just a starting point that we can witness.
Isn't a starting point just I'm sorry, isn't that just another way of saying beginning?
Um, yeah, I suppose maybe I could say that, and that's why I said I feel like science talks about it carefully. I didn't mean they were scared of figuring out something. I meant they didn't want to confuse people.
So
It's
when you're saying beginning or starting point, like you were indicating that you see something there that is a beginning. But what is that point that science would point to and say is the start?
It seems that there's several different models at the moment. I think there's um, ideas that there's like expansion and contraction. So like it's almost like it expands and then it contracts on itself and then expands again. And
Sounds
then
rather perpetual, like
yeah.
something that might be infinite.
Yes, I agree, but
So that's where, when you were bringing up like blank time and a little bit of stuff, that I think that you were just like conflating two things a little bit there, because there is where, when we get down to the very small and the very early, our mathematics begins to mess up. You start to get, oh, this equation isn't working, answers that don't make sense and stuff like that. So is that pointing to a beginning, or that we need to refine our like models, or like would that be pointing to a beginning, or would that be pointing to we just don't know more than anything?
well, yeah, of course, I would say it's we don't know, right? That's why I try to just focus on what we do know.
So like what we do know, like when you're talking about traversing infinite time, like no individual thing needs to traverse infinite time. And like saying something is infinite doesn't mean that it's like inaccessible. Like the distance from you to your phone, you can subdivide into an infinitely small number of steps. But that doesn't mean that you can't reach out and grab your phone, even though you're technically traversing like an arbitrary infinity that you've created as a concept, as to like having an infinite number of tiny points between you and your phone. Does that make sense?
Sure, I mean, I would view that like as a mathematical potential infinity. Like I think there's like an infinity between like 1 and 3 or something, like 1 and 4, 2 and 4, or something like that mathematically, right? Um, so that's what I would view that as, and yes, that's possible.
Like, for example, the number line itself is infinite, but we can get to a specific point on the number line. Like any kind of like coordinate system that you set up technically could be extended out to infinity. That doesn't mean that you can't like get to a specific point from where you are on that grid system.
So, are you familiar at all with like, I mean, maybe not, but there's a mathematician who was very intrigued by what he called actual infinities. So, it'd be an actual. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Blake, you forgot to ask a question, so now he's going to make another point.
I gotcha.
Sorry, Joshua.
Does that make sense?
Sorry, can you repeat that? My earbud fell out of my ear for a second.
No, I was just tagging on one of my cop out questions where you either go, no, or does that make sense?
I've noticed a habit, Joshua. You like to fill the silence with something that makes the point rather than hearing the question and letting it actually, I don't know, sit in the I don't know. Does not
It's
knowing
valid.
scare you?
No. But I do have a extreme desire to learn things and know things. I always have for some reason.
Have you ever heard of the Hilbert Hotel?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the guy I was gonna bring up. That's George Cantor. That's one of his models, or it might be the guys after him. But isn't it basically like there's a hotel that has an infinite amount of rooms?
Infinite rooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was Hilbert's idea originally, but Hilbert was a mathematician and philosopher. But I was just gonna say that if you like to learn, that's a good way to learn about infinity.
So,
yeah.
Before we go any further, I gotta thank KD. That's what happens when I'm looking at the wrong screen. Thank you, KD, Claire, Sonale, also Dash, Tricerabere, and Martha Steele. Thank y'all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you. And I think, Joshua, we've been at this for quite some time, and I think we're ready to move on. So,
okay.
While I appreciate you answering the questions, maybe another time we'll have more for you. I just feel like the more we ask, the more we might get you digging in rather than questioning.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate you being straight with me, though. Thank you for that. For real. It made me think.
Appreciate you.
Have a good day.
I hope that you keep thinking, and I hope you keep questioning. And maybe we'll see you again soon, Joshua. Take care.
Yeah, W. Josh is in the chat. We're hitting some friction, but they were being super respectful.
Honest with his answers, though often, I think, rather than answering the questions or even really focusing on where his answers lacked.
Are you speaking? Your audio like cut out. Oh, there we go. That makes sense. Well, while Thrayle is reorganizing themselves, Carol, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Carol, can you hear me?
We'll set her down.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if he's just having a lot of fun with that lower jaw right now. If their mic stopped. Well, while Thrayle is stuck in the ether, I can talk more about David Hilbert. David Hilbert was a German mathematician and philosopher, and he did a lot of really cool theorizing around the infinity. And you should look into it if you're interested in not more than just one thing and sets of it.
And I'm back.
Wahaha. I took over and taught people stuff, Thrayle.
Oh no.
Also, good morning, Jimmy. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Jimmy. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm just waking up. Yeah. Spring break. My kids are home from school, and been spending as much time as I can with them.
Oh, that's sweet. You guys getting into anything fun?
Oh, nothing radical. Just going out for brunch and taking walks around the lake, and it's nice. Some video games.
Very nice. My nieces are still too young for school or spring break, so it's like not a thing in my life right now.
Well, if you keep feeding them, they grow up.
I'm apparently giving Heather Brady Bunch flashbacks, so I'm going to keep looking at the boxes more.
Does that make you Alice?
I think so. I mean, if I was in the middle, I think there's a way to do that.
There's definitely a theme song parody in this somewhere.
Yeah, if we did that, then I could. Yeah, but this looks really bad on the FYP. This layout is broken. Yeah.
It's the skeleton is very large.
Yeah, I'm really big now. I don't like this. I've forgotten how to fix it. That's why it's taking so long.
That's not bad.
No, we could also do this one. Oh,
yeah,
that broke it.
There's no 9 square. That would be. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there's a 9 square one, but then I can't be in the middle.
Blake is Alice.
Yeah, Blake is Alice. Let's fix it. There we go.
Here's a story of a lovely Skelly.
It's very good.
Who really just wants to question your beliefs.
Mm-hmm. If you believe in gods or some other.
Wait, who is Cat calling Goofy?
I think us.
All of us.
Yeah. It's also such an old reference, right? It's like Dinosaur-esque.
Well, cat is old.
Yeah, something like here's a story of a lovely Skelly who's bringing up a cat and bat.
Well, so for the line, all of them had hair of gold like their mother, I thought substitute gods for gold and something other for mother. But I could be overthinking it.
Yeah, you might be overthinking it.
Or we just change it to silver because Thrayle is giving a mother with those like X-Men silver highlights along the front.
We've got a new guest. Hello, Psychoantidote. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm a 39-year-old dude.
A 39-year-old dude. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, dude?
Like I started off as a Christian, all the different types of Christian, and then I became an atheist, and now I'm kind of somewhere in the middle where, I didn't believe that God existed before, but now I believe that there's enough of a presence inside the minds of individuals to kind of create an actual thing that does kind of exist, whether it's not physically, but, like I said, like a concept in the minds of people that nonetheless has an influence over the real world, right? And we call these things egregors or tulums, or an egregor. That's what people like to call them. But I think it's pretty safe to say that if you get enough people thinking about the same thing all at once, it creates like a collective kind of consciousness. And that's what I consider a god to be now.
Mm-hmm. So your God is the concept created when enough people believe in the same thing.
Or just one person, really. I mean, it only takes one person. You can make up as many gods as you want.
So a god is just the concept.
Yeah, it's like an idea. It's like
you
an
driving a car right
alternate personality or an internal personality kind of thing.
I'm sorry, are you driving right now?
No, I'm just chilling in a bank station.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that you have enough people take on the same God, you got a pretty powerful thought form there. And it even has,
So
a personality and whatnot,
To stop for a moment, so thought form, what do you mean by that? What is that?
Like, specific thought with specific characteristics and kind of, or an idea with specific characteristics repeatably. They might have some variation between individuals.
If you have three people all believe in the same God, do you think that they all believe in every aspect of that God the same way?
No, like I said, there's going to be variations, but there's also going to be major arcana that kind of stick throughout the...
What is arcana?
Something that's true across, different places, different spiritual beliefs, kind of...
Something that is true?
Something that's shared across different spiritual beliefs.
Something that is shared. Is it something true or something shared? What does arcana mean?
Something believed to be true. Something subscribed to, yeah. And I'd say that, something that people kind of collectively subscribe to, not necessarily true.
What does the word mean?
Arcana? I think it means like kind of old. kind of like the old ways of the original. Is kind of what it hints at. But it's a good question. I actually don't know what arcane actually means.
I guess while he looks that up, thank you guys for the 112,000 times you tapped the screen. That's really awesome. Appreciate all those. And all the 140 shares. Of course, the more of those we get, the more likely we'll get someone who's actually got a belief in a god or gods, something like that, and capable of questioning it. Not quite sure that's what we have here.
Well,
but he's not even in the app anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's too early. It's not a debate, but I could maybe steel man this a little bit, because I think there is a point in there that's almost a belief, which is it's the same relationship we have with money. It's like rather than a metaphysical thing, it is a game or activity that if enough people play, it does exist, in a sense. Does that make sense?
Fiat currency, right? Like fiat currency instead of money.
Is that what your god is then? A fiat currency?
Yeah, it would be fiat, I guess. Would be a good way of putting it. Yeah.
So to clarify, you don't believe any actual gods exist, just these egregores.
Right. Yeah. My mind is open to the idea of spirits and demons and angels and gods and all that stuff. I just haven't seen one yet. And I haven't seen anyone with enough mental stability to demonstrate any trustworthiness when they say they've seen one.
What would compel you to believe in a god?
Repeatedly observable evidence.
Can you imagine what evidence you might expect to see?
I'm sure, big Erica Kirk fireworks and fireballs and lightning strikes and, control over the elements and all kinds of just wild powers. I mean, it's kind of hard to distinguish an alien from a god if you were to actually see one. But yeah, I'd expect a nice light show.
Fascinating. So that's the kind of evidence you would expect if a god existed, is light shows and something fantastical. If you saw these fantastic light shows every night for, I don't know, a week, and it was tested each time that this was something inhuman and unexplained by science, if you somehow had the evidence, what about it would compel you that it was a god? Like, what would you need to be compelled it was a god?
I suppose it would need some omnipotence. It'd have to be able to answer any question I asked. It'd have to demonstrate, crazy amounts of power. Yeah, just something. I mean, it's an interesting question. What qualifies as a god if you saw one? Because none of these things actually ever show the fuck up to get tested. But I would consider, it leads to another question I have, which is, what is a god? And I came up with like 5 different definitions, and I would consider something to be like an order of magnitude more powerful to be godlike, to just look and feel like a god, right?
Interesting. I think you might be a little distracted by the driving that you're not doing, because you misstated my question and then asked your own.
Yeah, I don't feel too distracted. I'm saying that the qualifiers for a god would be like
He almost said he's not driving, but he wasn't going to lie again.
Yeah, it's against terms of service. Just come back when you're not driving.
That's right. Tap. Tap for road safety. Thank you, tape traders.
Okay, definitely stop texting in the chat while you're driving.
Right?
Like, Jesus Christ.
I'm having a great morning. I just ate a bunch of blueberry donut holes while you gibbered on about not stuff you obviously didn't know what you were talking about. Sipped on my blueberry coffee. It's really good.
Thrayle.
Skull.
What is your favorite berry?
Blueberries.
Okay.
Obviously.
I'm just experimenting on you.
It would have been funny if I said bananas, wouldn't it?
I'm just so the opposite, where if I'm asked a favorite, I instantly am like, oh yeah, no, that's the thing that, like, I would go to instantaneously.
I thought about giving my answer, which is normally to anything somebody asks about favorites, but lately I've recognized that I do enjoy blueberries more than most. Currently, my favorite.
Yeah, I was just
Still
wondering if
have
I
no
got.
idea what a favorite color is.
Sorry, I think I need to drop down and come back. I got bad lag right now.
No,
but,
it's me. I didn't mean to talk over you.
But yeah, I was like, maybe if I get specific enough, it'll capitulate to a favorite.
Yeah, as far as berries go, I mean, that's an easy one. How many things that people call berries are actually berries?
So wait, bananas are berries?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to mute while my head.
Yeah, because berries come from compound flowers. I might be getting this wrong. So, Kat, if you're awake, yell at me and tell me the right answer if I'm getting this wrong. I believe that is that they come from like compound flowers, meaning that there's like more than one ovary per flower, and so that's where you get the bunch of it. But then there are like things that look like that are not, like where you get like a cluster of flowers, or like strawberries that are just really weird and then push their seeds out to the
Strawberries aren't
outside.
berries at all.
Yeah, they just where they're literally put their insides on their outsides. Like, they're weird.
How's that for you, Jimmy? Strawberries aren't berries. Bananas are.
What are strawberries?
Strawberries are Hellraiser fruit.
Hellraiser. Good. Yeah, I know. They look like them. What about coffee?
It's technically a bean, I believe. It might be a fruit, but
there is a fruit.
Some of them are weird like that, where it's like where like it's like some things that are like legumes versus other things that are called beans. Because like I believe the true beans are the legumes, which includes everything from like wisteria to like snap peas to like some other weird things that you wouldn't think about. I'm trying to think of a weirder one than wisteria.
So, but this isn't one of those things where you can say like there's no such thing as fish as a like a group. There are rules for berries, right? And I just
There
don't
are
remember.
rules. Yeah. So like an avocado is a berry.
Ooh. Avocados and bananas are berries.
Yeah, and tomatoes.
Tomatoes are berries. Yeah, then I totally don't understand the rules.
And grapes.
Grapes are
Yeah.
berries. That somehow makes sense, but
Berries develop from a single flower's ovary and then splits in. So I was getting it a little wrong. So it starts from a single flower's ovary and then splits into different fruits. Like where strawberries and raspberries are aggregate fruits, which are like they're separate ovaries that are just close together.
Yeah, they're not berries. Blackberries, raspberries, strawberries. Those aren't berries. They're just fruit. Avocados are berries.
and figs.
Are figs berries? I don't know. It's a good question.
Oh, okay. You wanna have your mind blown?
Already done, but go ahead.
Figs are like have their flowers on the inside of the thing that we call the what becomes the fresh fruit. Wasps fly into it, live a life cycle inside of there, and then only some of the wasps come out, and I believe like the females come out, and they go live in a different fig. So they're like this whole fruit that has developed into a symbiotic home for wasps.
And I looked it up for you, Jimmy. Figs are not berries.
Okay, they're fruit.
Yeah, they're a different kind of cluster fruit.
But apparently we're eating wasps.
Extra protein.
Yeah.
I mean, figs are inverted flowers. But while you've pondered that, hello, Bassoon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, you'll need to unmute your mic. Bassoon, did you mean to join us? Are you there? Well, okay. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, that is really what we're talking about, though. We've been questioning Jimmy's understanding, his belief of what a berry is. Without really asking him anything.
Yeah, I've been calling things the wrong things.
Yeah,
Learned the
you can
same.
just be pretty safe calling most things that you're eating from a plant that's not a vegetable, a bean, or a fruit, because the The fruit is just was the once the fleshy part of the ovary of the plant, and then the legume is a seed that develops. Those are mostly what we eat that is vegetables.
Jimmy, one more berry that might blow your mind.
Okay.
Technically, more berry than strawberry. Pumpkin.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? But it's just the wrong shape and size. Yeah, I realize. I think that my only definition of berries before was just very small fruits.
Yeah, that's what it doesn't really get used a lot in like um botany, because yeah, it technically could be like most fruits that it could be a lot of fruits, so a lot of times just gets applied to like the um small fruits. And um I was gonna say perennials, but no, people call nightshade berries too. Yeah, so usually it's kind of like a more culinary term than botanical a lot of times.
Well, eggplants and watermelon. That's all right. I mean, whew.
I think the fig facts were pretty interesting. It's
Yeah.
inverted flowers growing inside a stem.
Hmm. Yeah, what you're eating is actually like a third new organ that contains all of the fruits and the remnants of the lost colony. And it has specialized structures inside of it to like help house and protect the wasp.
So without the wasps, it doesn't ripen, or it doesn't
Yeah,
become a
it
fruit.
can't develop without the wasp, and the wasp can't like go through its life cycle. I think there are a couple species of wasp probably that can do both, but for the most part, I think that the fig wasp cannot live without the fig, and the fig cannot reproduce without the wasp. They're completely dependent on each other.
Wow.
Yeah, Morgan said it can't be pollinated either. This is getting out. Bogs are my specialty, so we're getting into desert stuff.
And if you believe in desert stuff like a god or God's higher power or something like that, and you think you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue or shame you or make you look like a fool. You might do some of that on your own, but we're really just here to see if you can question that belief. And if you can, well then we might have a few questions for you. still no believers. I mean, I suppose instead of sitting here in relative silence, we could have some tunes from the community, but I feel like we're missing an opportunity. I feel like I haven't checked in with Jimmy on his beliefs in a while.
I'm here.
I'm going to ask some silly questions that you know I know the answers to.
Okay.
Jimmy, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Anything like that. God or God's higher power. No, not a belief, no. But not a disbelief.
Not a disbelief.
Right.
Is that...
It's like there may or may not be the teacup orbiting Saturn. But if there is, it doesn't really affect our lives. It doesn't show up. You'd have to go look for it.
So there may or may not be a god of any kind, but it hasn't affected anything that you've noticed.
Right. There's no sense in appealing to what may or may not be in existence. If it's not doing any work in the lives of sentient beings.
What work would you expect to see it doing if it existed?
Well, in the traditional sense, a god is either a creator or an interferer, right? A judge, helper, or a destroyer. If there are any gods, they're not doing any of that. So this position is usually called non-theism.
A lack of belief for or against a god.
Yeah. But also the acknowledgement of lack of evidence.
You say that gods traditionally are destroyers, creators, interferers. You say they aren't doing that, but is it that they aren't, or could it be that you don't see?
Yeah, I don't see any room for it. There isn't a space in which a deity could be having a hand in the natural world. So then that would leave the world of thought, and anyone who's done any meditation will usually kind of find out what's in the mind. All at once and then gradually. And there isn't much room for deities in the world of thought either, in my experience.
What is something that might convince you personally that a God exists in the traditional sense?
I think, it is possible in meditation. I think some people have reported this, that one can have a kind of direct connection to another maybe greater thinker or mind. I've never experienced this. I think since the mind has direct connection with thoughts, then if a mind had direct connection with a greater mind, that if, upon scrutiny wasn't just something that you were doing to cope with the fact that the mind is busy or empty or whatever, then that could be convincing. But it might just be, contact with another mind or an older mind. But, could you call that a god? I don't know, unless it was like the mind that is the source of all things, or the great irrational mind that is like posited by Schopenhauer. And you had some kind of direct encounter with it through meditation. I'm not sure what that would look like, but that could be convincing. Physical manifestations, I think, are harder because it'd be hard to show that they weren't part of nature.
Have you ever prayed?
Yes, when I was young, I did. When I was young and Christian.
What was the result?
I eventually gave up on Christianity. Praying seemed to produce random results.
What kind of result do you
Just
think would have compelled you to believe a God existed when you did pray?
One time I prayed for rain, and it rained. And another time I prayed for sunshine, and there was sunshine. Rains, and then the rain stops and the sun comes out. And what did my praying have to do with that? I couldn't really draw a clear causal line. And no, we didn't have weather apps on our phones back then, or phones in our pockets, because that would make it more complex. Oh, why did I pray? I think one time I was at the beach. Actually, both times I was at the beach. I don't know why I prayed for rain, just to see if I could, I think.
Aluminum cans and string exist.
Signal fires on hills.
Oh, I might have forgotten to thank Joe and Katie. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. Michael V asks a great question. Jimmy, do you believe in an afterlife?
Yeah, I'm a Buddhist who's a bit agnostic on reincarnation. I don't. So I'm not, strictly speaking, a materialist. But I have a kind of uncomfortable understanding of idealism for an idealist universe. So neither one seems to fully explain things or fully present a complete reality to me. And to another, there's a kind of a belief in material existence, but with a separate metaphysical existence that moves from one life to another. It seems to me reincarnation requires both, and I'm not sure how both can coexist. That seems impossible to explain. Wow, so the chat is asking me questions. What do I mean when I say that I'm a Buddhist? I mean that I have taken refuge.
What is taking refuge from what?
So I've taken refuge in the three jewels. Is what it is the ritual that makes you a Buddhist.
Which three jewels are those?
The Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha.
How are those jewels?
Yeah. So in a sense, so there's in taking refuge really means that not exactly that there's a renunciation. There's a sense of being lost, and instead of being found by, a god or something, you're kind of dedicating your seeking to a kind of wisdom in the Dharma, as shown by the example of the Buddha, and within the community of the Sangha. And in that sense, it's a religion, right? So I joined the community of Buddhists who study the Dharma. Yeah, it sounds like hiding. Who's that? R. But it's an inversion of hiding because it's not really a way to be comfortable. It's a way to be kind of eternally less comfortable.
Does being a Buddhist mean you adhere to the beliefs?
It depends on the school of Buddhism. So then we get into the kind of Buddhist I am. I'm a Mahayana practitioner. And that would be different than someone who practiced more of a Theravada lineage of teachings. So for me, the main object of study is the emptiness of all things. KD, yes, the question I see is enlightenment and nirvana is a basic one. No. No, you don't take refuge in enlightenment. And
this is a bad habit, Jimmy.
I should stop doing that.
There's great questions down there.
If you see one that's good, you tell me. I just don't want to look at it.
Well, I was still on Katie's question before. So you were saying that you're a Mahayana Buddhist.
Yeah. And
does that mean that you don't have to adhere to all of those beliefs? Or
the precepts or the... Mm-hmm. So there are a lot of different rules to follow depending on whether you're monastic. There's, for all Buddhists, there's the Eightfold Path. And that's if you would like to find a way out of suffering. The Mahayanist approach to the Eightfold Path is a bit more, it might be a bit more holistic, but they're all real. Right livelihood, right conduct, right thought, right exertion. All of the elements of the Eightfold Path, I think, are more folded together in the Mahayana approach, but we don't deny any one of them.
And what does it mean then to be Buddhist?
To have taken refuge in the Buddha, the Sangha, the Dharma.
What does it mean to take refuge? I feel like I asked you this one a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
It
that's why.
is.
How is it refuge?
Just trying to see if I can find a way to explain this. So, I think that this is it is an acknowledgement that you are either renouncing other paths to the truth, or you've exhausted all other paths to the truth, and you recognize that the way for you is through the Dharma, the Buddha, the Sangha. Maybe not the truth, maybe the path to happiness. Because it's not like you can't study science, you can't do anything as a Buddhist. But I think there's just sort of a basic acknowledgement, certainly in the Four Noble Truths, that there's some undeniable wisdom of those.
I had a feeling this was going to happen. Hello, Katie.
Okay. Hey. You answered the question about like the specific actual, like, do you believe in the reincarnation? Do you believe that the Buddhas are cosmic entities? Like those sorts of things. Because I'm really curious.
I don't disbelieve that, but I don't know that I fully believe that there is an afterlife, that there is an entity that exists between two lives, that travels between two lives. And part of that comes from the study of the Dharma. Because there is no, when the Buddha taught, there's no self. So how can reincarnation happen?
But so what is your argument for like picking and choosing which parts? Like why do you not have a stance on whether they're cosmic beings? Do you have a stance on reincarnation? Do you actually believe in the reincarnation? Is that how I should interpret your statement?
One question at a time.
It's all right. No, I get the general.
There's a lot of statements. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think you're confusing Buddhism for a dogmatic practice. Right? You have to believe all of these things. Indeed, you don't have to believe any of these things. What you need to do is test them out.
Well, I'm simply asking, like, what your stance is and why you picked that stance. I mean, sure.
I don't see it. I just don't see. I don't see evidence in the Dharma. I mean, I read about reincarnation in the Dharma, but reincarnation was a pre-existing notion to Buddhism. It was just an accepted fact. So, within the Dharma, within the teachings of the Buddha, I don't see how a self can travel from one life to another. And so I will either be pleasantly surprised or not. I don't, but I'm not going to take on the preceding Hindu tradition simply because I read about it there are references to it in the writings. And all of the teachings need to be tested, right? They need to be tested by the individual, by the practitioner.
That was a very long no.
Yeah, but I think qualified no, right?
Sure. Yeah. That's okay. I just had a few other questions and they just popped up in my head. But if I think of them again, I'll let you know. Yeah. For me, it was more about trying to understand what your definition of being a Buddhist was. So I think you clarified that for me.
what makes this way better than other ways? If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Really, it's the practice of meditation and contemplation. Working with the mind, getting to know the mind. That's the. I mean that's the benefit. That's what for me has made it something that I would take refuge in. That I would dedicate myself to that practice because we suffer, and because much of our suffering is caused by the way we approach life and pain, and we don't have to. And the way out of suffering involves that practice of meditation and getting to know the mind.
Do other ways not have their own methods of clearing the mind? Of reaching a similar state?
I'm trying to imagine kind of the Society of Friends, right? So the people we call Quakers, they have a meditative practice, but they have no instruction. At least in my experience, I went to a Quaker school, I went to Quaker meetings. There's no instruction other than wait for a still small voice. And some other meditative practices in prayer and Christianity, I know or like in Sufism, there's chanting. There's often kind of giving your burden to a god. But the shamatha meditation that I was taught, or the various forms of meditation that I've taught, they're just very subtle variations on the same thing. It's more like learning how to observe your thoughts. And so there's a kind of non-religious quality to it. It's therapeutic in a sense, because you notice the nature of the thoughts that continue to come up without kind of getting caught up inside of them. And then there's also an appreciation for just being present. Without laying all of your attention or awareness on your thoughts. I find that really important to acknowledge. And I don't see that as much in traditions where you're praising an external entity. That's a difficult thing to answer. Did I do it?
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. I'm going to think on that.
Of meditation or practices. More like getting this from other religions. Like what you're getting out of this.
I'm not sure I heard that whole thing.
I was just asking for
you were a little muffled there, Kitty.
Sorry, I'm not sure which microphone I should be talking into.
That one.
That one. the question you posed was about the what he's getting out of Buddhism, and can you foresee getting it from other religions? Was that
other ways don't provide? Yeah. If you have a follow up on that, go ahead, Katie.
I was wondering if it is important to you whether or not the teachings are actual or factual or true, or if it's the benefits you're seeing from it that it's more important.
Great question.
Yeah, and what's interesting is because the teachings revolve around the cessation of suffering, if it's beneficial, then what does it matter if it's true? If through the teachings you reduce or eliminate your suffering, and especially the suffering of others, if you can.
Wow, he's almost as good at avoiding questions as me.
But what do you mean by true? Does it work? It's more of a technology than an ontology.
You're a question dodger.
Sorry. Yeah. it's all. I mean, it's kind of fun, but I only just started.
Jimmy's great. You're doing great, Jimmy. We're giving you shit, but you're doing great. More direct answers would probably help, though.
Okay, well,
in Jimmy's defense, I feel like a lot of the teachings and concepts in Buddhism are very philosophical and therefore indirect.
Right, but the questions Katie's asking are kind of not. And the one I asked, they were kind of direct. But he was more direct with mine.
Well, okay. The question is, if it is, does it matter if it's true?
Is it important to you that it's true? It could be any part of it, the teachings, right?
Yeah,
whether or not. Yeah, go ahead.
It's important to me that the teachings are true. Yes.
More so or less so than the results?
Well, the results are how I verify that they're true.
Well, we could do something as basic as whether or not any of the Buddhas existed at all, like the historicity of them, or anything else.
Yeah, that's what you're asking.
Concept that you do hold on to.
That's not important.
There's so many that you have decided that you're sort of ambivalent or disbelieve.
Right. I think what you're asking then, Katie, the wording of your question is a little different than the meaning of it. I think what you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, is does it matter to you if the accounts and stories are true, if the teachings or the practices yield you results? Is that more of the question you're going for, Katie? Okay.
Yeah, it's basically it.
Right. So yeah, I definitely want to be clear about this. All the stories could be myths, and it would not matter. The Buddha may or may not have existed. Padmasambhava may or may not have existed. Nagarjuna may or may not have existed. Tilopa, Naropa, Milarepa, etc. They could all have not existed, but if the Dharma is here and I study it, and it helps to alleviate suffering, then the teachings are true.
then those teachings are true, not the histories.
As far as I can tell, in the Dharma, there isn't a directive to believe in a being. Not even the Buddha.
Do you believe ascension is possible through meditation?
Well, I'm not, I know that Daniel Jackson did it. I just rewatched
Stop
the
that,
entire
Thrayle.
series. The entire series. I really enjoyed it, I have to say. But I understand why some people would not be able to do that.
It's a great series. I've watched it twice.
Yeah, so attainment, and it's funny because it's often spoken of as attainment, attaining enlightenment. Is it possible? I think, one of the interesting things is that to attain enlightenment, you have to recognize there's nothing to attain. Because attainment is a kind of an impossibility for something without a self. And
Attainment also kind of implies like a holding on to, which would be an attachment.
a grasping.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many contradictions. It's like Zeno's paradox. So
When I hear attainment, I think that that is a very small jump to an attachment, which is again antithetical to the idea of enlightenment, right?
Right. I don't. But however, so on the other side of that, I think that cessation is possible. I think that the cessation of suffering is possible, and that is all that's required. So it's like, can you stop doing this thing that you keep doing? Yes, I could stop doing that thing. I think everyone could stop doing the things that cause them to suffer. And so I think, in that sense, enlightenment is possible for everyone.
I only came up here to tell you this story about this really great meditation that I had the other day.
Please.
I was waiting to hear Thrayle laugh. I got arrested 2 weeks ago, and I bonded myself out immediately. But I was sitting in the holding cell, and it was completely quiet, which I had not experienced in a very long time. And I used that time to meditate, and I did all the things that you just described about meditation, and I really took 45 minutes and recentered and got to know myself, and I felt so good afterwards that I wasn't even upset that I got arrested.
That's fantastic. That's a great story. Thank you.
I thought you would appreciate that. It was one of probably the most successful self-guided meditations I've ever done, honestly.
There's a story of Thich Nhat Hanh walking with a friend of his who's been sentenced to a pretty long prison sentence it was in a different country. And he was about to begin his prison sentence. And Thich Nhat Hanh said, they were eating tangerines. He said, enjoy your time in prison the way you enjoy this tangerine.
I don't understand what you mean.
It's a longer story than that. Thich Nhat Hanh was sort of slowly eating one section and then another. But I think to me, the meaning of what he's saying is that yeah, you can treat your time in prison as a punishment and more cause for more suffering. Or you can enjoy your time in prison. This is purely up to you.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been a lot harder to meditate through it had I been there for more than like an hour, you know.
Or if the room was full of screaming people.
Yeah, it was very quiet. I was the only person there. It was like the walls were thick, so it was nighttime and I couldn't hear the frogs. And I realized how loud the frogs are because I couldn't hear them and it was so quiet.
So yeah, sorry, I can go on, but what about that story just makes me very happy. So anyway, that's fantastic, Kat.
I want to talk about what makes you happy about that story later.
Yeah, in Discord maybe.
I want to know if there's anybody out there with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their belief. If so, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you. It says so up there, way up there. We're also not here to make you look like a fool, although that, may be something that you accomplish on your own. We're really just here to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, then we got a few questions for you. But you'll have to request up. You'll have to hit one of those boxes right there with the pink and blue people down by your chat. Either one might help you find your way up and, well, see if you can question. Otherwise, we gotta go back to questioning Jimmy. And
you know what I did as soon as I got home from jail?
What's that?
Question people's beliefs.
Yes.
So it's real cool and fun and easy, guys. Don't be scared.
Questioning beliefs, not the going to jail part. It's not.
Yeah, no, I'm not endorsing going to jail. Be a responsible adult, pay your traffic tickets and stuff, whatever.
Yeah, no, it totally sounded like you're endorsing going to jail.
If you need a place to meditate, there are probably better places than jail.
You know, I made this suggestion to Thrayle this morning that, he should go sit in his local holding cell and meditate, and he said, yeah, I don't know, I think I'll pass on that part of that.
I have a shed. All I have to do is, not get on Discord or go live or do anything work-related, and I could meditate.
Right, that's the other benefit of the holding cell, they take your phone away.
Just not pick it up.
I see a business opportunity here.
I wanted to add that might not be great for meditation, but it's got great acoustics, generally speaking.
I want to open a series of kind of pleasant jail cells where you pay to go in and have us take away your phone, and then you're in there for an hour. I don't think it would sell very well.
No, I honestly think that's a great idea. It probably would do very well.
You have to find the right name for it. I guess jail is not the right name. Prison.
Meditation camp. Oh, wait.
No, not that. Not that either.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
Cadence of that is not right.
Right. Here's a place to go and concentrate. Yeah.
Once we get on that train track, we can't get off.
Oh no.
The word I'm thinking, the name I'm thinking of, it's ends in the Z-E-N, so prison, one word.
Oh yeah.
I still am not really sure if that's the right direction.
Yeah. I know there's the right marketing mind would find the right word for this, because actually I do think there would be. It's like the opposite of going to a bar. You know, it's like.
This is like the most dystopian business idea. I feel like.
Need to go to prison.
What's really great about it is the story that inspired it, though. Like how we got here. How did we identify this need?
How did this become the topic?
Good, because I veered it away from questioning my beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was really my fault because I wanted to brag on my successful meditation to Jim.
And tell you that she got arrested.
It was a really important part of the story. The whole reason I was so successful was because of how quiet it was.
It could be like an escape room as well. You know?
This is what I was thinking, that it's like a variation on escape rooms, except that the object is not to escape.
Prison is in your mind.
And if you want to escape the prison of your mind, well, questioning your beliefs might be one way to dig your way out. If you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. How was that one? I could do better.
I like how I told a casual jail story and then Martha is telling casual jail stories in the chat.
I'm not surprised to see a casual jail story from Martha. I should be, but I'm not.
She's a little wild, that one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Martha managed to
That's
get the
best
justice
way to
system.
escape, apparently.
Yeah, like through encouraging compassion in others.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe inadvertently.
I've only ever been detained.
Yeah, never let them take you to a second location. That's key. This is not like.
I take it Katie is, well, Jimmy, are you a jailbird as well?
Yeah.
Blake spoke with confidence, and so did you, Katie, so I just assumed that...
Yes, in Cancun. It was only one night, but I sung Icelandic and Swedish lullabies to the to the fellow inmates.
Katie, are you in Iceland?
I am not. No.
Oh. Are you? Is that your country of origin? Or
yeah, I could tell you in Discord, but you can make assumptions based on what I said. Yeah.
It's complicated.
I'm in a third country of those two.
Mika, we're part of a community ran by a talking skeleton. I don't expect too much rule following or normalness here.
Well, that's kind of what I was asking a moment ago. I was kind of curious if anybody on the panel had not been to jail at least once.
I have not.
That's
I
that's
said
really
I haven't. I've only been detained.
Yeah, Blake's only been detained.
Well, detained is close, but
No,
That's why I
detained
said
is
don't
just
let me
in
take you
handcuffs
to
on
a second
the
location.
curb.
I've been in the back of the cruiser before.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
far as I
pretty
know.
different than jail.
that's wild. Y'all just reveal your criminal records on TikTok that easy.
It's legal here now. My record's been expunged.
Oh, it was that, huh?
It was concerning how close in time it was me talking about my prison time or my jail time, and you asking.
Yeah, that's why I kind of shied away from asking you. I asked Jimmy because I was curious if he'd even ever been arrested.
Have you ever been arrested, Thrayle?
I asked Jimmy because I was curious if he'd ever even been arrested.
Right, and I asked you because I was curious if you'd ever been arrested.
Oh, did you?
I did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Sure did. Mm-hmm.
If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you think you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
You know what I think?
I think that's a yes.
That sounds like an assumption.
I actually don't think. I think I've asked him this before, and I don't think he has ever been arrested, but I might be wrong.
And he asked me, and all I've said is that I've been in the back of a police cruiser.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that.
There's rumors that Thrayle was arrested in the year 897, but it has never been verified.
Jail, like Barfing Toaster said a moment ago, jail happens.
Possible deniability. Oh, I mean, that's a neat combination of words. I think we can go with that.
No, heretical. I think jail happens just as much. I think jail happens just as much as it does. I've been a couple times. Look, a thing.
Thing. Oh, you mean a request from a potential guest who might be able to question their beliefs?
Right.
Oh, well, I don't know. That boy ain't right.
Is that really what it says?
Yeah.
Ha ha ha! I didn't do that on purpose. I didn't read the name.
I mean, they're not loading in quite That boy ain't right. If you meant to join, you're welcome to try again. Seemed you didn't quite connect.
Something about his connection wasn't right. You might say his shit was fucked up.
His shit was fucked up. Yeah, you might say that. Warren Zevon might say that.
Several other people, evidently.
There were a few covers, yeah.
Jimmy, your show is on my birthday.
Oh, I will have made it part way to
You made it halfway to see me.
Yeah.
My friend and our regular Batcolyte viewer, Law of Attraction, might go because she.
Oh, fantastic!
I'll let you know.
I'd be so excited to meet anyone in person. It would be really fun. Anyone from Discord. I think I have a name for this business in which we put people in holding cells.
Yes.
It's going to be called Solitary.
God, that sounds terrible.
Good name. Great name.
And then when they walk in, you'd say, "Welcome to Solitary." You'd take their phone and any devices they might have. And you'd lock them in a comfortable room until they asked to come out.
Until they asked to come out? No, this has to be timed.
No, I think that there might be some legal problems with that.
Legally, if they ask to go out, you should let them out.
Yes, but they can't go back in. Then they've spent their money and they're done.
Right.
That's the incentive to stay in as long as you can. You've already spent the money to be there.
Yeah, like
There's
you pay
some
for an
cost.
hour, you're gonna stay in there for an hour, you know.
Right.
Like to come into the out now, says Morgan. Oh my gosh, I heard the bats tonight.
You heard the bats.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Like the actual, like the Hawaiian bats.
Yeah.
I didn't see them because they're little and it's dark, but I heard them.
Were they squeaking?
They were making these cute little noises. It kind of sounded like they were laughing. And I was thinking about you guys, but I didn't have any reception, so I couldn't come tell you.
Mm-hmm. Lady Huggy asks if it was creepy.
No, it was adorable and it was like fun. And I was sitting outside on the lawn, like the big collective lawn, with my friend, and I was talking and I heard them and I was like, and he grew up here, he's lived here his whole life, and I was talking and I was like, what is that noise? And he was like, oh, that's the bats. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, that's the bats. I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. And I thought about you guys, and then I almost started excitedly talking about my little bat family, and then I was like, no, that would make me kind of a weirdo, so I'm gonna not do that.
I am very fond of this community, but I am more fond of my daughters, so I do need to drop down and make some breakfast for them. But it's thank you so much for having me up, and thank you for questioning me. And to all those who haven't been questioned, it is a really It's kind of a wonderful activity if you're open to it. You do have to be open to it and not feel threatened. It's a good thing.
You did great. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate you.
It was fun.
Hell yeah. Big W's for Jimmy. And anybody who's
Look out for
following
solitary.
Jimmy, right? Look out for solitary. Also, make sure you are following Jimmy. He does great music, hosts an excellent podcast.
Sometimes he even does really fun lives.
Right, that too. And of course, we got to watch out for solitary. Might be
Opening near you soon.
a chain like Starbucks on every corner.
I was trying to figure out how to phrase this, but this concept kind of sounds like if BDSM had a G rating. It's just you in the room, and that's it. Sorry.
It sounds like every introvert who can't get a quiet moment's dream.
Mm-hmm.
Only to discover you're locked in with all your thoughts. But we'll get over it.
I like the if BDSM had a G rating. That's hilarious.
It took me a minute to figure out the right.
That could be the tagline.
I was thinking like mild salsa. No, it doesn't click as easy.
We come up with the best things here. We have the best ideas.
We should question that. Are they really
So we
the
have
best?
the best ideas.
Yeah.
No. I mean, it's a really completely subjective thing, but I think that we have
Profit prisons and meditation and turned it into voluntary for-profit prisons.
Yeah, that you get to leave when you want to.
Can we somehow incorporate prison labor? And in that case, then you would have the private prison just like with a new revenue stream.
Is someone racing a car outside your window?
Yep.
I gotta step away for a second, but I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's why I said it was dystopian. I was like, rich white people are going to be paying to be going to this prison while there is like so many people of color in prison for not good things against their will.
What do you want, other skeleton?
Other skeleton? The fuck?
I'm just kidding. Good morning, heretical.
Hi. I mean, you guys are having a lot of talks about jails and prisons, and I think I should just be involved in the conversation just a little bit.
Right. You felt like the expert and you need to be involved. I see.
Yeah.
Like how vague and ambiguous you left that.
Yeah. I do think that jails would be a perfect place for community gardens and that exact thing that Jimmy wants to do. It'd be perfect for it. You'd have to church it up a lot more though, because a lot of them are just gross.
Yeah, Michael V, but there might be a Slenderman in the KD. I don't know what the tapping is.
Oh, did not realize I was not muted. I'll just say it out loud instead. So the girls' prisons, cleaning up the prisons, that's called walking meditation, and it costs extra.
it would be wild to actually charge people to come to jail because they're actually willing to be charged versus charging them to come to jail against their will. Because I don't think a lot of people know this, but when you actually go to jail, you are charged financially to be at the jail.
And since where?
I'm not sure about prisons, but county jails will charge you to be at the jail. So you owe them money at the end of your stay. So if you stay a year, you owe them a year's stay. Typically, it's paid for by not this. Typically, it's paid for by the state, but then you owe the state money. So it's all a money scheme.
I ain't never owed the state money for being in jail.
Your state doesn't have money.
I couldn't find any percentages, but it exists in 43 or 48 states, so it's prevalent.
Did you make little AI images of Hawaii baths?
Yes, I have. Those are like leftover images of when I was trying to make Batitude the dragon, and then I took the image of the Hawaiian bat and then put it back into the AI. I said, "Hey, make this with a lighter," but then it just made it white. So I was like, "The fuck are we doing here?" And this isn't what I wanted. And then it made it white with a lighter.
They're pretty cute. So, Reticle, do you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything like that?
Nope.
God damn it. Why not?
If you have a belief of gods, or higher powers, please come up so Kat stopped asking me questions.
Okay, but I do think the whole non-theist, words are hard, thing that Jimmy was talking about, I think that's it. I think that's the thing.
Non-theist thing? What is the non-theist thing?
Jimmy was talking about it when he first came up. It's like, I don't believe that there are any gods, but I don't have an active non-belief. I just don't see any evidence. Like, I'm not an atheist, but I am not a theist. I'm a non-theist.
Why don't you have a non-belief in any gods?
Because how could I possibly know? Like, how could
atheist mean?
I think there are two, like, meanings for atheists. It could be a lack of belief in any gods, or an active, like, positive claim that there are no gods. I tend to, like, I don't like that there are two ways it goes, because I think it gets confusing. And people, like, make assumptions about, like, what it means when you say you're an atheist. That's why I don't usually say that I'm an atheist. Because it's oftentimes taken for a positive claim. There is no gods. Which is why I was so intrigued by the non-theist idea. Like, the idea of just, like, a non-theist. Because that seems more in line with how I feel about it.
I mean, it kind of sounds like atheism with extra steps, well, extra letters.
It sounds like a more agnostic atheism with less letters.
I mean, I guess if you're going to tag agnostic on to atheism, then lacking belief in a God. Isn't that what
Right,
you're
but like
saying?
Hammy's atheism and my atheism are two very different things, you know? So like using the same word to describe them doesn't really do them justice. Stop playing crow sounds. It doesn't make you sound great.
The more I read about
I'm
it,
kidding.
I guess it's whoever's definition you want to go by. I'm just on my Wikipedia page. More or less secularism, or a often considered like a broader non-belief that contains things like Buddhism and other things, but it's less specific as to what you don't believe in my opinion. But I don't know who said that. I didn't hear that.
I think that the reason it is intriguing to me is because I oftentimes don't really along that much with the other atheists' beliefs or values, or like just
You feel that it communicates your view without lumping in views you disagree with.
yeah, because I oftentimes do disagree. Like this. I pretty strongly disagree with the assertion that no gods could exist. But I get lumped in with all the people that do because I don't believe that any gods exist. Non-theism. I like it. It's interesting.
My view on it is how I don't believe I'll win the lottery, and if I happen to be wrong, I don't see that as a vulnerable position to take, to say that I don't believe I'm going to win the lottery. I don't think that it's going to be. I don't think it's an inaccurate statement for me to say that either. Instead of saying I don't know if I'll win or not, which is I don't think I'll say that, because I feel like I would be a little too avoidant.
Well, I think that like making some assertion that you know without a doubt that no gods exist is almost as arrogant as making the assertion that you know without a doubt that gods do exist.
I feel like
Almost.
with the water in a glass, and I'm holding that glass, and it's completely empty, bone dry, it's been dry for ages. For me to say that I don't know if there could be water in this glass because I haven't seen any yet, feels where I'm standing. Like there doesn't seem to be any indication of it, so it's not a practical stance to say that the glass may be full of water. For me.
I don't think that's really an equivalent analogy.
I would love to hear what you think is it. I don't know. But I appreciate mine may have been a little confusing.
So, like, the reason it's not an equivalent analogy is because you are talking about something physical that you can see and touch and interact with. It is impossible to know if metaphysical things exist because they are.
What about whether, like, I find it as useful as a concept, believing in God, as whether or not I believe the universe is a Boltzmann brain, right? Like we're all just a figment of the imagination of a single brain because it's more likely to have come to being than the whole universe. Like I find that is equally impractical to take as a stance. That's also possible. It's doesn't have any. It's not actionable. There's nothing I can do with that information that would change my life.
I'm not saying that you should take a stance that gods exist just because a metaphysical thing is impossible to know. I'm saying that taking a stance against it is a little bit arrogant because you couldn't know. Like if you ask me if I believe in a god.
Do you believe in a god?
I do not believe that any gods exist. I don't have any evidence any gods exist. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Are you equally agnostic to the possibility that the universe is more likely, that the universe is a Boltzmann brain?
I'm actually kind of partial to that. That's it's a terrible question to ask me because I kind of like that idea.
No, that's not it's a great answer.
I like that idea. I don't think it's terribly likely, but I am like a lot more willing to entertain it than like most people, and I'm probably more willing to entertain that than a god.
Yeah, it's like it rhymes with solipsism and a few other things to me, which is it's just not falsifiable, essentially, right?
Right, like it's just I think that it is a really great thought experiment, and I really like entertaining the idea. Again, I don't find it terribly likely, but it is something I think is useful for some brain exercises.
It's useful for clarification as to like where you would set those guardrails or like those limits of what you think is like things where you need to say give some indication that you're agnostic on something, that you're saying that you're Boltzmann brain agnostic.
Agnostic to almost everything. But I am willing to entertain some things more than others, for sure, yeah.
I appreciate the answers.
Is there any chance that you remain agnostic, so that you won't have to be proven wrong on hard stances?
You know the answer to that. You just want me to say it. It is a combination of reasons, but that is part of it. I don't like to be wrong. Yeah, absolutely. I don't like to be wrong, and I am okay with not knowing. So it seems to make the most practical sense to me to just allow myself to not know the things that I don't know. And if later I am given sufficient evidence to know, then
you really won't like finding out that you're wrong. When you know what you have sufficient evidence for and then find out.
I will not like it, but I will have to accept it. Unless it's hard determinism.
You know how you say we're different kinds of agnostic?
Yes.
I like finding out when I'm wrong.
I don't mind being. I know I don't like to be wrong.
I don't like to be wrong, but I like to find out when I'm wrong because it's a new experience, a new learning. It's a chance to rewire something in my brain.
I also like those things. I just don't like the feeling I get from being wrong. It's a character flaw.
Embarrassment is often described as a type of like a social pain. Like you do get pain from it. So it seems pretty
There's no feeling on this earth I dislike more than embarrassment. And that seems silly. I know that sounds like it's like a really silly thing, but it's like absolutely true.
I'm still working on that 42 years in. I met it.
I don't mind having to. Okay, so, but here's the thing. If I don't know, then I'm not wrong if I find out something that causes me to know.
What about actual things? Like, are there certain things you care less about and other things you care more about where it's important to take a stance? Let's say, talk about the current political climates in country X where immigrants might be shuffled into like trains and put into
For physical
our
things,
friends Zen meditation spots.
for physical things that have a real human impact, I am a lot more willing to take a stance. But for things that are philosophical issues and that are ultimately unknowable, hard stances don't make much sense to me.
All right. I can understand that. I believe I understand where you're coming from.
I think trying to assert rightness about philosophical ideas or concepts or issues or whatever, is like really silly. Because like if we're doing that, like what is right, what is wrong, what is, it's very subjective.
For me, it informs like the rest of my understanding of things because it helps create like a lens through which I can take in new information to some extent. But I have a feeling you probably share a lot of that same fundamental stuff. So yeah, I mean, whether or not most of our current theories of like physics are correct or not seems to inform a lot of what we do in the world. How we determine if we should believe one thing or another, or yeah. So yeah, I found it curious. I don't know if yours is better than mine, or if yeah. Just curious.
Any more questions?
What kind of question is that?
What, any more questions?
Always more questions.
I know, I haven't been questioned in a while. Like, come on, hit me with them.
see one in the comments.
Last time somebody asked me here, they got booted off panel. By Thrayle, not by me.
Oh, that was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
That was someone trying to troll.
Where am I at with determinism?
Because you
Thrayle,
didn't ask that.
where am I at with determinism?
Basically, you're a determinist who won't admit it. For emotional reasons.
Okay. No. Because I
Here she goes.
Durgon, if you ever came to Discord, you would hear the numerous times in the last 3 months that I have
Mika, that's just it. She doesn't have the option to choose to admit to being a determinist. She's determined to hold on. And
don't fucking say that.
I know. I realized the way the language was about to paint it. But I mean, in a deterministic worldview, you are determined to hold on to the idea that it could have been otherwise. Not so much that determinism is false, but that something could have been otherwise.
Yeah, it has to have been otherwise. And you're gonna make me cry. Jim, I'm a materialist. I think it's probably more accurate than, definitely more accurate than idealist. I think idealism is silly.
I think that's going to depend on the definition of idealism. If you mean that you want to believe that things could have been ideal, that choices were involved, then that is not generally what people will recognize as idealism. But you're idealistically would like for choice to exist. Is there one in the queue?
I don't see one.
Another phantom.
I'm not, no, like, here's the thing. I'm not sold on choices not existing.
No, I know you're not.
Okay.
But you also accept that preconditions influence outcomes.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. Causes have effects. But that doesn't mean choices don't exist.
I'm about to... I have to use Durgan's question. What is choice?
Hi, Lay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Lay's asleep. Lay's always asleep.
I don't know which.
You don't have to answer, Kat.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm ready to question this super deeply on panel. Like, we talked about it.
Understandable. Yep. That's why I know I pushed a little there.
Just to be a little lighter. You know how like there's turtles all the way down, that concept? Couldn't it just be like strong agnosticism all the way down?
Strong agnosticism all the way down.
Because you're agnostic in whether or not you're agnostic, whether or not you're agnostic. So it just goes all the way down. So like a perfect middle.
You don't know if you don't know if you don't know if you don't know if you don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ask me one hard question, Durgon.
I know he's got one.
No. Hold on, let me try that one again. No.
Is
Was that a
choice?
question?
Was that a choice, Durgan?
Oh, jeez. No, I know better. At least I learned from my mistakes. So we're
Yeah, but this time I'm giving you permission to ask me a hard question.
No. Okay. I actually came up to maybe ask Thrayle, when you're asking what a choice is, where are you coming from, just so I know how to answer it. I feel like we've done this.
We have done this, but I okay.
Yeah.
Which is why we've got so many more synonyms for choice now.
Yeah, and it's maybe I'll gain some more, or maybe I'll just, I don't know, like go crawl under a rock or something. I don't know. So what's the angle?
Right?
Yeah. So what's the angle?
Well, what is choice is the question. As I hear that choice is
Okay, I think that's fair. I think choice is going to be the best explanation of choice that I can give is the process that the brain does to come to a determined understanding of an action that will be taken or not. I think that's the best I can do.
I'm surprised we're
There's a great
22.
question in the comments that we're going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Well, hang on. I know you want to, but we're 22 days in to April, so way past April 1st, and I've got Durgan defining choice. I needed to sit in it for a moment.
Can I take the hard pivot now? Tape traders did me a great kindness with the very good question. Tape traders asked me, with non-theism, what would you do if you found out there was a God? I don't really think I'd do anything differently, because like the thing about it is if there is a God of any kind, doesn't matter what kind, there's nothing I can do about that.
Do you realize how hard you just laid into determinism right there?
No, I mean, I just can't control the deity,
Yeah, I understand that. That's totally fine. But do you realize how hard you just that was like a belly flop from the high jump off of the diving board. That's maybe
I don't think that acknowledging that there are things that are outside of my control is laying into determinism.
No. It's not just that. It's so okay. I think there's an aspect of this maybe that I saw, and tell me if you see it. If you found out there was a God, your information would change, and the actions that would follow would be based off of that and nothing else. and it could be whatever that information is. It's not a change.
What?
Oh, fuck. That was like bad English, wasn't it?
I just.
Was that bad English?
It's no, it's not bad English. I just don't quite understand. Like, you said, if I found out there was a God, that information would change, and moving forward. What?
Right. So. Yep. I think go for it, Katie.
Okay, I was going to ask what I believe is a very similar question. You tell me if it was similar. And it was just trying to be pedantic, and then I heard you say that thing. So let's say, like in the two extreme cases, it's revealed somehow in a way that you understand it, that a God exists, but it's a non-interventionist God that has like no real impact going forward on anything, versus a God with other properties, right? It's undefined unless you define it in the question what kind of God you're talking about. It could be one that who the God of tomorrow and going to make everyone blue, right? So I mean, you would then change your life based on whatever the new circumstances are. But if the properties of the God has no effect on you, then like less chance to make it.
No, it doesn't matter what the God is. It doesn't matter if it intervenes or if it doesn't intervene. It doesn't matter if it wants, like, it doesn't matter what the God is.
Okay, what if it's the God of making cats specifically a bunny?
Well, then it made me a bunny and there's nothing I can do about it.
Right, so you would continue life as you were before? Or is that you're saying that my choices were already predetermined, so I'm not going to take a stance on whether or not I will change my behavior?
No, I'm saying that if the deity decides to make me a bunny, then the deity decides to make me a bunny and I can't do anything about that. But if I find out there's a deity and life continues as normal, then nothing changes about like the way I choose to live life. Like nothing changes about like my actions or intentions or like.
I think I can explain a little bit better what I was trying to say.
Okay, please do. And then I have a follow-up.
When you learn new information, but that information that you just learned shows you that whatever information that you learned just now was always the case. This is the not change I'm talking about.
I still have no idea what you're trying to say. I'm so sorry. If I'm being like if I'm being not intentionally like obtuse.
No. It's not you. It's not you. Like I am the problem here. Okay. You shit, like this doesn't even work like if I try to give it like this. Okay, you go outside every single day and you look at the sky and the sky is blue. But then like one day someone points out how the sky is not actually blue, it's green. And then like you realize that like, hey, the sky actually isn't blue, it's green. The way you process this information, the way you're interpreting this information now has shifted, but the information hasn't changed. The sky has always been the same color. But like this is a really bad analogy, but like do you get
I think
be applied
that yes.
Okay.
Hi, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, whiny dog.
Good morning, Morgan.
Hello, I'm sorry.
No, we love him. He's okay. Morgan doesn't abuse her dogs.
No, he's just half Jack Russell Terrier and doesn't know how to be quiet.
Oh, that's so cute.
But, what I was going to say is that I don't I'm still not seeing how this is related to determinism.
Thank you.
It's the idea that it still follows this causality that it existed prior to your knowledge or understanding, which shows you it was the case prior to you knowing or understanding about it.
I think if I'm understanding correctly, he's saying that regardless of what you think now, if a thing is whatever it is, when you find out what it really is, it always was that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right?
Right.
So?
This is the no change that I'm talking about with interpretation.
Right, so like so nothing changes because it's always been that way.
Because it's always been that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but the only thing that has changed is your perception of what it is.
Our
But
perception or our understanding?
wait, okay. Maybe perception's not the right word there. Yeah, definitely your understanding has changed. But there's also a process that your brain has to go through of interpreting or understanding that. Am I like fucking like scrambled eggs brain right now? What the fuck is going on?
No, you're not.
No, you're just a very hard determinist. So things fit into your determinism.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Think about one of my arguments against determinism is that low battery warning. It is like
Determinism.
it can be this catch-all where
it can be, but I don't think that's what Duragon's going for now.
I don't think that's what he's going for, but it's easy. Like, you can make, I said this to a guest a few weeks ago, you can make a philosophical argument that is coherent for almost anything.
Okay.
So if you have a hard philosophical stance, you can make arguments for it.
Look, I think I've said on this panel before that I think that if there's any type of free will that exists, which is, I think there's a possibility for free will. But I think this would have to be outside of the self. It would have to be outside of our humanity. It would have to be outside of ourselves. And the reason why it would have to be the case is because of our contingency to like everything else. Like, there is no disconnect between my physicality and the causality that follows.
I think what I'm saying is I can see how you do this, but I don't think it has to be that.
Agreed.
I have a full panel of mostly mods, and I noticed there's no room for anybody with a belief to request up. Heretical, are you still awake? Are you with us?
Heretical has Jimmy's face, and it's really funny.
Is there anybody out there?
Heretical has Jimmy's
when I
face.
came up here, so.
Oh, for you, it's Jimmy's picture.
Yeah.
Oh, that's heretical. Well, I'm gonna set him down just so we have an open box, so that if anybody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that who's curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief can request up. Now there's room for you. Appreciate you, heretical. Is Blake still awake? Blake's still awake, yeah, he just scored a point for determinism when the low battery warning happened.
Shut up. Don't look at me like that. Don't you fucking look at me like that. No. I feel like every night I'm arguing with this fucking skeleton.
Yeah, I think that determinism, like, what we're actually doing when we're making decisions is like observing the process of it from priors more than actively influencing it as much as we thought. And I never thought that until I got into AI coding, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm watching the computer neural network be deterministic, even if it's taking time to think about it.
Blake's
And then I was
basing
like,
his determinism off the robots, guys.
I mean, it's
I also think-
mathematically
Go ahead.
modeling our brain.
I'm so sorry. I got a phone call like right when like you started talking. Can you say that one more time, please? Like I would really like to hear it.
Oh, I was saying that I think that like I'm a pretty hard determinist, but I think that like the like illusion of choice is like us observing our brain processing the decision making process, and like it feels like we are interacting with it, but it's really just that it like takes time for our brain to process decisions, and part of it is like conscious and part of it's subconscious, and
Yeah.
so that like as some of those subconscious things come to the surface, your conscious mind also weighs in on the decision. And I didn't think that way until I started working with coding AI, which
People like to say is just an advanced prediction model, but no, it's actually mathematically modeling neurons and like mapping neural architectures. And so once I started seeing that and being like, oh, I'm watching the computer make a decision, I'm just because of like, it takes time to process information.
I also wonder if Kat and I's perspective on this has to do with how we process information.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to really lay heavier onto this idea that choice is going to be the process that the brain does, which is the calculation, which takes time. I think that's the most coherent idea that I could put to understand what choice is.
Stated in a way that makes me think people have different definitions of choice, like whether or not we were like predestined by the domino effect of causal events that had you choose to do A or B. I think that doesn't change the fact that you had that thought and made that choice, just like a program that's been on a computer that's been given a bunch of whatever data it uses, his AI brain or anything, to make those decisions. That's still a choice, because whether or not it is a consequence of every other preceding event that is in the physical tree of events behind you, like what? That just seems like a different way of describing free will.
Yeah, I think that outside of the way that I explained what choice is and like what you just said, if we're trying to call choice something else where like someone could do one thing or another, like I don't think that actually exists. And the reason why I don't think that exists is because the way I don't know if I've ever really maybe gone into it in this way. Maybe I have, I'm not really sure. But I think the perspective is that because we experience time linearly and that there is no going back, the past, like just, anyways, like the time is time, but the action that you take, at no point are we able to go back and look at this and say that like, at this point where I did this thing, I could have done this other thing, and here's the evidence that I could have done the otherwise.
Okay. Oh, I was unmuted, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Did not mean it.
We heard okay.
Okay. Well, okay. Okay.
All right.
All right. All right.
A-okay.
Okay. Well, if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're okay with questioning that belief, click that box right there. That one. The one I'm looking at. Yeah. If you click that box, then you can come up here and we can question you about what it is you believe. Preferably something God-like, because that's really my area of interest right now. I'm curious if you have a belief in, like a creator thing or a prayer answerer or a fate shaper or what else do gods do? Wish granter, or is that genies? If you believe in something like that, or mermaids, then go ahead and request up, and we'd like to question that belief. Okay. Oh, and also, thank you to Tricera Bear, Lady Huggy, to Schweitzer, to Katie, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much all for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Hell yeah. I interrupted you, didn't I? Okay.
So Tapes asked me another question a minute ago that was really good because she is a lovely person.
What was that question?
If there was a god, what do you think you might ask it? That is a really good question.
It's actually such a good. It's actually such a good question. I want to ask the person on panel who believes in a god.
That is a much more interesting answer, probably.
Mm-hmm. Duragon.
Hello.
If you could ask God one question, what would it be?
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Let me think about that for a minute. And I promise I'll think about it. And I'll give you an answer soon.
I think if there was a god, I wouldn't care to talk to it that much.
I can't think of anything unless I need more specifics on what is God, or what is God in this particular scenario.
I don't have anything kind to say to a deity.
I've talked to God many times and asked him many questions.
Okay. Morgan, you're on panel, on my panel. So, and you get to ask it a question. Because God joins up. What do you ask it?
Oh, no.
I said, what's your age? It said infinite. And then I said, do you
I'm
believe in God?
ageless.
It said, I am.
Where you been, bro? No, I don't know that I would get any satisfaction from any answer I would get. So I don't know that I would really ask it a question.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, are they going to only answer in parables and be really annoying about it?
Well, it's not necessarily like, because I mean, I speak in parables. Let's be real. But
No,
I
you
just,
have
I
no idea
don't.
the can of worms.
So what's that?
I'll tell you later.
Okay. No, I don't. It can't fix the things that I want it to fix. Even if it could, because it's already happened. And it could take away the memory and it could take away the pain, and that would be so disingenuous.
I think why would be the question.
I don't even want to know why. I don't care. I don't care why.
I think why would be my question. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And not like why anything specific, just like the general why. Why do any of it at all?
Fair. I agree. But I don't think any answers it could give me would be satisfactory answers.
I agree. I don't know that there's any good reason for this. I think that you know what I imagine? I imagine it being like supernatural.
That's probably the most accurate description.
God was such an
Fucking
asshole
Chuck.
in Supernatural. And did it all for his own entertainment. And like that's the only explanation I can think of, right?
Not just that, he was bored. He was just bored. Wanted something to do. And then got really bored and left. And then came back.
But if there is a reason, a decent reason, I would entertain listening to it. But yeah, I think it would just be why for me.
But I mean, is there a decent reason?
Well, God only knows.
That's my line.
This is what they
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? I've never heard you say that before in my life.
I would, on the same vein, I would ask him, why did Crowley have to get killed off in season 12? I think that's more certain one of Supernatural, since you brought it up.
Spoilers. I've only seen like 2 episodes.
It's been out for like 20 years. You're not going to watch it now. Or if you do, whatever.
Him and his dad are 2 of my favorite actors, so it was kind of sad to do. But, okay.
I think I know what I would ask.
What would you ask?
I would ask Michael Keaton or Adam West.
Good question. Really good question.
How is that even a choice?
I have to go with one.
God, wait. Does God have the ability to make choices?
Ooh.
What is a god without agency? This is the problem with undefined God. I mean, for some, a God could be a totem or anything like a physical item that they define as God. And we could have a million properties or none. What is the yeah, there's a term for people who believe the question, does God exist, is meaningless. So unless it's defined to be, like, that's you're agnostic if you believe the question, does God exist, is meaningless. So I guess I would be agnostic regarding whether or not, like, unless I know what it is, it could be absolutely anything arbitrary at all, or nothing. If you define God as nothing, then, yeah, like, how would it affect me? Maybe somebody has a God that they would like to use as an example. Maybe get some questions on.
I popped away to check and see if God was putting on a show tonight, but unfortunately she is not.
If God was putting on a show.
Yeah, like spewing molten lava out of the earth.
Oh, I see. If your volcano was erupting. We lost Durgan. Uh-oh. I guess that was determined. But we've got...
Well?
What was that?
Determined. Huh?
Well, because it was Durgan. You think he chose to leave? You think he chose to leave?
I don't think he thinks he chooses to do anything. He does.
I wonder if there's anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Oh. Yeah. And maybe if you can question your beliefs, you can probably help us figure out what the fuck is God.
I just told you it's a volcano.
Is it the volcano or the tectonic plates?
It's the volcano.
How is the volcano gone?
It creates and destroys things. It is a higher being than myself, or a higher power. Sorry, that's the word. A higher power than
So
myself.
not a being.
No, not a being. No. That's what they don't ever say. Higher being. They say higher power.
Right. Is any power higher than yourself? a god?
Maybe.
What is power?
That's a good one. I need a minute on that one. I'm not sure.
Like, a car has horsepower, right? So would your car be a god? It has more horsepower than you do.
How many horsepower does a human have?
Probably less than one.
If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure one horse has 4 horsepower.
No, that is nonsense. There's no way.
I'm so serious. It's so dumb.
I'm gonna guess Katie and Blake are not car guys, or we would have heard a correction to that already.
What's the point of having terms if we do shit like that?
Do you feel cool?
I
Make horsepower
don't
the
know.
power of 5. Make 1 horsepower the power of 4 horses. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I can clarify. I don't know if it's has any historical significance, but they say for sustained all-day work, a horse averages roughly 1 horsepower over that day. But in short bursts, it's like 12 to 15.
Yup.
So like Oregon Trail, it's
So
1 horsepower.
one horse can be up to 14 horsepower.
Correct.
Yeah, 1 horsepower is 746 watts.
How many horsepowers can a human have?
0.1.
So fraction.
So Kat, would that make a horse a god to you?
Maybe. It doesn't really create or destroy things, but I mean, it is a more powerful being, I'm sure. Well, I mean, I'm sure they do, like, circumstantially, but not like, it's not like
Destroy the grass
creating islands
or the grain
in the middle of the ocean. Right. We're not like doing all that.
Is that what makes a god? Is a god what makes islands in the ocean?
A god. I don't know what a god is. I'm just people who believe in God feel.
Does that mean you're just assuming that your feeling of awe is the same as their Holy Spirit?
No, I am trying to relate something I don't understand to something I can understand to help me understand it better.
So does that make the volcano god? Or
Functionally,
is it just your closest analog?
my closest analog. For me, it functions as a way of understanding what kind of feeling people who believe there's a God feel, I think, and helps me relate to the things they say more. I really like things with utility. So it serves you to, like, thinking about it like that serves a there's a utility there for me.
He's back. Or maybe he's not.
Oh, me? Who?
You're back because you left so far.
What? Was I...
Somebody
Well,
else
I did...
They're not back.
Like, was I literally gone from the chat? Or that I was just quiet?
No,
We just
not
weren't
you.
talking about
No,
you.
somebody else was
Sorry about that.
gone, and
I did.
Then I accepted their request back up, and they're gone still.
Okay. The timing was just when I was unmuting, and I was just I lost the thought. But were you saying that whether something has a utility is important to you regarding a certain thing? Like, because if it's important to you whether or not something has utility, how do you filter through your non-theism through that lens, and you see that being non-theistic serves you in some utilitarian way, or perhaps some utility for you?
We talked about the utility of that.
The last thing I remember is we were talking about volcanoes and maybe I missed something. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to make you repeat it if you don't want to.
The utility of the non-theism is that it doesn't lump me in with people who don't like atheism puts me in this box with a bunch of people who don't have beliefs or values that are in line with mine.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you.
All right, guys, the bones are gone. It's time to party.
Ooh, ooh. Party so hard.
Oh no, they're back.
Everybody be quiet.
What an awesome party you had. Look at this mess. Who's going to clean it up? Isn't that what I'm supposed to say when I find that?
What mess?
Party.
I don't see a mess. I don't know what mess you're talking about.
I think you made that up.
What's a party? Never heard that word before.
You're acting like I'm not sitting right here. Even when I'm not here, I'm still, here.
Did you do that to yourself? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see you anywhere.
I did remember the question. And forgive me if you wanted to talk this through over and over. But what about compatibilism? Put the spelling in live discussion.
I don't care if free will exists or not. I really, really don't. I just don't. I just reject hard determinism. I don't care if there's free will.
Wait, you reject hard determinism?
Yeah, no, I don't care if there's free will, but for an emotional reason, I will not accept determinism. I've said this many times.
I said it earlier too, in a kind of straw man-y, antagonistic way.
You did. Mm-hmm. It's like Thrayle's trying to get me to crash out tonight, and that's not very nice of him.
Right. Well, it's not unquestionable. I've questioned it
it is incredibly questionable. It's just not always questionable in front of
Part of the
75
problem
people.
for you, right? I think that's part of the problem for you is how questionable it is, and you wish it weren't so much.
Six is asking for it.
I know. He thinks he's ridiculous.
It is entirely too. He thinks he's regulus, and he's not.
No.
It is entirely too questionable, and yes, that is part of the issue.
I think that's part of questioning it for you is at least admitting that in front of now 68 people, because we could keep tapping that screen with 155 likes, 55,000, sorry, 155,000. I get words out. It's only been 8 hours.
Tapes has been making such a fantastic effort to pivot this conversation for me, and I appreciate her.
I know.
She hasn't given up. She's my favorite person in the chat right now.
How do you feel about how awesome pigs are and their mutualistic relationship with wasps?
It is very interesting, yes. No tapes. There is nothing I would do differently because I actively do believe that there is no afterlife. And yeah,
no. Somebody called me out. I'm caught. I have to talk with my normal voice now, because somebody. Oh no.
Are you doing it now?
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Oh.
You can't tell the difference?
No, I didn't notice a difference at all.
Oh shit.
Oh, we have to use our real voices now, huh?
Apparently.
I hate it here.
Come on, Thrayle. We all know that the impression I did of you is the only thing that is representative of your real voice.
I think you're gonna have to refresh our memory.
Mm-hmm. You have been annoying me greatly the past hour. I can probably muster something up. Say something annoying to me again.
I don't know how to be annoying on cue.
I don't know how to be annoying on cue.
I have ice cream.
Did I sound that annoying?
Did I sound annoying?
Wait, who's talking? I can't tell.
I know, it's like,
It's uncanny.
It is, genuinely. The best Thrayle impression I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Quantum.
And yes, I did get some fucking ice cream.
It's really sad when someone who's proven time and again that they can't question their beliefs just trolls from the comments. Why do you keep coming back?
Homie, you need to find a hobby. This ain't it.
Sad.
It's because they have some insecurity about questioning their beliefs. If God asked me to take over, would I? Absolutely not. What kind of the amount of responsibility I'm barely responsible. I can't even be responsible enough to take care of my traffic tickets.
I'd do it.
I can't be God. No, thank you. There are too many choices that it would have to be made there. No, absolutely not.
Just imagine Galadriel with the ring. Uh-huh.
You support Morgan for God, though. Morgan for God 2028.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
No, I've never seen President Obama in Halo, but that would be cool.
Morgan, what are your campaign promises? If we were to vote for you, what will we get?
Well, at least a fire yeti.
A Martian fire yeti, not just a regular one. There's difference.
My apologies.
A Martian.
Yeah, a Martian fire yeti, yeah. That's what I said.
How many apostrophes are in Martian?
It's not apostrophes in Martian. Thrayle.
It's actually an Okina.
It was a Martian the first time, and then it was a Martian.
It's an Okina.
Yeah, it's a Coquelino. What Kate said.
An Okina is an accent mark in the Hawaiian language that goes like between vowels that indicates a pause.
A pause. What is she saying? Yeah.
So how many pauses are in Martian?
Like 2.
You sound like you're breaking up a little bit there, Thrayle. I don't know what you were saying.
Am I breaking up a little bit?
It happened again, yeah.
Had any new adventures lately?
No, not really. I just got back from vacation like 2 months ago, and I still haven't posted any TikTok pictures yet.
Sounds like you're slacking.
I know.
How's my sweet baby dog?
She's doing wonderful. I knitted her a sweater. I have to post it for you.
What was the dog's name?
Lava Girl.
Why does she need a sweater on Mars?
'Cause she's cold.
It gets to like negative temperatures on Mars too. You know that, right?
I thought you said it was warm. Like always hot.
No. Maybe. No.
Not when it gets dark.
You know what I'm saying, Thrayle? Huh, Bone Daddy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in one of our previous interviews you said it was always hot on Mars.
No, only when I'm around.
And I remember looking it up and finding out that it only got up to 80 degrees in the sun.
Yeah, it's hot.
This is all you, Thrayle. You
How
opened
is
this
that
can
hot?
of worms.
How is 80 degrees hot?
No, Cat did the can of worms. It was actually a volcano when she started talking about volcano gods, and I just like, no, you're not having a conversation without volcanoes and volcano gods without me.
Clearly, because fire yetis and volcanoes are also obviously related by all the things they share in common.
Yeah, we're both orange.
Well, yeah, that's why you saw it when you were in Hawaii, like you was visiting.
See, in the picture, I got the Hawaiian shirt on, and so does little Opera girl. We both got Hawaiian shirts on.
It's hard to tell from the picture. Is the dog just a regular, like, golden retriever?
What was she supposed to be? A Martian golden retriever?
Supposed to be.
Or she's just a regular golden retriever. She's my special girl, so she's not just regular. She's mine. She's special.
How does a golden retriever survive on Mars?
The Hawaiian shirt.
How does a Hawaiian shirt help a golden retriever survive on Mars?
It doesn't do it very well, and that's why I got under her a note as well.
Atmosphere. How does the dog breathe?
With her nose and her mouth.
On Mars.
Obviously.
She's a
I
Martian
know.
golden retriever. She is adapted, apparently.
I know of a golden fleece I can get a hold of and send to you, Marty.
Would be lovely.
Are we just not questioning anymore? We're just accepting assertions.
What, that the golden retriever survives on Mars?
I mean, she's right there. Obviously, she's surviving on Mars.
I mean, you're a
Clearly an
skeleton that's
animated
talking
picture.
to us.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm physically here in front of you. That's an animated picture of a cartoon dog next to a orangutan with a Hawaiian shirt.
Last time I checked, you don't allow panelists to turn on camera, so...
Right, but why does the orangutan look like, why is it wearing a Hawaiian shirt?
Because it protects them. He already said that. You need to listen better. Yeah, so what's Martian fire yeti architecture like?
It's just like mud and like clay because it dries pretty easily.
I'm nuking the panel.
Please, please, God, yes.
I don't know. I mean, what would you do? Like, kick people off mid-sentence or something? I was really curious about where the Martian fire Yeti would fit in, like, in taxonomy. Would it, as a Martian, would you still fall under, like, the domain of Earth fauna?
See, what happened was, Kat in a vat there, she went to my vacation spot in Hawaii, and then she saw me stealing Lava Girl, where she says I stole her, but I didn't steal her. She came with me willingly, and that's what I told the police. And that's how she summoned me, because she was telling Hammy that
Board out too. Poor Board. What did Board do? Hello, Win. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Win, can I get your age? Oh, I guess he's not connecting. Okay. Well, if you meant to join, you're welcome to try again. Well, it almost worked. Welcome back, Morgan.
Thanks for having me.
There are more in queue. I wonder if any of them believe in something that they can question. Oh, well, we already questioned this guy.
And how did that work out?
Well, I mean, I think he evaded some of the answers and questions, really. And then, but he did question some of his beliefs. So, yeah, I'd say pretty good overall.
Am I echoing? I might be echoing.
Not that I hear.
Oh, good.
You were
Oh.
in there.
And Katie. Well, I mean, we are here questioning beliefs, so if there's someone with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that who can question that belief, then go ahead and request out. I'm not here to debate you or argue. No one's looking to tear you down or make you look like a fool. But we are looking to see if you actually can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, then we've got a few questions for you. What an interesting name. I don't think they actually exist, though. No?
No, they don't.
The other one, I mean...
I don't know if I can handle that right now.
It's already been quite a morning. You guys hear the angry squirrel outside the studio?
Not really.
I can.
But if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, and you're courageous enough, or curious enough, or perhaps foolish enough to tap one of the 3 empty boxes down at the bottom of the panel, or down by your chat box, you can tap the blue and pink people to request up on panel to question your beliefs.
I have information about the origin of horsepower, if anybody cares.
I saw your comment earlier.
Oh, good. It's arbitrary.
Are we just like steering right into the chaos tonight?
Is there anywhere else to go?
Or are we ignoring it?
Oh, we've been ignoring it for the time being. Would you like to steer? Do you want to try that?
I mean, it's
Chaos Gremlin.
I kind of have some fun with it now, you know.
Push the button. Push the button.
Push the button already.
Is he gone? I pushed the button.
Aw.
Oh, that's
We
no
waited too
fun.
long. He's an important person with places to go and people to condescend
Terrorize?
to.
And tell, and tell, and tell, and then drop.
I only like to push the button because I like to terrorize him back. Because I like chaos.
You may not think that you have a belief, but how do you know until you have been questioned?
That's such a good question. I think about this all the time because I don't really think I have beliefs, but I'm not sure.
wonder if there was a way to entice believers to request up in some way.
Cash prizes?
No, I'm too cheap for that. Too broke for that.
I mean, we could just start, like, saying absolutes. Cat, rude.
I think that's the answer.
If you want to question your beliefs, you have to take that first step and request up.
Well, I do prefer honest interlocutors.
It's important that if you request up on this panel, that you understand we may ask questions about your beliefs to understand your understanding of them. We are not here to be proselytized at, or preached to, or convinced, because quite honestly, you won't. However, I don't know that. I know that for myself, and that was a general statement that I should have clarified, and I apologize. Either way, the point is not only to come up to talk about your beliefs, it's to also question them. Why do you believe that? What convinces you that that is the truth?
Can you critique it? Can you see the critiques of it? Can Morgan do better segues than Kat? Or not?
I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up.
That wasn't a segue.
Yeah, it was kind of a monologue.
It was a monologue for a reason.
Morgan, I've missed you.
This is...
Oh, Martha.
Thank you, Martha.
Yeah. Thank you, Martha. Appreciate you. How poetic does a poem need to be?
It's all up to interpretation, right? As poetic as you want it to be. Actually, in light of the conversation we were having at Everlasting's last night, I think it should be not poetic at all.
Not poetic at all.
What makes something poetic?
Analogies, hyperboles, language that is indirect and metaphorical.
Do you think that rather than being a poetic poem, it should just be a straightforward thought, coherently stated without metaphor?
Yep, but with a nice. Or maybe. Or maybe it should be the others. I don't know when the last time was, but it's been a little bit. I think.
I think you missed the last time I used it.
I might have.
It was a few weeks back.
Oh, if it's been a few weeks, then probably not that one then. Tapes. You have been asking fantastic questions, and I didn't quite get at the last one you asked, and I'm happy to answer that one, but you should join us in Discord later for that. I'm happy to answer all of them, but Discord is like for that last one, I think.
Still a lack of believers. I wonder if I should change the background.
I think we should just let Tapes up to ask us questions.
Honestly, kinda. Just throw up the question, the questioner, and pull Tapes up.
Ones.
What makes life for you? What does that mean?
And I made jam-filled oat muffins, so I'm just like stuffing my face right now, and I can't think about anything else.
We got a KD back.
W. Blake.
Oh, tape. No bite.
What was that, Katie?
I was saying, in response to "I'm too scared to," like tape. I said, "Come on, tape. I don't bite." You're asking me a question. Tape bites.
Thank you, Cassie.
Thank you, Cassie. I love those.
Hell yeah. And good morning to you too.
Well needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Cassie.
We do have a full panel, Philly, which is why it's strange it's so quiet. Nobody's asking anybody questions. We were questioning, we questioned Jimmy a while ago. We've questioned Kat quite a bit. I think Blake helped me question Jimmy's understanding of what a berry is sufficiently. And I don't think we've questioned very much from Katie. Morgan gets a pass for the moment, just because I always question Morgan.
Yeah.
I probably have some poorly founded beliefs. I can't think of one specific one at the moment. Can someone throw one? I don't mind.
What is your most firmly held belief?
Oh,
assuming it's not I exist or you exist.
That empirical study or the scientific method to go about at least our best understanding of what is real or what is true.
Oh, thank you for giving me such a good segue to a follow-up. And Morgan's really going to love this one. So, Katie, what is reality?
God damn it.
Awesome. That if I'm trying to, instead of trying to look it up, just go by what I perceive, filtered and then augmented by what I hold as true about the world. Like the Earth is round. The Earth revolves around, but yeah, reality is what is instead of what isn't.
So reality is what is. Oh, Kat, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, why you would think what you perceive is an accurate representation of what reality is.
That's fair. I would say there would be a subjective reality and an objective reality. And the subjective one is the one that's filtered through all the juices in my head behind my eyeballs, so to speak.
So what is the objective one?
I don't know if it's knowable. I just know that we can infer, or we try to infer from it, from our senses, and in turn from our tools that we are able to use to measure things.
How accurate do you think, how close to truth do you think that those things get?
They're just measuring what they're measuring. So objectively, that's the only thing that we can determine, and then the results would then infer one thing or another. Then it gets tested by others, and then until something else is able to better describe the thing to a better accuracy to solve any weaknesses or faults within in those first assumptions, right? Did that answer your question, or did I not answer the question?
No, I think that's okay. That's an accurate description.
So to the extent that it's the most useful answer at the time until the data comes in. It has the most utility.
Is that how you?
I don't know if it has to. I don't know if. No, actually, I take that back. I don't think that's. It's regardless of utility.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'd like if it has utility, but yeah.
Do you think that things? Are you more inclined to hold stances or beliefs that you find have a utility?
Probably, but they make me. It makes if I'm thinking about it, it does make me anxious. So I would like to feel those beliefs as much as I should, and that I'm guarded against it. But I'm absolutely willing to believe that I'm biased and that I subconsciously will not select questions that are going to get too close to breaking something. And then I'm saying that I'm subconscious. I'm not trying to do that consciously.
It's okay. Do you think that if a belief or a stance has enough utility, does it matter if it's true?
Does it matter if it's true?
Yes, like
the question might be if a belief like does me determining whether it is true or not affects its utility?
No. The question is, if you are getting enough utility out of it, is it going to matter whether or not it is true in objective reality?
It's not going to matter. Sorry, what are you looking for an answer? Like you're wanting me to say it'll what's true is still going to be true if it's true.
No, I'm asking if it matters to you.
Utility and it's false.
If it has utility,
yeah.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not? It's the same question you asked Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% it matters to me.
Why?
Why does it matter if one thing is true or not? Because
if something is serving you a purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, regardless of whether or not it's true. If you are getting a meaningful thing from it, does it matter if it is true or not?
It matters. But the question I'm wondering why does it matter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to you, why does it matter?
Whether it's true or not. It matters that I am able to objectively categorize information and reality so I can make the best choices based on that, right?
That you are able to objectively categorize.
Without, I'll take an example as there might be a set of beliefs that involve thinking that if you perform certain things and you get bitten by it, then that is about a sound way of life, and people tend to live objectively better lives if they follow this thing.
How do you...
Just because it's objectively better for them to follow this thing that isn't objectively true, that things are good there. Knowing what is true and what is real is important. Without knowing specific properties of something that was whether or not it's an ambiguous question. So are you able to maybe give better examples?
No, it's a hypothetical.
Or sorry, not better examples. Okay. It absolutely matters. It matters just as much as knowing what properties it has.
How do you, as a human being with a mind, objectively categorize anything?
I don't. I can make a
Okay.
and I mean I'm just inferring that I can make some sort of simile to objective. It's just an abstraction how that happens in our mind, really, right?
Katie,
Yes.
you said that it was important that it was true.
Yes.
Because this allows you to objectively categorize things.
Okay.
I am, and then I asked you how you, as a human being with a mind, can objectively categorize things, and you said you don't. So I'm going to ask again, why does it matter if it's true then?
How much I can objectively or not objectively categorize it, I feel like might just break down into semantics. I can objectively categorize things in a so far as I can determine whether I am lucid or not, if I'm hallucinating or not. Everything is so filtered through this imperfect brain, but it is my best ability to navigate the world by knowing as close as possible to objective reality, especially as it pertains to things that I interact with in my life, like advertisements, propaganda, the language that's spoken in the country I'm living in, right? Knowing those things serve me, right? So that's, I guess, why I have a preference for things that have a utility to me.
I also have a strong preference towards things with utility, but that does not mean that all the things I find utility in are true.
Right.
So if something is not true, but has a great utility, is it more or less valuable than something that is true that has no utility?
More or less valuable in what context?
In the context of KD and how he views the world.
I think objectively, or not objectively, I think for me, subjectively, I would rather have bitter truths than sweet falsehoods.
I'm not talking about bitter and sweet, I'm talking about useful and not useful.
Okay, I choose to view useful. I choose that analogy because that's how I view it. If you think that means I'm missing your point, then I would love to get a clarification, because I think I might be missing what you're asking.
I'm asking if something serves you or serves a great utility to you in your life for one reason or another, but it's not true, would it be more beneficial for you to have a truth that doesn't really serve you at all, or something that is not true that serves you greatly, that has great utility?
And when I say that, I would prefer the truth. What is it that you...
Well, I was just like, you said sweet versus bitter, and like, I don't know if that's the same as useful versus not useful, but if you would prefer the not useful truth, I accept that answer. That's fine.
Okay. The thing that I'm getting caught up on a little bit is I feel like it hints at, like, would I discard something, like not use it in whatever sense I was using it before if I knew it was false, versus whether or not I would categorize it somehow in my mind.
That is
Sounds kind of abstract.
Sure, that's a question. That's a good question. Like, would you discard something that you find great utility in if you found out it wasn't true?
That is a question I'm not sure about, right? And it depends on, right? There's things I do that I know are that I get enjoyment out of, that are lies or empty or whatever you want to call it, right? I view, for instance, like buying a lottery ticket, like buying a ticket to the cinema to facilitate a little moment of fantasy about a thing that I know will not happen, and it's not going to benefit me materially. But it has other benefits, but it's not true. It's not true that I could win the lottery, statistically speaking. I mean, if you want to be pedantic, I could win the lottery, but I could also be struck by lightning.
Toaster had a great question in the comments, if you don't mind me cutting into that.
Please cut it, absolutely.
How can you say that anything is objectively better if you can only perceive the world subjectively?
Empirically. Well, if I can, if I have things to measure, and if we choose to say that the things being measured are what we are deciding if something is subjectively better or not. But there's so many. It is so opaque to me. That's what I'm having issues with. Question. I might have an example of something I wouldn't start, even though I'm not. Well, So the two most accepted as like the closest approximation to like a model of the of the universe, like the single universe scenarios or the like expanding universe scenarios. Boltzmann brains, like if they go back to like how it came about, Boltzmann brains are far more likely to be true, right? I don't think the current model should be dismissed until there's better, like they're the best approximation we have until we find a better one. That's not something I work on, so for me, it's like, it's, whatever, but would that be in the category of things that are true that are also not discarded? That works for Cat or no?
I'm sorry, of my mind, brain no worky.
Same.
Boltzmann brain bolted.
Yeah. I heard Boltzmann brain entries might be discarded, but I kind of like brain no work.
So it is basically a mental exercise about if you look at the two leading models for how the universe came about, like the origin of the universe, what they predict is still bound by things like the laws of thermodynamics, and statistically, it's far more likely that the universe is just one brain hallucinating everything else that is being perceived, rather than an entire universe existing, because it's less complex, which infers that our current understanding of like those two models are incomplete or inaccurate. Just because they're inaccurate and therefore like not objective, like they're not true, right? Doesn't mean that I think they should be discarded. And I don't quite know what discarding would mean, or disregarding for that matter, in a given scenario, unless I knew what scenarios were given.
Okay.
Because if something was false but had utility, what is it that you're asking me to do? Like, what is the decision you'd like me to do on it? Like, what am I doing to act upon that you'd like me to?
I was just asking if, like, truth with no utility was more valuable than not truth with great utility.
If it was more valuable, I guess for me it is, and I'd love to be challenged on that with examples so that I might.
Well, okay, so for you, the truth, even if it's not useful, is better than like an unknown or a not true but very useful. So then I'm just wondering, why would that be?
I need examples to be able to comprehend and like get like, and in what way useful and in what way false or true, and in what way would it apply to my life, my ranking of something.
Katie, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast yesterday morning? Or didn't have dinner last night?
How would I feel?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would feel how I'm feeling now, but if I probably might have lower blood sugar, maybe I'll be more irritable or something like that.
Okay, good job. Yeah, that was good answer. I see no utility. I don't want to say that.
I think I'm gonna grab my note.
Do you find there to be utility in that information?
Utility in the information that I did not eat, yesterday or something? Did I eat breakfast yesterday?
How do you feel after not eating yesterday?
Is the utility in the information, how do I feel that I didn't eat yesterday? Is that what you said?
So the information you just provided to answer Kat's question, do you find that utility? Is there any utility in that truth?
How I would feel. Is there any utility in knowing that I'm hungry? Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't, but that's more my body having a response.
Okay, I'm going to use this example, and we're not going to start talking about my example. We're going to keep talking about this, but it's a really good example.
Okay.
I find zero utility in hard determinism, but I find great utility in rejecting it, even though it probably is mostly true, at least more true than my rejection of it. I have great emotional utility in the rejection, so I hold to that. Even though I'm not sure that that is true or correct. I would rather reject it than accept a truth because I find more utility rejecting it. That's what.
Now it's interesting because now I'm thinking of your example of the hard determinism could be applied to, at least to some extent, to solipsism, or I would almost call the Boltzmann brain could be like a solipsism because they're unfalsifiable and
Right, but
well, yeah, go ahead.
Right, they're unfalsifiable as we know right now, but like hypothetical, right? Like that's the best example I have. A hypothetical, like they are falsifiable, or it is falsified, right?
Wait, one more time. The hypothetical is falsifiable?
Yeah, like that's an example
Okay,
because
okay.
I felt like you could understand where I was coming from, right?
I would rather know. I would rather know than not. But yeah, I'm grappling with the opaqueness, and I'm not. That could just be because of the time of day. But
it's okay. I think that
quickly, I'm going to jump in and thank Katie, also Thrayle, Bear, Cat the Witch, and Cassie B. Carter. Thank you guys so much. Sorry, Cat, go ahead.
from what I'm gathering, I believe that you might be in the truth that is not useful camp. I think the truth is really important to you, from what I'm hearing.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not disputing that. I don't know, unless, yeah. I want to keep talking about this, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere.
I have a question.
I have a notepad. I'm writing down. What?
Go for it, Philly.
I wonder if part of what's being discussed here without explicitly being discussed, and you can tell me that I'm off base, is it, KD, that you see utility in truth and value the utility of that more than whatever the other utility may be?
I believe one of the earlier questions Kat was asking is if that was true, whether like if I valued, well, that's the whole gist, right? But
Are you saying, Philly, that truth has inherent utility?
I'm asking if KD sees utility in truth and values that utility. Yes. Mm-hmm. And what that does.
yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put it. I do see utility in truth. I would rather be less blind than more blind.
And
the more
so
true things I know, the less blind I am.
The utility that truth has, because it is the truth, is more valuable than any utility that you would get from something that is not true.
Yeah.
Thank you, Philly. Thank you, Kitty.
But what I'm struggling still with is, where am I putting this? are you talking about how I rank something for making decisions? How I feel about it in like.
It doesn't have a place.
Okay.
Katie, what if it doesn't have a place?
Then my answer is red sock. Like, if it's abstract, then it's. I don't know what is being asked other than the fact that I'm saying something is A or B, but A means what and B means what.
Why can't it be abstract?
Sure, but if A has an indeterminate meaning and B has an undetermined meaning, what does it matter if I say A or B? What is A and what is B? What is utility and what is not utility? Me ranking something as one or the other for the purposes of what?
It's purely subjective. It's what is utility to you.
All right. Okay, then I'll stick with what I said originally, because it is entirely yeah. I like these questions, but I like having.
Do tautologies have utility?
Sure.
What utility does a tautology have?
A tautology is okay. I'm trying to go from.
It's a thing is itself.
Like spelling out loud. I don't know.
A truth is a truth.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It has properties. It has values.
It has properties and values. What does that mean?
So, is a tautology something that could be useful to emphasize something? Could it be useful as a filler in a sentence, or any other reason it has a
so
value?
Even arbitrary utility is utility.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, what if it was what got you from a B+ to an A- on an assignment? Or
this isn't getting you to an A, but that's. In this case, we're not talking about something getting you somewhere, right? In a tautology, you're just saying orange is orange.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, in
providing
what sense?
no new information, no new value. You're just saying
if we're talking about writing a script,
utterance
you might
is
have
utterance. Sorry, I'm just saying that you're not providing new utility. You're not. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to give you that as a directive. You're not providing new value by saying Blorg is Blorg, are you?
No. So in your case, the second Blorg doesn't make any difference in what the first Blorg was.
So then, is there utility in the tautology?
Language. Sorry.
Is there utility in the tautology itself, not in the concept of tautologies?
Depending on context, but as a general rule, I would say no. Like just to make things easy.
But a tautology.
Yeah.
So it's a truth that has its only utility is that it is a tautology.
Let's go with that because I don't want to overcomplicate things.
Well, is there more utility than
I would
identifying it?
Depending on, without further clarification, I want to go with no. If we're trying to create a theoretical topic for which there is no utility or negative utility, I still think it's important to know those truths.
So, Blorg is Blorg has utility.
No. I'm saying whether or not it has utility. Whether or not it has utility, whether or not it has value, I'd still want to know if it was true. That a tautology is rather than isn't, or what are we asking here?
Philly, I noticed, said you'd say yes depending on the context, but that's just it. It's a tautology. There's no need, like there would, if we add context, it's no longer a tautology. Like if we say
I mean the context in which it is being claimed or stated. I doubt that you could come up with a hypothetical where I wouldn't be able to say Blorg is Blorg has utility.
Why? Why do you doubt that?
Because every hypothetical that I am coming up with in my brain, I can come up with utility. So I would be curious.
What do you mean by utility?
Usefulness.
Usefulness. Can falsehoods have usefulness?
Absolutely.
So, are you saying, Philly, that literally everything has usefulness?
I think that there is a spectrum of usefulness, and I think
is there anything that doesn't have usefulness?
In a world where we cannot claim objectivity, yes.
What doesn't have usefulness?
No, I am agreeing that everything in a world where we cannot claim objectivity can have usefulness.
I see. So utility is sandwich.
Because I don't like sandwiches and I don't know what you're talking about.
It's everything. Everything is useful. Usefulness is everything.
In a subjective world, anything can be useful.
Can be.
Yep.
Depending on context.
Who's defining utility?
You, in this case, as usefulness.
Subjective take, which is why I can say I doubt that you can come up with a hypothetical where I don't see a possible perspective of utility.
Mm-hmm. You can sandwich anything into usefulness.
Again, the way you're using that word, I do not understand what you're saying.
It feels like you're defining usefulness in a broad way in which you can apply it to literally anything for your own subjective purposes. Sandwich.
I ask you to give me a hypothetical that I cannot find utility then.
So, I think that's kind of ignoring the point that I made with the sandwich. You're saying that you could find utility in literally everything. You're challenging me now to present you as something so that you can prove it. That's not questioning anything. This is an absolute certainty, a dogmatic principle that you're standing on without question.
I am open to question it. As I have questioned it for myself, I have not found it to be not a certainty. I am open to it being shown to not be a certainty. Help me to question it further than I already have, if you're able. Such a challenge.
I have to say, that was actually very condescending. Kind of surprised.
I didn't mean to be condescending. I thought we were having fun. I'm sorry, Thrayle. My intention was certainly not, but I understand.
I know you didn't mean it. It just
That the
kind of was
impact
toned that way.
was received that way, yeah. Yeah.
you're saying that you don't see any way that you can question this idea that everything is absolutely useful in some way.
I absolutely disagree with that statement. I do think that I can question it.
What I mean is, you don't have any way to do that for yourself now, to challenge yourself on it.
At this immediate moment, I cannot think of any other way other than to get help from others. Or to continue to come up with hypotheticals in my own brain. But I absolutely believe that it is worthy of questioning. I'm just not seeing a way out in my own brain right now. And that's okay.
So, are you reassuring yourself or me?
Absolutely. It's what I say. It's what I say to the people that come on panel. I'm going to say it to myself too. It's okay that I don't see a way out right now. But I am willing. I'm not coming into this in bad faith.
I know you're not. I do know you're not. I was presenting it that way so you would consider it as a way to get you to question it.
Have you ever been given a truth that you would really have been better off not knowing?
Yes.
Do you find that truth useful, even though you've been better off? You would have. You personally believe you would have been better off not knowing. Okay. Why?
Utility in not hearing that truth. But there still is utility, just in another aspect, in hearing that truth.
Without being specific and personal, can you tell me what kind of utility that you find from it?
Understand the nature of the world around me and my place in it.
I'm not going
to be very utilitarian.
I hear you. I'm not going to press. I have more questions, but I don't think I'm going to press that further right here. Probably.
Can I add a question for clarification? Would it be useful to break things into like intrinsic, instrumental value? Instrumental,
can you repeat
where
the
you could
question?
see value in instrumental versus intrinsic value.
I'm not understanding.
Intrinsic being something that has a value in and of itself, and like instrumental would be something that you'd use to get to something. Like a spade would get you the field plowed or field whatever turned. Anyway, where truth might be more of a intrinsic value, or have intrinsic value and properties. Something could be instrumentally valuable, but intrinsically less so. like
it's utilitarian in its primary purpose versus its secondary purpose or an unintended purpose?
I'm jumping in and around various value theories, trying to see what fits for me. And yeah, but I will use the favorite phrase, I don't know, until I gather more data and read and see if I can find something that fits. But it's apparently not very hotly contested between various schools of thought, and I am not ready to consume that right now. But it's fun. I appreciate the questions, and I'm sorry if my answers seemed evasive. I did not mean to. I don't sound so.
You don't have to hold back, Kat, but I understand your decision to do so if that remains.
Well, I don't want to question it into a place where we would feel like comfortable discussing publicly, you know? Because I feel like I want to dig into it a little bit more than I want to ask you to share, like in a public space, right?
Sure.
And you don't have to share anything with me in a private space. I'm just, does that make sense?
It does. And I appreciate your consideration.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also trust myself that I will set the boundary where I need the boundary to be.
Trust you to do so too. I just, it's also that if I'm going to ask you these questions, I'd rather just, not have to rehash this again when we can actually, get. I think that my curiosity here is you know the thing. I think you all know the thing. There is something that has hurt me so badly that even though you're probably right, it does help me understand the world around me a little bit better. The amount of hurt I don't care if it helps me understand the world better. It has done far more damage than it could ever do utility. And in that way, I see no utility in that truth. It's negative,
Like the net outcome is negative.
Yes, the net is negative. So even though it does have that utility that you said, it's still a negative net, and that is the truth with no utility in my eyes, right?
I think we are honing in on a key piece here. Looking at even if there is utility, if it is overall a net negative in utility, I think that distinction is probably helpful to this discussion.
I think so too. But I can also see a view where, I could see a view where just the value of the truth is enough utility no matter what the negatives are, right? I could see that worldview. I don't hold that, but I could hear that, And I think that would be where my question lies. Is how, why, maybe?
I can answer that. For me, knowing that there is, to the best of my ability to find it, a bedrock truth. Allows me to build confidence in my own perceptions of reality so that I am less likely to be gaslit and abused.
That is a very good answer.
Thank you.
All I heard is bedrock, amen. 32 TOS. Okay.
Good morning, Brad. How are you?
Brad,
Good.
I wanted to tell you something. Yesterday morning, you posted in the Discord in the What is God tab that God was a hug. And I was in the VC with Thrayle, and I said, do you see what Brad just said? And he said, no. I said, he said that God is a hug. And I said, and Brad is just the most lovely, wholesome individual, and I love having him around.
Thank you, Kat. Same to you. I appreciate the lovely. I wouldn't say wholesome, but GG's.
Yeah, have you read his book?
Hey, you know what? I kept this an inside thought while we were having that conversation yesterday morning, Thrayle. I said, somehow
The spicy gospel.
Right. I was thinking to myself, somehow the man that wrote the spicy gospel also says God is a hug and is the most wholesome individual. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a net positive wholesomeness.
Net positive.
You are a person of multitudes, Brad.
I can't remember who said unicorn the other day about pineal glands and too much calcium. I don't think it's possible, but it's funny meditation.
What the fuck is a unicorn?
You can't just get an ossified tumor on your forehead.
No, it's got to come from the middle of the brain, I think.
That would be a true unicorn, right?
Biblically accurate, I guess.
Biblically accurate unicorns.
Britt is heretical here.
Maybe.
I don't believe so. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back. Oh, Grinch is here. Hi, Grinch.
Oh, sorry, that's not the point of the belief.
No, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
Pineal that produces melatonin or whatever's the spinal fluid that surrounds it, and the most blood vessels besides the kidney, I think. But the melatonin, I think it can be tricked if you disregard temporal, ignore light. I guess. I don't know, black hole consciousness, maybe.
Yes, you can mess up your sleep schedule if you don't have proper timing of light exposure.
No, not that. It's disregarding light entirely and just allowing the pineal to.
I wish my pineal would jungle noises. That sounds awesome.
what are the words? We're part of the garden, I guess. Limestone is the same mountain stream of flesh, and the black holes they spit out. God is 25% calcium, I guess, is the belief. That's God, 25% calcium. It's a 25% belief, I guess.
%calcium and 100% hugs.
Do we know any of the other composition of God?
No, TOS does not allow.
TOS doesn't allow.
Like I just told you, it's 25% calcium and 100% hugs.
That's how you get a unicorn, though. That's too much calcium. It's
It's
over
a lot of
100%.
calcium. 25%.
You're right, Kat. I'm being one of the misogynist guests and not hearing your voice. My bad.
Thank you for understanding that you are always wrong.
2 minutes. Once or twice I've been told that these little crackers are God. And then they told me to do it. But I don't know if that can.
Are those poem contemplation clicks?
Oh no, those contemplations were actually to answer Mika's question in the comments. If I understand correctly, about 30 to 40%.
Very good for roses.
To know. Thanks, Kat.
Blake's roses will be so happy.
Yeah, and they need it. It was a rough winter. They got frostbite back real far.
He's gonna nuke me again.
I mean, the poem was poeming a while ago. Were you guys waiting for me?
The fucking boss.
No, we're waiting for believers. Duh.
Right. I don't know if we're gonna get any of those, but I mean, we might break 200k likes before the end. Probably not, though.
If you want yapping, you should be tapping.
I don't know. What do we think of what the fuck is God up there? Should be bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be like that.
Ooh, that one's good.
Can it be flashing?
I mean, I have to keep tapping the screen to make it flash.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how you always make it flash?
Yeah, that's just me tapping the screen.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's stupid. That should be a
That's
setting.
so funny that you.
That's so dumb.
I thought it was animated.
Yeah, I thought it was a setting or something.
No, that's literally just
whatever works, works.
Add Morse code. Because sometimes it reads my tap and sometimes it doesn't.
I had wondered about that in the past, but I thought TikTok was just glitching.
Let's see. It won't let me position it really anywhere else. But I think I can make it a little bigger font.
Oh, do you have like a sticker or something? Because I do not see it on my.
It's not a sticker. It's right above my box. It says what the fuck is
It's
going on.
up at the top of the screen.
Yeah, it is not there.
Right
I'll
underneath,
take
like,
a
the gift.
screenshot and put it in Discord to show what I'm seeing.
Interesting. They don't let Canadians see the header. Headless Canadians. Headerless Canadians.
Headerless Canadians.
mental image.
I feel like that's just not.
You're just so far up there, they assume you can see it in person.
Thrayle, you remember earlier when you said meditation camps? You just did it again. It was funny
Jimmy
because
was looking for a name for a business where you go to a basically voluntary prison to meditate.
It was funny because I could hear it.
You're not making it better by explaining it.
He decided to call it solitary.
Already, I forgot this is already the plot of a French horror movie.
Morgan, what was really funny though was like as he said meditation camps, I could hear the regret in his voice, like as it was coming out, like as he heard it.
I was listening.
Oh, Mika, I can only imagine. I've heard him say some wild shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't say wild things at all.
Yeah, because that's when I said, "Can I come into the out now?"
Yes, that's it.
It looks like Ketchup can't see it either.
Interesting.
Have you guys updated your TikToks lately?
I mean, he's from the Midwest. He's practically Canadian.
Basically 50 years behind the rest of the world.
Hey, my town might get a McDonald's this year.
See, that's why Ketchup can't see it, because he's on a PC. I can't see it on the PC. The YouTube can't see it either. But it's there for us on TikTok. I mean, I could use this sticker. I haven't used that in a while. I mean, clearly this fits our theme.
Oh no!
Here, right?
For sure.
Yeah, we've been frying people up.
Perhaps more of a slow roast.
Speaking of roast, there's already a volcano overflow. It's inflating so fast.
I literally just checked it like not that long ago.
It was last night there was one. It was like really short, but the looking at the till chart, it looks like it didn't like deflate near as much during the last eruption. Even though it was still like a massive amount. I don't know where the volume was in comparison, but it was also only one vent this or last time. But there was a lot of rain and a lot of hydrogen fires, so the other one may have just been off gassing.
Yeah, they closed the park and the whole highway for like, I don't know, 10 miles or something because it was raining glass and rocks.
Don't cover up the most important part of your background.
Oh, be respectful. The tiny
Yeah.
print. Yeah, that little print there that nobody ever fucking reads.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Nobody reads that. Maybe I should make it bigger. Bolder.
Is it the same color as the question? Or is it a different color?
Is the alien the one standing back there in front of the Batcolyte?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's not Santa. It hasn't been Santa for months. Before that, it was Jesus. And I did try to make one with the mermaid, but it doesn't look right.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the color of the Be Respectful is part of the problem. It kind of blends into the background.
I'll make it bright and bold. I'm actually going to work on some new backgrounds, so we'll have something different to look at soon.
Blake,
Yes.
can you explain what you mean by deflate?
Yes, the magma chamber beneath the crater, whenever it is building up for an eruption, it builds up a lot of gas and magma. And the reason why the magma comes to the surface is because it actually becomes so light that it is buoyant enough to get like pushed out the surface. But in that process, some and a lot of the magma comes up to the surface, degasses, and goes back down. So in that process, the volume inside of the magma chamber decreases. And so the amount of volume that was in the magma chamber is not equal to the amount of volume that ends up getting erupted onto the surface, because a lot of the gas also goes into the atmosphere. So there's measurable inflation and deflation on volcanoes from this kind of unequal balance of gas buildup and degassing. And that's one of the most reliable ways to tell and predict when a volcano is going to erupt. But it heavily depends on the volcano system.
Thank you. Grinch was asking what you meant by deflate in the chat, and I couldn't have explained that.
And that post-eruption shrinkage is why there's a giant crater. What is the crater where the eruption's just going on now is because that footprint is like how much the magma chamber shrank after the last massive series of eruptions, and some of the magma moving into the rift zone to the southeast of that area.
Did you know that some volcanoes have more viscous lava than others.
Yeah, there's one in Iceland that erupted a couple years ago that was so thick it looked like a candle, and it just like it wasn't erupting very fast, but then it also like started to like kind of build up a spiral. So there's this one video of it where it's just like super slow, goopy lava, like spiraling down this volcano, and people are
It's
just
really
standing like
cool.
20 feet away from it, but it's going so slow. They're like not concerned.
Yeah, so like Kilauea has such viscous lava that like you can, like if you're far enough down, like in the eruption path, you can literally just build rock walls and divert it away from you. um, but like Mauna Loa or Hualalai have a lot less viscous lava, so much so that like if Mauna Loa erupts, it'll eat the top of Ocean View in like 15 minutes. Which is interesting because they're right next to each other.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just because like I think that the lava rock is so porous that it acts like a radiator. So like the longer it's in the like more porous water saturated lava rock, it's like the entire island acts like a giant water evaporative cooling system. But I don't know. It's probably more to do with the like rock makeup.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Speaking of good questions, I've got a question why I haven't thanked Kiera, Morgan, Bratch, Tech Omega, and Katie sooner for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much.
Because you're a negligent host.
Oh yeah, that might be why.
That was an easy one.
Yes, Mika. Basically, the Hawaiian Islands are a swamp cooler, and they're really cold on one side of it because of that.
Thank you, Tapes. That's really cute. I love a good pun.
Yeah, I didn't know it could get cold in Hawaii until I got there and went to the far side away from the tourists, and I was like, "What is going on? I did not bring clothes for this."
A couple months ago, it snowed like 10 inches on top of Mauna Kea.
I learned that the hard way. Nobody warned me about that.
Is a vital piece of information. All right, I'm gonna move this show along and go ahead and Bye.
Just bye like that.
Bye.
Cat.
Okay, good.
Why are you? Oh, oops.
Time delay.
Finger slipped. I was gonna time that better, but damn. I noticed Philly did the same thing, but didn't say bye.
Rude.
I know. Katie's about to do the same thing too.
I don't think so. The way things are going here, I feel like I'm gonna.
I think Blake might be about to do it too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, shit. You guys are awesome. You really did, Cat. I was going to try to catch you in the middle of a sentence. That's why I was asking you a question, and then I accidentally dropped you. Everybody, unceremoniously. Oh, not that one. That one. That's where we are. At the end, where it is nigh. But thank you all for being here. Thank you to everybody who came up and questioned their beliefs, everybody who came up and questioned beliefs. Thank you all for coming in and tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for engaging in respectful dialogue. All of those things are wonderful, of course, and they all do help us with that algorithmic thing and all that, but really, thank you for just being here, whether you came in and engaged or if you just showed up and fell asleep. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being part of the best audience on TikTok. I really do appreciate that. And big W's for the mods. We couldn't do this without you. Well, I mean, we could. It'd just be really, really bad. And we probably wouldn't have the best audience on TikTok down there. It wouldn't be comfortable enough for them. We'd have, well, we've seen what happens when there's no mod. So, yeah, W's to the mods. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And of course, if you want to join the community, want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, between the lives, you can always join the Discord. There's a link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just got to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, well, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across that Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and want to show your support that way, well, it's always appreciated. I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. Thank you, guys. And, of course, well, there is a new link in the link tree, that second one I added up there under the Discord link. It's growing all the time over there. You might want to go check that out and see how it unfurls. And I think, well, there might be only one thing left. You don't have to keep what no longer holds. Not every belief deserves growing old. Some came too early. Some slipped in untried. Some only felt true, 'cause you never asked why. And that's where it cuts. Not loud, but deep. Not what you lose, but what you keep without ever testing if it was sound. Just carrying weight you never put down. There's a quiet grief in seeing it clear. How long it shaped what you held dear. Not with force, not with fight. Just staying unchallenged, mistaken for right. And still, letting go can feel like a fall. Like stepping off where there's no ground at all. So most hold tighter, defend what they've known, and gather more voices that echo their own. But echoes aren't evidence, and noise isn't proof. And saying it louder won't make it the truth. If something is real, it won't need your shield. It won't fall apart just because it's revealed. So ask anyway. Even when unsure, even when answers feel safer, secure, even when silence stretches too long and nothing steps in to tell you you're wrong. Because that's where it starts. Not neat, not fast. Not something you're handed or built to outlast, but something that forms when you finally see the space between knowing and what could be. You might lose pieces, ideas you wore, versions of self that don't fit anymore, but what remains won't be forced or planned. It's something you faced, so you could understand. And that matters more than a well-argued stance, more than a script or a second-hand chance, more than the comfort of always being right. It's the courage to question and hold it to the light. In darkness we meet, not to win or to conquer, not to fight, but to see what survives when we loosen our grip on just being right. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.